I think Camille's place is on the ban bench. I don't dislike roaming support.
No.
I want to stress that.
I also love that you're saying
Camille is too strong.
You said that we're seeing back to traditional AD carries in LSK. We're also an Aatrox AD character in the LSK. So I don't know what's going on out there. I have a lot of opinions. I think tank bots is really OP. You know, go Camille Sejuani, go a little Sion with a roaming support. I think it's really juicy. No one's really playing it yet, but keep your eyes tuned, as it looks like we are in the draft phase already. Nocturne and Poppy being banned by SK Gaming, and an early Lee Sin ban. Putting respect on Skeen's Lee Sin, he has been a big player of that in solo queue throughout the years, so...
I think as well, he just sits up there with Jarvan in terms of S-tier junglers for me, right? Like, they can fit into pretty much any composition, they give you good early skirmishing, and they have utility, at least in team fights later on. So I think Lee and Jarvan kind of sit near the top of the jungler priority list. Lock, the next ban from SK, who chose red side after Giants were given right of first selection, and they chose second pick. So we're going to have SK on the red side having first pick, but you know, it's always confusing.
Some champions to track right now is the Camille, the Shen, the Leona, and the Casio. I think the Casio is very strong. Now, GX did choose red side, or second pick this game, I mean. So they won't get the Casio flex on second pick, but it will be SK taking it away. Very strong laner, can go top, mid, and AD should you want. I've seen some games from Wunder on it in solo queue, so you never know.
Also works well into those junglers or champions that want to dash around a lot because of the miasma, so it can be used not as a pure counter to the Jarvan or the Camille, but something...
Jeste ljudi moji, veliki pos, evo nas na još jednom danu laganog leca. Čekam neku dobru sliku, ali ne Wundera, mislim cool je Wunder, gotivamo mi Wundera, ali nas zanima naš mlađani Jopa. Šalim se, zanima nas Oskarinin. Tako da moram da čekam da Goat dođe na kameru i onda možemo sve da pričamo, ljudi moji. Današnji dan dosta lagan, dosta uzbudljiv. Svašta nešto ima da se radi, svašta nešto se dešava. Isekli su kameru na Jackiza, molim lepo. Prebacite mi na mog Goata Oskarinina. Ne mogu, daleko mi je tamo levo da ga snimim. Ajmo, please dajte mi Oskarinina. To nije Oskarinin, to je Wunder. O! Isma and Jun both have engaged tools, which we love to see. We love to see playmakers with tools to make plays. It's that simple. And I think Jun is going to be able to walk around the map quite fine. I do assume we're going to match the Syndra into the Casio. So SK will now have to show soon where the Casio is going. And then GX obviously can take their decision. I mean, SK do... Oh, yeah, because SK have first pick, yes. Yeah. It's the sides of it. Yeah, it's still confusing. Giants have counter pick on the blue side with the Vayne banned away and the Akali removed. Tako. Slowcute je igrao... Pokušavam se setim, da li u Z10-u, ja mislim. U nekom trenutku, da. On je, znači, Slowcute je igrao, mislim, on je generalno old school igrač, on igra već, ja mislim, 6 godina. Igrao je u Z10-u, pa u Desire u Italiji, pa je prešao u K-Corp Blue, pa u Misu, i to je jak roster Mise koji je igrao zajedno, oni su osvojili TCL Spring. NVMe Master Winteru su bili treći i onda je prešao u SK Gaming, tako da... Vidjet ćemo kako će se snaći. Nema nešto, mislim, očigledno lec iskustva, ali to što je igrao na EMEA nivou bilo je poprilično solidno. Vidi, Mato, znači za sve, ti to ne smeš da radiš, ali za sve ostale samo gledate lagan EBL, dobite drugi monitor i lagana priča, mislim, nema šta.
This is really telling me that they really value the Syndra into the Casio matchup. They want to make sure they can put that Syndra into Casio no matter what, so they're telling Oskarinin, Oscar, you're blind picking Rumble here, you're going to be super good follow-up engage, but we really want to give last pick to whoever is going to counter-pick the opposing side. And Wunder now going to have to choose his answer into this Rumble well. Gnar is a fine answer into the Rumble, it's losing the lane early. You really want that Phage and that Mercury Fed, so you have a lot of movement speed.
Tako. Inače, ogromna pozdrav za moje najjače Patreone, samo ću to da kažem. Znate da sam ja na drugom monitoru stavio. Mora se gleda jedno i drugo. I jedno i drugo mora da se gleda.
belly bop him, you walk away, drunken rage, get your heals, you know, you're fine.
Yeah, I think Gragas and Galio is more defensive picks into Rumble. It's like, okay, I'm gonna
Inače, u
go even, I'm just gonna chill, I'm gonna
LCK-u, su pikali Korkija, u LCK-u su prestali da biraju mage'eve i uzeli su uzeli su opet AD carry-e. Tako da, mislim da je LPL, mislim opet kažem da se gledam na Twitteru, ali da, prestali su pikaju mage'eve skroz, što je jako interesantno. I evo, pogledajte ovaj game, opet vidiš, mislim, Korkija nisam očekivao, Lucian se vratio, 2 AD carry-a. Kidamo, samo ste najjači, ljudi moji, to je sve što želim da vam kažem. Samo ste najjači i ja se nadam da fudbal koji ćemo igrati sljedeće nedelje na Patreon Game Nightu neće upropastiti naše prijateljstvo. Samo želim da kažem da vas volim sve i da šta god se dogodi na terenu, virtualnom terenu, jeli sljedeći vikend, to je striktno tako mora biti. To je sve što ću ja da kažem. Sve ostalo je lagano. Eto, AD carry na AD carry-a. Meta koja se vratila. Zanima me šta će Korki da radi. Jako me zanima šta će Korki da radi. Imaću i kodove da vam dam, da znate, ljudi. Mislim, ništa za ništa, nikakve spec igrače, ali pre nego što krenemo vidjet ćemo ko je najmanje igrao, pa ćemo podijeliti da se možda dobiju neki kršteni igrači, pa da možemo da igramo sa jačima. Tako da istimo sam ja već za vas, znate priču, ove njihove developere. I jel može bet? Klara je trenutno house zauzeta, tako da ja se nadam da će stići, ako ne stigne. Mato, drugi monitor UFC, nema to šta.
Mickey looking to see if there was a start towards these Razorbeaks, but there's not going to be one. There was also the option of him looking towards top lane. If you can get the Nara head, just a single shadow dash or something onto the rumble, or even just an ignite.
Šta fali? Realno pobestili content. Sve je to content, ja tebi da kažem.
Nar just really did an inch in this matchup. He's losing slightly early, but the moment Nar gets ahead, it's super difficult for Rumble to match him on the side then, just because how easy time he has to run him down, but Mickey goes in for top.
Nisam ni ja Salty, pa nisam upalio igricu. Mislim, ja neću upaliti sigurno do sljedeće nedelje, ali kažem, imam neke kodove, pa ćemo onda te kodove, neću, mislim, rađe bi iskoristio za nas, to je za vas, i onda ako nam ostane nešto kodova, ova braća što igraju aktivno igricu, njima bi dao sve ostalo, jer kao, realno oni će koriste to više. Tako da kapiram da, ne znam, plavi pobesnili ko tu igra češće, kome je gaz da igra igricu, podelit ćemo što je ostalo. Samo kažem, moram da vidim s njima kakva je tu situacija. Dobar taunt flash, Miki. Jopa, Conqueror, Doran's Blade.
This is exactly what we want to see. Mickey already pushing this lane matchup to the brim. Blackhead already chugged down those potions. Has the base for refillable and control ward. Not really the base you want as the AD carry.
And now because you have this pushing bot side that has pressure in the lane, Skeens can look for an invade because he knows Mickey is always going to be the first one to move here.
Job as well moving up. I think Isma doesn't respect this.
Jun stops the Hex Flash. Isma caught out by Skeens, forced away from his red. Crash down from Jun as he tries to protect his jungler. Skeens still chasing the martial cadence. Not quite enough to get the damage down. Isma flashes away and now Skeens continues the trade. Blackhead left to his own devices underneath the tower. Should be okay here.
It's fine. They're just going to take all the camps. But look, this is the early aggression we talked about, Medic. And the early aggression that SK needed to bring this game. When you draft like this, you can't just sit idle and wait for the game to play out. You need to take it in your own hands. Mickey basing now. Let's see where he opens from the base, because there's so many options now. He doesn't really need to go bot here. He could go top if he wants, he can go mid if he wants. He can also use go bot and keep snow.
Poz Aleksandre.
Has no sums.
It's kind of a... You have too much choice.
Jako mi je interesantno da... I to sam baš nekoj prokomentarisao na Twitteru, kako kaže, za jednu nedelju svi mageevi su odjednom prestali se pikaju tamo. Ne vjerujem da će to biti u lecu. Vjerujem da neki fanatik skrimovo s mageevima 100%. Tako da očekujem da će recimo fanatik pikati mageeve. Ali navodno kažem, što se LCK-a tiče, svi su u fazonu Kako si to napisao, Mato, izašla iz sobe, samo da znaš. Mislim, nije namerno, samo je slučajno izašla, da znaš što ti ne piše. Ali da, navodno, u roku od ono jedne nedelje, znači kao bio je prošle nedelje lec pa sad ove, samo su si prestali pikaju međeve. Što je čudno, jer to rade zato što je Riot najavio nerfove. Ali mislim, što se mene tiče, šta ako ti nerfovi ne budu dovoljni ili jednostavno, ne znam, jako mi je čudno, iskreno.
GX at least has full information on what's happening right now from the SK team.
Which will help their bot lane a lot.
Yes.
It means that Blackout can step up a little bit more safely. Jun can do the same. Blackout without that flash is a sitting duck. If we see SK actually putting more pressure down towards this bottom side. Now he's going to have his cleanse back up. It means he can get away from one form of CC. But if there's a Jarvan and a Shen, that's two forms of CC, so you can only escape one of them.
That's really no bueno. Mickey has the Hex Dash, so we know how creative he can be with the usage of that rune. Joppa hasn't based for a long time, so...
Joppa je inače pozna po tome da je turbo agresivan i u lecu, tako da baš me zanima koliko će na Korkiju to moći da radi.
Korki will have a big item lead coming back from base here. Obviously you have to buy the tier, which delays your stats a little bit.
In terms of combat items, they're relatively similar. It's a longsword and a ruby crystal to a double longsword out of Blackhead, but both of them getting the refillables as well. While we have a moment, I do want to talk about how SK's weekend has been going, because Wonder had a very nice time. He bought 3 boxes of Riftbound, and he opened a signature Canon. So the question that comes up in my mind is, has Wonder used up all of SK's luck?
That's a lot of luck.
Yeah, that is a
That's
huge
actually
amount
crazy.
of
He
luck.
got the Canon.
He got the signature one as well. I couldn't find the PNG in time to have the signature on it, but it's one of the rarest cards in the game, guys. I don't think you
Da, EBL je, video sam, ispratio sam cijelu situaciju. Ispratio sam cijelu situaciju s pečima, vidim da se neko žalio da nema, da skrimove je jako teško naći i onda bi se mečovalo s ostalim regijama je malo izmereno, što se peča tiče.
do see Jun out on the map, pathing up towards this top side. The red buff invade seems to be the name of the game right now as another control ward comes down. Giant X littering.
Sad, koliko je to, kažem, dobro loše za ekipe, ne znam, niti komentarišem, ali eto, to je s te admin strane odlučeno tako šta da se radi.
Goes for the scuttle crab, I think.
Yeah, I think as long as Skins and Mickey play together, they are stronger in the 2v2, in the support jungle still. And I think they're quite happy dropping topside, assuming they can get this dive onto Flacket. Because if Flacket is just farming bot here while this is happening, it's just a straight up win for GX.
Yeah. It's also interesting because I understand the idea of
Ne znamo, to nemam pojma.
testable objectives in the form of the scuttle crab as Slowq looks for the miasma, flash in, taunt from Mickey. There's the petrifying gate.
Solidan ult, Slowq nema damage, treba mu meta koji ima poison, pogodio Jackie za mrtav. Flešku? To je to, bravo. Da će da umre za to, ali nema veze. Posle poruku.
Here comes the cataclysm from Skins, that scuttle crab getting him to level 6. There's no escape for the buy as Mickey claims his first of the game.
Yeah, no flash on Isma. He's just a sitting duck when he walks into the Cataclysm. What a nice fight there. Mickey once again being the initiator of this plays. And I'm gonna bring it back again because Mickey needs to make things happen in the early game. The way this draft works is so much weight on his shoulders, and right now he's carrying that burden fantastically. As Oscar wants to deny this blue.
Moguće, ma to kažem, nemam pojma, stvarno.
Has used the flag, still has the flash, Wonder on his way across.
Be careful there, you can't go too deep.
Skins is gonna flash, Oscar quite deep, but he has support from Jun and Jackie's. And the double J's...
Vidi, ja mislim da Wunder nije mogao da dobije... to jest, Oscar nije mogao da dobije bolji matchup od Wundera. Jer ja iskreno, evo, znači, no troll, ja mislim da Prime dođe Oscaru na topu da bi mu bubreg izvadio. Znači, ja mislim da bi ga Prime i šutirao samo tako.
Can't run away from that. Okay, let's watch this again. Mickey, taunt flash. I thought it was a little bit sketchy because Jackie's does have flash, but Jackie's really holds the flash for a long time. Does end up getting hit by the Casio Q, and I think it's a little bit greedy by him. If he flashes that Casio Q, I think he's just out just fine. But also good punish here. It's not really about the kill. I think Mickey just really wanted to get the flash from Jackie. That was his main goal, so then can then repeat gank with the Jarvan. But hey, if you get a kill, that's a bonus. You take those.
Oh, you get a 2-for-1, and now Jackie's doesn't have flash, and Isma doesn't have flash. So you have a lot of opportunities as Wonder lands the wallop in the Gnar.
This is into the
mini.
here.
You can try and chase a little bit, but
hit by 2 harpoons.
Yeah, it doesn't have a huge amount of damage yet either with just the No Magic Mantle and the Ruby Crystal. Grubs have been begun by Giant Axe as they try and find something on the map. They'll get all 3 of them. Isma happy enough to claim that neutral, but SK definitely in the ascendancy in this early game. Yoppa, who although we haven't looked at bot that much recently because Mickey's been out on the map, he's got an 800 gold lead because of how scared Black has had to be in this lane, how forced out he has been.
He's chilling completely, and it is from the early aggression that they showed, pushing him back, denying that wave. When you have a level lead on AD carry, you see level 7 Corki, level 6 Lucian. It's just so difficult because all AD carries have are their auto attacks. So it turns out base stats are pretty OP when you're an AD carry.
It is funny as well that you say all
I Corki ide na tier, klasičan build, verovatno će biti
I'll say Corki and Lucian tend to be a little bit more caster focused.
Essence River na Lucianu.
A large proportion of their damage overall. Mickey now 6 has that stand united. Next Drake up in 80 seconds. Expect to see a fight over that for SK, and I do like this as well. It's something we talked about a little bit yesterday, Jack Spectre and I, and you on the analyst desk. Stacking Drakes as a team when you are not sure that you can out-mechanic your opponents or out-map-move your opponents. Early Dragons getting to 2 or to 3 gives you such a narrow win con. It's such an easy win con to play to, because it's not narrow, you have other options, right? But you have, it's so easy to say, okay, we've stacked a couple of Drakes, now they have to fight us. And it makes it so much simpler for you as a team to coordinate as they look for a play towards mid. Shadow dash down onto Jun, who uses the heal. Good scatter the weak, lands a double stun. Jun forced to crash away.
Yeah, and I fully agree. Dragons are just a simplifier of the game. In a game with so many variables that League of Legends is, removing most of those variables...
Gle, Mato, ja generalno, što se toga tiče, ispratio sam te neke stvari, ne znam, i kao, pogotovo sa mesta komentatora, to ne komentarišem nikako. Mislim, moje je da komentarišem mečeve. Riotovo je da ono, presuđuje takve stvari. Da, apsolutno. Samo da znaš, ako takav roster napraviš, imaćeš jednog hejtera. I to ću biti ja. Mada dobro, Humanoid je... Mislim, okej, nemam pojma. Ne kažem ja sad da je najgori, ni da je najbolji. Humanoid je okej midlaner, mislim, nije... Ne znam ni ja šta. Bar ja to tako vidim.
I mean, Giant X wanted to kind of take that fight because they were 3 versus 2. That was just Skeens and Mickey in the river initially. But with the Mickey W and Skeens being so strong as he is, they just stat check them.
There's also a moment where a Scatter of the Week comes across the wall and the Dragon knockback actually knocks Skeens and Mickey out of range of the Scatter of the Week. So they don't get fully stunned by it. It's a serendipitous moment for SK. As
6th man of SK Gaming.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, if you've got Dragon on your side, how are you going to win? It's like old school Mordekaiser. You know, just carrying it
Let's
down
not talk about old Mordekaiser. That was an amalgam of destruction. That was a crazy champion design.
For the moment, though, SK doing everything that they needed to do in this early game.
Oscar, you have to be careful here.
Oh, he'll see Mickey as he comes out. There's the Shadow Dash back. Oscar in, flashes away from the Gnar. Well, manages to escape. Still has the equalizer as well to clear out the wave if he is nervous about being ganked any further.
I think Wunder could have probably thrown out the Gnar during the taunt CC there. Was waiting a little bit for the maximum CC chain, but gives Oscar a sliver of a moment to flash out from that gank. Because now Wunder is in danger. Doesn't get a double hop.
Goes Mini, Unleash Power as well, looking for the jump away. Scatter the Weak with so many orbs on the floor as Jackie's needs another dodge.
Dodge. Oh!
Good dodge from Wunder. Oh, almost dies to the force of will.
Old man still has hands.
I mean, he right-click back and forth, man. I would give him some credit for it, but I don't know the hands had to be that good as Skeens comes in with a Cataclysm. And Jackie's is buried in its 4 walls.
Well, who needs to punish him when he has no flash, when he can just kill him when he has flash?
True.
Easy play there from Skeens. Nice bait by Wunder. really the Mercs being such a big value item this game. Against the Rumble, against the Syndra, against the Rel, you see how comfortable he is navigating these skirmishes. And it's a solid gold lead brewing for SK. 3k gold and 2 dragons up. It's looking very good for SK Gaming.
Yeah. And again, it's a lot on a character we haven't really talked about.
Ako Giants izgube protiv SK, ja ne znam što oni mogu dočekuju ovaj split najiskrenije.
Because he's been given plates on the bot side and he's managed to get about a 5-wave CS difference between him and Flacken.
I mean, this is the problem with roaming sports, right? Because you can't really help your AD carry.
Ne, ako Oskar, ne, ali ako igra Spratel, a ako igra Promiskju ili ti Spratel, on ti je gori od Oskara. Promiskju ili Spratel je rank 1 najveći fraud. Znači, on je baš on, ja mislim da je za njega Oskar tata igrice. To je moje viđenje. Tako da, Spratel je next level, iskreno. On je baš next level. Dobar stano, Jackie se za disengage.
Fast on the trigger with the Sand United.
I mean, we talked about Mickey so much already, but you have to in a game like this.
Inače, SK za vas koji ste možda pratili ranije.
I mean, especially when you think about the fact that Mickey went to SK with this idea of a roster in mind.
Imali su lidera. Da mi idu.
We need to build this roster, it needs to work. And it didn't. And now Mickey coming into summer made a change. They brought Slow Q into the mid lane, and he's taking more of that weight on himself, it seems, to carry through this early game.
Yeah, and what I really like is that I think SK last bit was very one-dimensional. Every single move went mid. Gotta make sure Mickey's fine. You know how Mickey likes to die. Every single move in SK Gaming went mid. Every single jungle timer went mid. Now you can see how much they've changed towards summer.
Yeah.
They really focused on schemes, going into the enemy jungle, setting up lanes, putting pressure on the enemy jungle with those lane leads, because Mickey is a fantastic laner in Europe, and he gets these lane prios, but I feel like last bit he used them all to go mid, and they didn't really get much out of it.
Yeah, you can see on the side, Leader had more jungle proximity and more support proximity through the early game than the LEC average. And it just didn't pay off too much for them. Here, Slowq has had some attention around him. He's got about a 300 gold lead, nothing too substantial, but Mickey's been much more unleashed on the map. As Giants make a good play towards the bottom side, they are trading a top lane tower, at least some plates to Slowq for this, but they make sure that SK, if they do stay around, will die. Mickey has to flash away. It's only going to be a couple of plates, it seems, for Slowq, and should be a full tower over to Giant X.
And it's a classic play. When you get free grubs, make the map smaller.
Yeah.
If you have free grubs, you hit towers way faster than enemy team. So if you can just rotate one of your laners into another lane and just start hitting that tower, going at it, you are killing it so fast. It's textbook play, and I think GX is trading some gold back. You know, that gold lead was 3k 1 minute or 2 minutes ago, now it's 2k. GX slowly crawling the way back into the game, and it is a worrying trend for SK because you need to keep the foot on the gas.
I Element Isma, lider Patrick Targa. Može, mislim, i dalje ćeš biti ubedljivo zadnji, ali neću biti hejter. Čak šta više navijaću za tebe, zbog tebe. Ne zbog rostera, naravno.
Away from the unleashed power and the force of will. Rifthold was secured for SK, but they give up all priority towards this dragon. It would have been their third of the game. With the Opera flashing away, SK do not want to contest this, and Giant X will happily take that prize.
I mean, this was a trade from SK that they chose. They could have recalled, be first on the dragon, but they really wanted this Rift Herald. So now they really got to make sure they get some leverage out of this Rift Herald. You see already Wunder opening behind Slowq on the side lane. They want to make an aggressive play top side as Skeens
cataclysm down onto Oscar in him, but you can see immediately Isma's coming across, and Skeens is the one that has to flash away. Oscar had no flash. Wunder now trying to keep Oscar in away from his turret, which will fall to a couple of auto attacks out of Wunder. The tower in mid lane going down as well, so SK do get two of those big objectives out of this. Yoppa having to back away, no flash on him, remember, as Giant X now have the inside.
A mislim, vidi, Oscar je 0-0. I kao igra u Wundera, zato sam rekao, verovatno najbolji matchup za ekipu od Giantsa jeste SK. Jer mislim, kogod ja gotivim Wundera i kogod mislim da je Wunder jednom, u svoje vrijeme u piku bio jako dobar. Mislim, bio je četvrti na lanu gdje sam ja bio treći, hvala puno. Realno je, baš, mislim, kao igrač, uvećuje penzije nego ja. Kao, ima on mehanike, to je ko ja da igram let sad, kao, realno, jesam ja doca, ali, znaš, baš koliko je to ugao. I zato mislim da kažem za Oscara idealan matchup. Dobro, dive. Prošao je ulti od Gnara, ali nije povukao od Juna, svi su živi, jako lepo. Svi nalupavaju Wundera. Wunder je... Mislim, jedino što je Wunder i dalje giga dobar je da bude weak side. Da ga ono... Da ostave da ga bulijaju kao ovaj game dok ti uzimaš drugi ostatak mape.
Top lane tower about to fall to Oscar in, and he's the only one with the gold lead now for Giant X. About 600 gold ahead, but Yoppa continues to keep that 1.5k advantage over Blackhead in that AD carry role.
Now Joppa picked up the mana immune. You know how strong Corki is on that 2-item spike, especially when he gets that more mana. The burst that this champion can do is unfathomable. As Wunder is now the only one with a disadvantage, but let's look at this, because Wunder clears out the wave, and I think here, I thought the play was over here. I thought Wunder would just walk out together with Mickey, but GX commits to the bit, which I respect. Mickey tries to dash out of the Rel ult, but gets cancelled with a Shadow Dash. Doesn't get his W down in time, so he doesn't really block a lot of damage here. I think maybe if Wunder and Mickey split up more and didn't clump up there under the tower together, maybe they could have outplayed it, but still.
I also understand wanting to stand under the tower at that point, right?
Yeah, no, I get it, I get it for sure.
Mickey, can you walk away from the safety of this tower that auto-attacks people? As Jackie's now needs to walk away. Standing 90 coming in, looking for the taunt scatter of the week. We'll get the slow on both of them.
Really well played by Jackie's, honestly. He played that fantastically. Flashed out of the Jarvan ult and then kept his scatter of the week until Mickey arrived to instantly deny that Shadow Dash follow-up. So will just be a flash from him, but still, playing Syndra without flash against a comp like this is still very scary. Cataclysm around 80 second cooldown.
Wunder je ekstremno talentovan igrač. On je jako, jako dobar, samo što ja mislim da Wunder ima više sati Vova nego Lola u bilo kom trenutku. Što je super kad chillaš, ali kad igraš lec nije baš to slučaj. I to se baš osjeti, mislim, zato i Giants igraju oko topa. U fazonu su Wunder je slaba karika, daj samo da abuzamo top. Nema on ništa, možda Kuoko pogodi ovdje. Nope, nije ni Ku pogodio. Sad je flashovo, kako loše igramo. Krivo mi je za Wundera, iskreno, zašto je stvarno nekad imao pik. I uopšte nije bio loš. Ali da.
I think if he's not mega when the TP is in there, the fight would look very different. But we watch this again. Slowq gets caught by Isma, but the equalizer doesn't really connect to anyone. Sure, Slowq's a little bit damaged, but look at this Gnar when it comes in. Really sells the play for SK. They pick up an easy kill on Isma and then kites out. I think Wunder tried to get a little bit too much here, flashes in, but still a good defense by SK from an aggressive attempt from GX.
Yeah, that flash at the end.
That was a little bit sketch one.
SK setting up around what would be their third Dragon and Soul point. A Cloud Soul this game, which would help them a ton. The ability for Jarvan and Shen to engage with Cloud Soul is a lot bigger than it is without the Cloud Soul.
I will say we've kind of reached a point now where GX is starting to outscale SK in the team fights.
Sure.
With the Rumble, with the Rel, with the Vi. It's so easy to land all this damage if the equalizer connects well. And SK really has to navigate this river very well.
It's a Baron Rush.
Let's see. They're thinking about it. They're just putting down a pink for now.
Okay. It looked like they were just going to try and immediately exchange it. Instead, they're going to get some vision down, get the pink down, not fight SK over this Drake. Play for the mid lane tower and for plates at least off top lane.
Ne znam ni zašto igraju, neće moći stignu do topa oni. Možda i hoće, boga mi. Jeste je fine. Sol je solidan za SK, ali nije game changing, tako da u teoriji čak i što su na sopu enu nije toliko strašno.
It's a big one-punch comp, isn't it, right? This is Saitama to a T. Giant X just looking to assassinate Slowq or Yoppa really in the fight. If they get one of those down, it becomes so much easier for them because they do have consistent DPS alongside that initial punch, right? Lucian dashing around the fight. Syndra's cooldowns will come back off for a second cycle. Oscar in as well with the Flame Spitter and with auto attacks when you're overheated can do a huge amount of work. The gold lead decreased to about 1,000 in advantage for SK. Culling onto Yoppa forces him away from the tower, and this will be a tier 1 for Giant X. Equalizes the turret score, with them having taken a tier 2 on top side and SK having taken a tier 2 in mid.
Let's see this next
4 minutes, because I think what decides a good team is not really how they play around Dragon, it's how they play between Dragons. What do you do with all your downtime? How do you actually do good things while nothing is up on the map?
Ali opa builda shieldbu na Korkiju.
Play an incremental game, I like cookie clicker.
Okay.
Those count? Or what would you be doing in your downtime?
And I think what's really important is to play the flip-flop of warding. So you see already GX put
Vidjet ćemo mato šta možemo da uradimo. Vidi sve, šta je fora, sve je custom, tako da moramo napravimo, a trenutno, ne znam kako ti kažemo, proizvodnja nam odmara. Mislim da je to fair reći.
Controlling the vision of both sides of the map, and if you mess up that rotation, if you don't base in time, if you don't open the other side fast enough, that's when SK can get back into the game. SK now kind of has to do the same thing. They want to go deep here, put down wards here, here, and here, and then.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, man, like, good drawing. We have a mini-map zoom function, so let's use that. If
that's huge, man. That's massive,
actually. You like do little swirls on top of each other, man. It was like the Milky Way. As both teams just playing around mid lane prio for now. Still 3 minutes on the Drake, but Baron's still a possibility for either team as well.
Yeah, SK doesn't like that the topside river is so dark right now. They want to use hard force prio for mid, go in there and clear that vision, but you see GX doesn't want to let go.
Da, Kevine.
It's a little bit of an NA ram right now.
Hey, this is ARAM Classic. I'll have you know. Wonder was there on the original days.
I don't see any Heart of Golds though.
Ah, true, man. I found out you can't stack Heart of Golds in ARAM Mayhem Classic. You buy one, only that one ticks up even if you buy 2 or 3 more.
Yeah.
I was just hoping to like be a farm plank, you know, bank plank.
But that's where you get your Cage Bucket Pick, that's where you get your Average Blade, that's where you get your Philosopher's Stone. So many items, man.
Pa meni je insane da se vratio i Oscar, iskreno.
You didn't get any money naturally in the past.
I will say that GX did a good job of defending their vision. Look, they really were adamant about not giving this vision up, and they were successful in that. Still lying here, pink, ward. They see everything that's going on right now in the jungle and the river of SK.
And part of the problem for SK is they only have 2 sweepers. Usually you'd see a 3rd sweeper, perhaps on Wonder or on Slowq. They've gone for the double fast lights on their mid lane AD carry, which is relatively common as well. But not having that 3rd sweeper does actually make it quite hard to fully deny vision if the enemy team is setting it up this well.
Yeah, if you ever wonder what a top laner wants to do in competitive, you can actually just look at their trinkets. Boom. Wunder has the yellow trinket. He wants to play on the side lane. He wants to have a ward for himself.
Ovo je fair take.
But Oscar Winner on that red, he has a sweeper. That means he wants to group with a team, sweep down all the wards, and force the enemy team to face check him.
Koliko god je lepo breakdown bio, Rumble samo želi sweeper jer hoće da nađe ugao za ulti da ga ne vide protivnici. To je toliko simple otprilike. Tako da delimično tačno, ali opet kažem, Rumble isto kao što recimo neka Ari, LeBlanc, šta god. Hoće sweeper, samo ti dođe iz ugla da ih ne očekuješ.
Also doing quite a bit with the Hex Optics 3rd on this Corki. Blackhead just short of his Infinity Edge. If he can get that before the next Dragon fight, it would be massive for Giant X.
Recalling right now, 45 seconds until this Dragon.
There we are.
And it looks like SK is gonna struggle to walk into it. Looks like they want to maybe pressure the Baron instead. When that Dragon spawns, they don't really want to walk into the comp of Rumble Rel vibe, which is understandable. But instead, if they can just start the Baron themselves and then pull GX into them, now we're talking. Now we can actually get some good fights. You have Mickey on a flank, you have Wunder on the flank with the Meganar. And GX realizes this. You see Flacked and Jack is hovering here a little bit, trying to get a little bit of vision back. But SK, you need to clear this pink ward, and then everything goes dark for GX.
And this is where we talked about simplifying League of Legends earlier as well. Getting the dragons doesn't only set you up for a soul point or a soul, it also sets you up for, we have 3 Drakes, you have to play around the next one, and we can play around the Baron. We can make you dance to the beat of our drum.
See, Wunder basically now has Sterix Gage in base. We're gonna keep it back in here with that big shield.
Yeah.
Might prove useful.
Drake started by SK. Yeah, they're just gonna back away.
Mi samo backuju. Mislim, Drake je up i Soul je. Samo ne znam da Leska hoće pošalje nekog solo jer je Wunder bacio TP. Ali Wunder solo da završi Drake je totalno bio play. Flekt izađe pa se vrati, to je istina. Mada mislim da su očigledno jeli Noah i Jun samo bili mnogo bolji kombo. Mislim, opet kažem, mislim da oni nisu nužno loši za EMEA nivo. Tako da to je također još jedan, ja mislim da ne znam, dovedeš, ne znam, Oscara u EBL, ne bi on bio loš u EBL-u. Ali kao, let's, Mora da bude nivoje iznad. Dobar stan. Jackies jako lepo igra. Joj, Wunder! Ali da li imaju damage-a sada? Imaju možda... Kao prati je. Znači, Jackies toliko smurfa s ovim stanovima da to nema nigde. Dogovoreno, Matt. Dogovoreno.
Sure they didn't get the dragon, but what a team fight win. Let's break this down once again. SK is trying to mark Jun, but it kind of leaves Slowkey because they're sending everything to deny this Rel entrance in this fight. But Slowkey managed to be the target, had to flash out, and now Wunder forces 3 flashes with his first hop. So now what does he do? You guys don't have flashes. I'm just gonna wait until my hop is back off cooldown. Jun finds a really good Magnet Storm, but Wunder, what a gnar, finds 4 people onto that narrow wall in the bot side river, and just patience jumps out with a slip of HP. The first jump to bait the flashes, and then they re-engage when they're all down.
Meh.
And the wave to boot. Oh my god.
Lepo od Wundera, ali lepo od Jackiesa također. Nekoliko multiple man scatter devika je konektovao koji da nije pogodio, mislim da bi samo bili prestopovani.
And he is burnt where he stands. SK take out the enemy top, and now are looking towards the Baron once again.
And that's what happens when you play a really slow game of League of Legends. You always have your flash. The Jarvan isn't really a threat. But when an explosive fight like that happens and all the flashes are down, if you relax for just a moment and walk up, you are caught to the Jarvan Cataclysm. You need to respect that. And I think Skeens has had a quite quiet game so far, but the moment all those flashes are down, that's when he strikes and catches Oscar out guard, and it might be the Baron for SK.
Baron already down to half HP.
Look at
looking for that flank onto Isma, just going to try and stop him from getting into the pit here. Baron going to be secured by SK. Mickey is ceased and
Joj, damage. Ovo je fajn. Prodosi supporta za Barona, imaš recall na formulu i Wunder je zadržao Barona koji može da splita. Tako da ovo je skroz ok. Ovo je skroz ok.
I don't think Mickey had to die there. I think he's just doing it for the love of the game. He's trying to deny the Vi, I get it.
He had to die, man. You have to keep the Vi away, and then if she uses ultimate, that's the whole ultimate on cooldown.
I mean, that is the good thing, right? Despite Mickey being dead, SK can still play fast on the map, knowing they have Stand United from base. Sure, they can't really put down any wards because their support is not there with them, but here they could make a really fast play with the Jarvan Cataclysm or the Gnar. Knowing that Mickey can sync up with them really fast.
There's still no culling, there's still no cease and desist, right? Like SK, as much as Mickey probably didn't need to die there, he did get 2 big ultimates out. And if SK had pulled the trigger rapidly, they would have been able to use that fact to their advantage. Those are coming back off soon, as SK have a big minion wave here on the top side to continue to push in. Meanwhile, in mid, Wunder actually the target for Giant X. Isma on the flank, Wunder, as soon as he goes mini, there's going to be a jump onto him. Bolt breaker in. Wunder with the Gnar only gets 1 stun. Leaks across the wall. Equalizer down.
Mislim da je živ. Nije živ, okej. Ma je trebalo mnogo dugo da basicuje.
Don't even take the inhibitor tower. Good play from Giant X.
Yeah, it's a sloppy setup from SK Gaming here. Mickey dying first. Now might get chased down by the equalizer, or I mean the harpoons. I mean
slowed down with the harpoons. Shadow dashes away. Isma dives into the backline. Magnus still coming out as well. The flash sequences onto the backline. It's all going pear-shaped for SK. It's all on slow queue. He needs to take a couple, but a good stopwatch from Oscar in stops the venom from seeping through his veins. And Giant X, of a Baron play for SK, just immediately bite back.
It's frustrating, Medic. You had the game, you got the Baron. You just need to do a normal setup. Play safe on mid and wait for your 4-man to force them to show on their tower.
Pa to kako ti zvuči play safe? Samo mi to reci. Kako ti zvuči play safe?
They are relentless. They want to fight back here, but Joppa dies to the cease and desist that wasn't used to kill Wunder, crucially. And yeah, this is a worrying side. GX has such a strong team fight, and SK had to really snowball this game cleanly. Dragon spawns in 30 seconds, but Slowq will be late together with Joppa. Slowq obviously has a TP, but Joppa's gonna have to run there himself.
Yeah, I don't think they're fighting this, man. It's possible.
Time is not on your side this game. You really need to make sure you snowball this game, but after that throw,
I think it comes down to not getting the Drake on the fight, where you would have had Sol, taking the Baron, then obviously Wonder getting caught, Mickey getting caught as you were taking the Baron. Everything just slowed up for SK, and we've talked about the scaling from Giant X. It works well for them as Wonder's going to TP in here. Still only in mini now. Jun half HP, Mickey the same. Equalizer Cataclysm down, Schemes gets the flashes out. Wonder trying to step forward, building up that Gnar bar. Isma coming back in onto Slowky, who uses his on his hourglass. Wonder trying to get to Mega Gnar.
Protoplasmi, gledaj šta rade. Ok, sad trebali bi da imaju kill, ne, Ismi nemaju kill, imaju kill, Jopa! Koliko lepo igra Jopa! Koliko lepo igra Jopa!
SK's jungler's alive, Giant X's jungler is dead. This should be Soul. I mean, that is the Soul. That is the Soul.
Jako lepo igra Jopa, baš lepo.
Sure, they threw one time, but they were still strong. And I think they were really adamant about fighting this dragon, and I love how hard they...
Ovo je nešto što mnogo AD carry-a nema. Mnogo lepo igra Jopa, iskreno.
I want to talk about his team fight again because Wunder was an absolute maniac that fight.
Yeah, he was.
Okay,
I don't think in the best way this time.
So let's watch this. Mickey starts by going in here and blocks a lot of damage with his W, so doesn't really get as chunked as he normally would. Equalizer goes very wide. Very wide. Oscarina doesn't get a lot of damage here, but look at Wunder right now. Just look how... He's a Mininar, by the way.
Okay, we're back. Out with Cataclysm, no flash on him. Slowq here for the follow-up as well, and those twin fangs are hurting. Petrifying Gaze stopped by the stopwatch, but Mickey's here for a taunt. And Oscarina will still die. 420 gold blazing that rumble down. SK now can look to continue to push in. Giant X trying to react, but Blackout is currently backing and going to pick up his last Whisper upgrade.
Second death from Oscar this game, dying to the Jarvan, they're isolated. You have to be more careful when you're playing Rumble against the Jarvan, because the moment you don't have flash, you are just a sitting duck. And I love how proactive Schemes has been. Not someone we've talked too much about.
Viš da ide u 3. Ja ne znam. Mislim, iskreno mislim da obe ekipe imaju previše rupa u igri. Ali ja iskreno mislim da ako iko dobije 2-0, SK ima šanse uzme u seriju 2-0. Jer fora je što koliko god Wunder je zarađao i sve to stoji, i dalje mislim da je situacija gdje... Mislim da Jackies ne može sam da iznese Giants. Mi i Oscar, i Flekt, i Isma... Ne sam baš.
Slowq as well. That's the kind of thing. If they're untouched, if that one punch doesn't hit down Yoppa or Slowq, they will really begin to burn through Giant X because they don't really have a tank. You have Rel with Protoplasm Locket, which is kind of tanky. Isma has gone the traditional Vi route, which is the Guardian Angel plus damage. And then the rest of them are very squishy. If a couple of auto attacks come out with a Sheen prop from Yoppa, you are just going to mill.
Yeah. But I think another really big thing is that we talked about this teamfight comp of GX, but it also relies on them layering their damage on their CC. I think the equalizers haven't really been comboed with the Magnustorm or the Season Assist yet, and they really need to be more synchronized in this fight, because they can still win this fight.
Isma trying to get in. Both breakers blocked by Mickey. Great taunt, as you say. SK will try and get out with all 5 alive this time. They manage to do it. They're going to push through the top side. Answers from Giant X of recalls immediately. Wonder's going to reset, has TP in, well, it's actually quite a while away, probably about 20 seconds before that one's back up.
Let's see if Wunder learned from his last mistake. Is he just going to walk up mid now, or is he actually going to wait for SK to push out that side end, force them to show, and then he can step up?
I think it might be a full reset.
Da, ali mislim da, ne znam koliko se Inspired igralo tu.
Wait, before you draw. Here you go, and I'll give you a dashed arrow with a line at the end.
So SK is gonna want to get onto this wave. You see this wave that's coming out from base here? That's their target. So they go through mid. I just removed it again, ready. They go through mid.
Oh no.
That's where they all transition down here and they play on this wave, and they want to really start to hit this tower on this wave together. And Wunder's job is just to play safe mid. Schemes goes in.
Gets the Vault Breaker out from Isma. Uses Cataclysm for it.
Didn't get that much.
Yeah, it was just a Q. Didn't also get too much damage down. Isma's Guardian Angel coming up pretty soon. Schemes again. Whoa, that's a lot of damage on the jungler, and no camps for him to heal off. He has got a red buff, in a second. Not up yet. Wonder pushing through mid.
Mislim, draft će dosta odlučiti. Da, G2 je mogao. Hteo je da igra za G2, to znam. U pravu si, Mato, da, ja imam taj 3. Baš sam nešto skoro razmišljao o Lost Torresu kao ekipi. I kao da li postoji neka šansa da se u bilo kom trenutku reformuju. To je baš, osjeća se kao da je prošla godina bila. A u stvari je bio onaj Let's Versus koji je bio u januaru. To je bio prvi Winter Split, faktički.
As you say, Medic, they didn't sync the waves. The moment that the bot wave was dead, that's when Wunder crashed his wave mid, and they could just walk up. Gets the season assist though. That is a big cooldown used from GX, and one of their two main engage tools. Now all eyes on Jun. He has to find a massive engage if GX is to hold this siege.
It's spotted on vision as he walks around the corner there. Both these inhibitor towers down to about 500 HP apiece. Wunder just shepherding the Canon minion there to do the work, and that will be the inhib tower in mid gone down.
Way better from SK this time.
At the same time, this time as the Magnus comes in. It's 4-man. Mickey tries to dash in with the taunt. Skis there.
Oni će izgubiti fight, zašto Flex sam radi damage. Slowky mora se okrene na Luciana. Zonja kad je došao, ovo je loše, ali u stvari sad i nije. Ovo je u stvari bilo užasno od SK. I ovo što su izvukli event trade da se šutiraju glavu, što bi se reklo. Isma ne može sam da uradi ništa ovdje. Ne, Isma ne juri ovo. Vaj nema kako se bije.
Inhib will go down mid. Inhib still up and available bot, and his game is going to drag out for a bit longer, Medic.
We have an Elder Drake coming up pretty soon. We'll have another look at it.
Mnogo lepo. Znači, Jun... Dobro, I guess da, mislim... Znači, ako s jedne strane Jun insane engage, Oscar ok preko, a s druge strane SK ne treba da se uhvati za ruke i da... da budu uopšte ikada u toj situaciji.
With the speed on the Casio and navigate this fight. It looked like he was being completely went on, but he was actually able to kite it out with that Cloud Soul movement speed. Really clutch, because that fight looked like it would be very dire unless they had some really good performances from the SK as well.
Elder Drake up, SK, first one's on it. Flacket just respawning, coming out of base right now, has those home guards, death guards to try and get in. Mickey, Pedro gaze across the wall. Jun was unaware that there was a snake hiding in the grass, and Slowju gets the killing spree. A Kalingo gets out, schemes the equalizer down, as well as Mickey's forced away by Jackie's unleashed power use.
It's so awkward, there's no, okay, never mind, Isma's up. Jun went down. I don't know, did I think Rel was jungle like it's 2024 again?
It's the good old days, man.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks for SK, because now they can't actually start as Elder Dragon with Skeens being down.
The thing is, they can keep playing around it and just being like, okay, we'll get it from 21,000 down to 10, and then we'll see what we do, right? Because there's super minions pushing in waves, that makes it harder for Giant X to react quickly to the play.
Yeah, they can start as Elder, but they have to force a fight with it. Yeah. They can't let this dragon just take damage.
Just hold it.
Just hold it. But
Mickey, no
GX,
flash.
There's no pressure on GX right now. They know they can just wait for the dragon to go low. There's nothing that's gonna happen here.
Mickey, Bolt Breaker, chases him down. Wunder looks for the dash across the wall. Miasma down on Jackie's, who uses the stopwatch, and Wunder is ready for the Nah. Jackie's with a good flash. Oscar in and stunned against the wall, though, as Joppa begins to open up. Dash is good. Jun here in time to get the...
Jopa, toliko agro igra i na kraju što način preživeći, Isma mu ne radi damage. Jopa ih ubija sve. On ide preko zida, on se bije. Pogledaj ga.
But I'm not sure he's going to find a way to pick the lock of this game as SK are marching down mid.
I mean, Joppa. The way this man is developing is just...
Poznat je po tome da agresivno igra, ali kažem, mislim da će on praviti razliku, iskreno.
You can try to wave there, you can try to clear this wave however you want to, but you will go down, and I mean, that is definitely going to be the game for SK Gaming.
So often in spring, Joppa was a shining light of this team, and here, in game one of his best of three,
Da, lepo. GG's, mislim, iskreno, ja kažem svako iz lično navijam za Jopu. Mislim da Jopa pokazuje da treba dati pažnju mladom talentu, a ne da se vraćaju, razumeš, vaš ljudi. I mnogo mi je drago što Jopa dokazuje koliko može da uradi, tako da pauzica, vraćamo se u game 2 i kažemo opet, lično navijam za SK, vidit ćemo šta se dogodi, realno možda odi u treći game.
The absolute insanity of the mid to late game. Dagda, you've cooked up, you were looking at the early game. We got to talk a bit about jungle.
I want to look at something that was clean from the get-go, right? Because if we open up the telestrator here, basically what you'll see is there was a really good play that SK had in the early stages. Because initially what we're going to see is this great trade from Yoppa and Mickey in this early game that opens up for a huge amount of play to then come through. Because they get this chunk on towards the enemy AD carry, making sure that this Lucian is going to have a bad time for flat kit. As maybe it's not coming up on the screen here, but does this like me? Maybe it doesn't like me.
Technology might.
Okay, either way,
paint us
production, if you can just play the clip yourselves, I can just chat over it. Oh, wait, that looks like my end. Okay, chunked. Amazing. The guy is nearly dead. You can see him here, having a bad time. The other thing that you really need to try and pay attention to on the mini-map is going to be basically you have a choice here as the Jarvan. Either you can immediately move into your bot side and clear out the bot side, but knowing that Jarvan clears a little bit faster than the Vi, immediately Skeens is going to respond. He's actually going to move in here and start to contest the bottom side of the enemy jungle to make sure that Giant X and Isma can't have a good time. So we're just going to play this out and try and speed it up a little bit as we start to move through. So immediately we get into where's this invade on the bottom side, and they're just going to make Isma's life absolute hell. So immediately get onto the red buff, push out Isma, and again we see a decision from Skeens that I think was really, really smart. Because already you can see, hey look, I can go for these Krugs, also I've got the red buff that's still here. There are multiple camps that I can steal away from Isma, but basically there's a good read here from Skeens saying, I actually don't want to do this. What I immediately want to do instead is take these Krugs and immediately go back into my own jungle and make sure that I can secure them and make sure that Isma cannot go for this invade. So he ends up just clearing out his blue buff, as you see here, finishes out, resets immediately, basically reading this invade right here from Isma. Because now we're back in base, we're going to move down into this bottom side, and we're going to make sure that on the camp respawn, there's absolutely nothing that can happen in this position for Isma. So Isma hasn't gotten down on towards this bottom side really to get any of the camps that he really wants, has got the Scuttle Crab, but can't actually take any of these camps away that are on reset. And this is beautiful for two things. One, as we start to play this out, you're going to see Skeens clears it out. This immediately leads into this first dragon because, as I actually skipped past a little bit there, Flakkit has no mana. So Skeens reading that no mana was on Flakkit, knows that basically SK can go for this push on bot side and immediately then go in towards dragon. That's the one good thing, starts the dragon stacking for SK, which eventually, after the insanity, meant the thing. The second thing here as well is, because he'd managed to pick up those early camps, he actually hit 6 off this wave. So he's immediately then able to go for this big cataclysm that we're going to see in a second on towards this top side and actually win and turn the early game in favor of SK as well here because he hit that level 6. So Skeens, basically off of this really smart decision making on 1, going for the invade, 2, resetting into protecting his own camps, and 3, then getting the dragon stack in the level 6, completely blew open the early game for SK.
What I really liked that he did there was the fact that he skipped that, because he knows that GX's only win condition is Isma's crazy shenanigans, and he did that. He got controlling, he managed to match Isma throughout the whole game, and you know who was the big benefactor of that? Yopa, baby, because he was out of control. Sure, the 2v2 was great, but the fact that you know where Vi is all the time kind of propelled them into being the big monster that he was this game.
And look, he had a monstrous performance, and when we talked about how this 2v2 was expected to go, we thought it would be both supports abandoning their AD carries, instead spending almost all of their time bot lane. The first honest 2v2 we've had in a long time, but for SK, it was the winning 2v2 right off the start, and Yappa really doing well with the resources that he was given, the advantage that they built that.
And that was actually my biggest worry coming into this meta, was Yappa being on these mages and not being the star carry that SK kind of needed from. Like, he was the shining light on this roster, and now again we get to see him popping off, except in the Corki still.
But here's the problem, boys.
What
is
is
as
it?
much as there is, it's not a cloud with a silver lining, it's more like a thing of silver with a lining of clouds. We gotta talk about the lining of clouds. I know that doesn't make much sense, but when you see this team fight, you'll understand, because they didn't prioritize the Drake stacking enough. They skipped that third Drake, and so the game went a lot longer. You heard the casters talk about the scaling, and that led to this absolute hot mess of a beautiful, beautiful team fight.
To be honest, looking at it, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. It's just GX throwing CC left and right, no coordination, SK strangling to survive. The Magnet Storm hits everyone, but Wonder finds, in the midst of all that chaos, finds this Gnar into the wall, completely turning this fight, because for GX, this was the big window to come back into this game. And honestly, props to SK, because the burden of execution is on them. They need to dodge so much engage. There's a Vi, there's a Rel, there's a Rumble, there's a Syndra, Scatter the Weak. It's not easy. So even though it looks very, very scrappy, this is best case scenario for SK because they chose to put themselves in this position where they do have to react to all of that chaos.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because at the start SK was like, we're throwing things at the wall to see what sticks, and then Wonder threw them at the wall and they
threw
stuck.
the opponent to the wall and they stuck. So we did see in the early game really good looks from SK. Gave too much ground for GX to come back in this game. And frankly, we're just going to have to see how GX adapt and see if they can fire back and maybe have some of those clean early games of their own as we get ready to take a quick break. When we return, Game 2, we'll see who can come out on top.
Brother, let me try.
Wait.
Brother, let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked till my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow. Get it together, whatever.
Man, I would give him some credit for it, but I don't know the hands had to be that good. As Skeens comes in with a Cataclysm, and Jackie's is buried in its four wall.
Look now. I can flash in. Look at that flash here.
Yeah.
Double 10. I got one.
Can I see the key, okay?
Yeah. Come on.
I can play.
Yeah, I can play.
I flashed onto one.
Good job.
I base.
I got YG.
Yeah, 1 HP, okay?
Kan du Sindra Sam?
Ok, just keep the target. So on the side. Nice.
Go Drake. Chill out.
Solid comms overall from SK. Often you see those fights quite messy, but one's just like, okay, I can flash in. Okay.
I'm surprised no one reacted to Windows 4-man ult.
I mean,
it was completely quiet. Like, they're really focused on just clicking.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
In the end, they have to be focused, Finn. They can't be like us, too excitable in the moment. You know, perhaps you would have gone further at Worlds if you'd been a little bit more focused, a little bit less jump up and down.
It's just a kidney shot medic. That's crazy.
Well, I've never made it to Worlds as a player, so you beat me there at least.
Let's go. That's
Giant
massive.
Yes,
that's massive. That's huge, actually. Holy.
Giant X with the wider first selection decided that they want to be first pick. SK chose the red side, which means we'll have Giant X on blue. And they're going to ban away the Ezreal and the Lee Sin to kick us off.
SK clearly thinking that Camille is very OP when Shen is out of the game, which I think is a valid read. Banning out the strongest just power picks right now. Camille, Locke. I think another one that comes to mind could be the Jace as well. If you want to take it out, it's kind of that third champion that I think is in that rank right now. Meanwhile, GX
Nocturne, if you want to get rid of the
Nocturne as well, definitely possible. Meanwhile, GX more targeting the counter picks. You have the Akali to kind of set up for the Orianna potentially. You have the Ezreal, just because drop a fantastic Ezreal, and
pa ljudi,
kind of a target ban. But it will be
evo nas nazad, Gamer 2.
I'm surprised because I think you just give Ori knock over immediately, right? And I think if SK want to play Ori knock, that's a pretty solid combination to start.
Oni su ladno ostavili Orianu, to je užasan draft Giantsa. Ja mislim da lokaš Orianu svejedno, mislim da ne moraš Nocturne ako nećeš, ali možeš ti posle Oriana Galio, možeš ti milion stvari da poklopiš s tim. Varus je flex, ali ja bi uzeo Orianu 1/1 ovdje.
It is true. We haven't seen him on one of those AD carries top at all. Twisted Fate tends to be where he goes. I was going to say, well, you can pick the Varus because Orianna, you already know that the enemy mid's locked in, but it's a Victor, so it could always be the enemy bot lane. Giant X could go Xin Zhao and then Orianna here and still have that flexibility to put the Victor or the Ori wherever they want, but there is the Nocturne alongside the Varus, at least for SK.
Yeah, and when I say Nocturne, I want two things from a comp. I want either really good dive.
Yes.
People to dive in with the Nocturne so he doesn't go in and get one shot by himself.
Yep.
Or I want B, really strong side laners that Nocturne can then play for in the mid to late game to make sure he's not just sitting around and doing nothing. Right now SK has neither. They have a Varus, but frankly
Iskreno sam malo šokiran što nisu uzeli Orianu, ni s jedne ni s druge strane. Šefe. Da, ne, ovo je legitimno neverovatno da nisu uzeli Ori.
And the Xin Zhao, yeah, I think you just pick a jungle, Xin Zhao, that's sure.
I mean, he's also great at making space in a team fight, right? Like, if the Nocturne jumps past you, Crescent Guard, the enemy team is all knocked back away from you, and the Nocturne is then isolated. Alistair, the answer to the Leona. This is old school League of Legends right here, is something we used to see quite a lot of. We'll move on into the second phase with likely AD carry and support and jungle pick for SK, and on the other side, support, jungle, and
who knows?
Probably bot lane.
Who knows?
We're seeing more Victor bot than we are mid, but Jackie's plays more Victor than Blackhead.
I mean, that would also make sense why you go for the Varus if you're expecting the Victor to go bot, just because you want to match that champion with the range. You want to have some kind of poke so it doesn't just push.
into your tower every single wave. As we see Yon ban already, kind of signalizing an Anivia for me. Blind Pig, Wunder has played a lot of Anivia previously this year. It's a champion that he enjoys, and we obviously saw what Kana can do in a Yon versus Anivia. Might be a respect ban there.
The only taken away, the Vayne also removed just because everyone hates playing into Vayne top.
Valid based, honestly.
Yep. No real surprises there. See where SK decide to go with their next bans. As you say, signaling an Anivia mid doesn't really fit either the dive or the split push that you kind of wanted from SK.
It does not. This could obviously be a Yon mid ban if there's something you're thinking about. On the side of GX, I see Vayne ban. I think about 3 champions. Gnar, Renekton, K'Sante. Gnar is out, so I'm thinking immediately to K'Sante or Renekton as a pick here for GX. They are possibly blind picking here for their top laner, so setting him up for that success in the top side, I think is important. Obviously, you could just go Varus top into K'Sante if you want, and still make him miserable, so in the end, you might just still struggle, but that's just top lane at the end of the day.
Yeah, you can't negate every option.
Tristana je ban Oriana otvorena. Oni pikuju Orianu ovdje. Please recite mi da pikuju Orianu.
I guess Tristana could be a good top lane champion to Anivia as well. She does kind of struggle against people that just get onto her and do a lot of damage, which Tristana
Ja ne mogu vjerovati da ne igraju Orianu.
We did see Sivu bring out the Tristana into our matchup internationally, so it's not unheard of to go into the top lane.
SK have gone through a few majors.
Ja sve to okej, Mato, ali gdje je Oriana?
They hovered it last game as well. I'm not
They
gonna get baited by your jump.
They chucked a Mel in there, and I think Mel would fit more in the wheelhouse of where I was thinking.
Neće Orianu u Leonu, ali...
Like a Silas. That's a classic as well. Obviously, can go a little bit everywhere. Can go top, can go mid, can go AD carry. Against the Leona Victor, potentially, I think Silas bot is very strong. Getting that Leona ult, getting that solar flare, and then just putting it on Victor's skull.
Vidi, to si ti Mato rekao, ja ne bi u prenosu, ali da. Mislim, Oriana je first pick blindable 10 od 10 game-ova. Tako da ja baš toliko strog ne mogu da budem naglas, ali se slažem. Jer ona je i flex. Kao, ona je legitimno jako dobar flex. Zamislite da si imao Alistar, Nocturna, Orianu. Kažem ja, najgori slučaj ti pošalje Orianu na bot. Okej. A to ti je, Mato, ono, pobedimo u 14 minuta jer smo izgubili game. Ali kažem, fore što je trenutna meta tako da Orianu možda flexaš i da, SK je prepoznao šta se događa. Jako pametan pik od SK ovdje. Iskreno, Mundo je predobar. Sa skjelom.
I talked about skins needing to have options, either deep dive in fights or strong.
17k, Mata veruje.
I mean, Silas is kind of going in, kind of playing side, but it's kind of looking like a more front to back comp with the Mundo, with the Varus, you know, strong front line, 80 carry.
So it is an interesting one. It feels like Paranoia much more likely to be used as a utility tool than a dive tool. It's like, hey, we'll turn off the lights, we'll use the chain of corruption, we'll use the Silas jumping onto your front line and the Mundo there just to distract you in fights rather than, hey, I can jump onto this Victor, I can isolate this Ryze, because Giant X actually have a lot of tools to stop you from doing that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give you guys the win conditions for both teams here. Now on GX side, they have a very complex win condition medic. They have strong lanes, they need to make sure they can push in their lanes, play for jungle, play support, really snowball the early game.
Pa mislim, gled, Giantsi ako pobede u oni imaju win, oni mogu da pobede, samo moraju da stompaju. A koliko su obe ekipe bile prljave, ne verujem da će da će to biti slučaj.
If Mundo just scales up for free, they don't have the damage to kill him. There's a Ryze, Victor, Leona, Xinjiang. No one can really do the consistent damage to shut down this Mundo late game. He is just a ticking time bomb right now this game. And if Wunder can just stall out the game, he will become a monster late game.
It makes sense, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
It just feels weird to be like, hey, the entire game is on whether Wunder hits level 16 or not, in essence.
I mean, it's not really that, of course, there's a lot more to it, but in the end, Wunder is a massive win condition for SK this game, and he will become a massive problem if he's not shut down early. So GX, you have the early lanes, you have the push, you have a Ryze that can roam up. They need to punish this Mundo, in my opinion, or get a significant lead on the other side, because they need to have their foot on the gas. If we're going into 20 minutes where the gold is even and the Drakes are even, I don't really favor GX this game.
I totally understand. They don't have the same front line that a Mundo can deliver, as Blackhead has gone Siphon Power first. The Q on the Victor for these trades. Jun looking for the Zenith blade, will land it. Mickey headbutts Blackhead away, and that's enough of that. But Jun with the Aftershock does get a little bit of health off Yopper on this Varus. The Varus is something we've seen from Yopper in the past, something he is pretty comfortable on, and I think Game 1 showed that what he...
Tu su igrali Taliti Varusa. Okej, Miki, ugao. Ovo je bilo jako lepo. Ne možeš gubiti, mislim level 1 je. Da je level 2 možda bi gubio što neće. DRL ne završi iza tebe kad baci je, tako da u teoriji ima smisla. Znaš koji skin za Alistara, lep skin iskan.
Teos is not activating as SK is getting pushed in the lanes. You see Renegade with the push in the top side, you see Ryze with the push in the mid, and you see Victor with the push in the bottom.
Naravno, što, mislim, SK će samo da dropa... SK samo dropa prio na sva 3 lane i dropa obe krabe. U fazonu su ništa nas ne zanima. Ne znam šta je, neki ne, a čudni su mu rogovi, mislim da nije kroma. Mada možda i jeste, ko zna. Za Mata bet, holy, 29k. To je Klarin iskusan sistem, samo ću to da kažem. A? Ne znam ja ništa. Znaš ako to je eksponencijalno raste, nisi svesna.
Well, there's no minions there.
Doesn't look like a dive.
Well, it might just be a gank, because the wave is pushing away from Wonder.
Is he gonna flash over his wall?
Is he gonna call the weakness?
Because Wunder is not diveable right now. What is GX doing?
Well, okay, so Oscar is now hard shoving. Calls the weak. Wonder, I mean, anyone is diveable. The question is whether you get out.
Oscar? Guckar? Dolazi Alistar gore. Wunder samo mora flashuje, ali neće, Jun prilazi. O, loš flash, jako loš flash. Vuče ga ka Alistaru da kupi vreme. I Jun je mrtav. Jun, šta je ovo bilo? Biće executovan, što je fine, ali... Šta je spell shieldovo Skins, ne znamo. Skins je spell shieldovo ništa. O, Skins grifuje! Ok, na kraju dobio kill zašto je Oscar izgrifuje, jer je bio u fazonu, ja bi se vratio nazad. Klara da otvori kladionu, bila bi prva koja bi propala. Najsimpatičnije mi je što Klara toko nije u toj, mislim nisam ni ja, ali Klara toko nije u toj materiji, da ono fazonu šta ja radim?
Trying to distract Isma so that these Razor Beaks aren't easily contestable, but in the end with Jun back out on the map, they should be Razor Beaks gone.
They are so gone. Okay, nice. We talked about GX strong lanes, and at least they're very proactive. They're doing exactly what we want them to do. Now, I think that was very ambitious. I think if they have synchronized the waves a little bit better, so when they open top from the base, Oscar already crashed the wave, because hey, Wunder could have tanked the minions outside, and it would be really awkward. Still, flashes, Mickey comes in with the heal, but Jun is just so tanky. Tanks 4 tower shots there in the early game, and also gets executed. It's kind of a perfect situation.
Mislim, Mickey je dobio Malkice XP-a za ovo, ali Skins je spell shieldovo ništa, to mu je bio problem. I onda je popio full stun i zato zamalo ne dobije kill. I onda Oscar koji je u fazonu, ja bi se vratio. Zašto? Nastavi da bežiš desno. Kao realno, što veća distanca, to bolje za... Za tebe da probaš da dodžuješ skill shot.
Giants have about a 500 gold lead. Oscar in 770 ahead in the top side. He managed to garner that advantage with a little bit of help from his friends. Isma not too far ahead because Skins got a counter kill. Hex flash here from Mickey. Headbutt pulverize onto Blackhead, but that's enough of that as he has to walk away. Yopper sitting on a long sword and tear.
Treba, moraš da ih podsjetiš, Mat.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes the win condition of enemy team is just Mundo. And sometimes you just go top and you kill Mundo, and the game is easy. Maybe that's what GX is thinking.
Da, ali ne, ja se ne slažem s tim, zato što znaš šta je problem? Ubi Munda 7 puta, on je 0-7 Mundo. To je problem. To je najveći problem. Renektonu daj 7 killova. I na šta se dogodi? Ništa, on i dalje Renekton. Samo je Renekton sa 7 kilova. Kada dođe do 50. minuta 0.7 Mundo uništava 0.7 Renektona. Mundo uništava Renektona tačka. Samo ga full outscala. Ovo je najučajniji bait koji sam vidio u životu. Znači, samo što mu nije u wall chatu napisao hey bro, come 1v1 me. Nije mi tu jungler, obećavam.
A very ambitious combo win from Mickey there just gets punished. It's so difficult to combo in against Leona just because she can just run you down. If you, in the past, you could go face rush in this matchup and just combo in, run out, and kind of get away from Leona, but when it's now Storm Raider Surge, you don't do the damage to get that threshold on Alistar.
I'm playing Storm Surge Alistar with Storm Raider Surge, so I can get the damage and run away. First Drake of the game goes over to Giant X, and this early game snowball that we wanted to see from them is definitely coming to...
Vidjet ćemo koliko će Jopa moći da nosi sa Lethality Varusom, iskreno. Nije baš najbolji heroj za Jopu.
Combo onto Jackie's. Mickey no flash. The headbutt pulverizer has to be flashed away by Jackie's.
Yeah, nice trade by Slowq. And my eyes really are on this first Paranoia. Because I feel like when you play Nocturne, when you play Shen, when you play even GP2 away, that first, or Carpus, that first R really sets the pace of the game.
Yeah.
If that first R doesn't get anything, the cooldown is so long that your champion just kind of fades into irrelevance in a way. So that first Paranoia by Skeens is super, super important that it finds something.
The question is where he goes with it as well. Because ganking Wonder makes sense, right? If Wonder is your win condition, or at least getting him to a point where he's tanky enough to survive is your win condition, making sure that he is in that position is solid, right? But you could also say, well, Wonder's falling behind. He can lose gracefully.
Yeah.
Let's get Yopper ahead. Let's get Slowq ahead.
And Wonder is the perfect plan B right now. But as you say, I think SK also needs a plan A. And I think to me, that is Joppa or Slowq. I think Slowq, this is the game for him to really shine. He has so many options now. Has that Solar Flare he can play with in teamfights, or the Crescent Guard on Silas.
You really fight this if you're SK. Mickey's looking, Realm Warp, they're going to try and chase in. Paranoia out, Slowq unable to get there in time.
Ajmo da vidimo.
Mickey with a good headbutt pulverize, but Yoppa is the key target.
Jopa ima WQ, samo Ismu mora neko da završi, a to će biti, to neće biti Slowq. Ok, Jopa ima jedan kill, ima kill, dobio je pasivno, ali mislim da umire i ovdje nema flash, sad ovo je win za Giantse, jak win za Giantse. Jopa ne može sa Lethality Varusom da nosi. Ovo je spike situacija. Ekipa SK koja treba da ne radi ništa odlučuje da se Olim bije.
We talked about the first Paranoia being so important. This is not the fight you want. You start at 3v4 while Slowq was so far away. He was not in this fight when you decide to step in.
I mean, it's a great call on this Realm Warp. Immediately saying, okay, Slowq's coming, let's just fight.
Yeah, because when you go 3-1, if you just engage on the 3, the 1 is so far away. I also think here, maybe Slowq could have taken the Solar Flare instead of the Crescent Guard, gone a little bit deeper. Skeens doesn't end up going down, but the stun from Jun completely denies the one-shot on the Isma. He's able to flash out and makes this fight a little bit awkward as Mickey has to follow us to win in just to get that kill.
It's actually a great shooter daybreak, right? Because otherwise Slowq is on top of Isma, kills him immediately, and then you can start following up with the rest of the fight.
And then he will use Crescent Guard as well, and it would be super difficult for GX to turn on him, so
really
very
nicely
clutch by
done
Jun. Yeah, super clutch by Jun in that fight, and also highlighting why Leona is such a power pick in our league right now. It's just simple.
Yeah.
You press Q, you press enemy champion, good.
Good. Well done. Press E towards enemy champion.
Even better.
Press R on enemy champion.
God, now it's good, yes. Amazing.
And if it misses, still slow. Still slow, still nice.
Yeah, not too shabby. Now Jun getting that banana bush control. Jack is pushing out mid. You see this push from GX has been a constant this game. Pushing top, pushing mid, pushing bot. This is the problem with the draft that I think SK kind of put together. They don't really have somewhere to play for. You have this Nocturne that you pick really early, but where does he go? Like, sure, you can roam everything to mid, but nothing has really happened in that Silas lane. You haven't seen any tandem roams from Skeens and Mickey into Slowq's lane. You haven't seen any ganks bot onto Blackett to force his flash. It's just been a slow early game, and it feels like SK don't really have any options right now.
I mean, it's been slow for SK. It's been quick for Giant.
Treba da bude sporo za SK. To je skroz ok za SK.
And needed from them in the draft. For SK, this scaling is going to take some time to get there. Right now, the scales they're worried about are those on that Crocodilian in the top lane. 1.2k ahead is Oscar in Black Cleaver complete for him to start things off. Looks like Wonder is going towards either the Heartsteel or the Warmogs.
You can't base here, you need to stay in defend your AD carry. Because the dive is brewing, the paranoia is here, but they might even turn onto Skeens. If he walks up here, he might be the target. Blackhead moving down on the Victor. Slowq is really far away, spotted out by the Duskbringer.
Mickey still only level 5, needs this wave to hit that level 6, needs another minion. Solar Flare going down, there's Paranoia follow-up. Mickey looking for the knock-up, but Yopper still just isolated.
Ok, mislim nije ok, ali kapirate što hoću da kažem. Ekipa Giantsa pokušava da forsira plejeve, zašto znaju da gube ako ne forsiraju plejeve, samo što forsiraju plejeve kao što... Ne znam sad dobru analogiju, malo djete forsira čokoladu tako što krene da plače dok ne dobije čokoladu. Nije, mislim... Ovo je predobro za SK. Mislim, 7-4 je i prave osobe im imaju killove, tako da to je dosta bitna stvar. U smislu, imaš killove imaš kill na Ryzu, imaš 2 na Viktoru, što je poprilično dobro. Jedino što kažem, mislim, baš over force dive, ok, farmuješ Varusa, ali mislim, Varus generalno neće moći da igra ovu igricu svejedno. A čak i da ga ostaviš za free DPS-uje, on nije klasičan AD carry koji će imati damage da napravi razliku i da iznese sam fight.
Good play all round from Yopper. GIANTX though still in the ascendancy here. 2,000 gold ahead. They get their second dragon of the game as well. And even though there was a slight fumble on that dive, they are still in a prime position to close this one out. First items complete across the board, apart from Wonder and the supports who we'll ignore generally. Wonder has decided that his trousers are falling down way too often. Triple Giants belts for him. I think you usually only need 1, but maybe because as Mundo he's gaining weight and gaining size, he needs to buy ever-increasing sizes to make sure
I don't know what is hiding in those trousers, but very heavy.
Ok, slažem se. I za Leonu nije loš. Problem koji može se dogodi ako slučajno ode sa... Dobro, mislim, ako dođe do sola s druge strane gotovo je zbog toga što je toko partija potrela, da nije ni bitno. Mislim, kao, ako sad SK dobije 4 Drake-a, da su 4 ono buđava bajata Drake-a koje ne daju sol, SK bi opet verovatno pobedio jer je toliko dugo potrajala partija, tako da. Mislim da pričanje o solu s druge strane ni ne pije neku vodu jer nije bitno. SK ako dođe dotle su već vinali po defaultu. Ne znam što Jopa radi, Jopa grifa jako. Pozicija mu je jako loša. Sim ok, na kraju nije toliko panišovan, ali...
I couldn't see myself doing it often, you know, like I'll play a game and I'll say, oh, I enjoyed that, and then I'll never play it again.
It just feels like slightly less exertion tennis.
Yes.
Which is good, I guess, right? People play table tennis and that's much less exertion tennis.
Yeah. It's just a low barrier of entry, I think. You can pick up a paddle and you can have a good time
as
very
opposed
easily.
to golf, which has a high barrier to entry, which is the traditional businessman's sport, right?
Yes.
Slowq here, going to get dived. Dominus coming out from Oscar as they look for the chase. Slowq steals away the Dominus himself, but Oscar is tanky enough to tank that well. After a long time, GIANTX picking up a lot of gold on the map right now.
Yeah, well, we talked about paddle. I think GIANTX control over the game just expands.
Big. Ovo je baš big za Giantse. Kill plus kula, forwardu ih jako, a SK nije napravio counterplay s druge strane mape. Što više SK nije uradio ništa.
GIANTX snowballing, just getting further and further ahead. 4k gold up at 15 minutes. It's a very lovely place to be in.
Sad pokušavaju da naprave counterplay. Samo ne znam da li... Da, kako to planiraju da urade, ali okej. Prekasno došao Fear. Mislim, ovaj play se radi u trenutku kad se događa dive na topu, ne minut posle.
Just over half a K for SK, which would have got them back into the game a little bit. Right now, GIANTX continuing to control the map. Mickey taking away that blue. Uses the heal. Knockback chain of corruption going wide as well. Black is still stepping up straight into the face of Yopper, who only has the Yumu's Ghostblade complete. Slowq forced away from the tower on the bot side as GIANTX continue to extend their lead.
Yeah, and just to bring it back, what we talked about right after the Champions segment.
Paddle.
No. We talked about for Giant X, they had strong lanes and they needed a snowball, and my god, they've done just that. Really nice early game by Giant X so far. 16 minutes into the game, 4k gold up, every single player on the map is ahead. Now, what we talked when it came to SK, we talked about Mundo. Mundo is not having a good time right now. 1.8k gold down onto this Renegade. Gonna need a lot of time. Mickey tries to find something here, gets stunned.
His positioning is really greedy, Mickey.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the two sides of the coin that is Mickey, right?
Yes.
Sometimes he has a game like he did in the Shen, where he's everywhere making every play. And sometimes he has a game like he's having right now, where some of the plays are really good.
Yeah.
But because he's constantly looking for them, when his team falls behind, when he falls behind, it can seem a bit in when he's stepping up like that.
Sad ćemo da vidimo, sad ćemo da vidimo.
These two teams. I think I've decided that the early winning lanes are quite OP against two teams that only know one mode, and that is pushing forward. I think they're quite similar in that way. GX and SK.
Mislim, gle, ni Silas ne skila, bog zna koliko, ni Nocturne.
When you're starting a team like SK is this game, you don't have the tools.
Tako da, mislim, okej, Topside Giantsa skilluje dosta loše, ali Rise i Victor i dalje skilluju poprilično dobro.
They still have a Silas on the side lane, and Joppa with the Chase of Corruption. Joppa is only 100 gold behind. So
Jedino što nemam neki osjećaj koliko Jopa može da uradi na ovom Varusu ako partija potraje, to jest u kasnim fazama ove partije.
Taken as well. Isma has that in his pocket, can use that for the mid lane prior. As they jump on the jump, but see how little damage there is.
Tanky.
Immediate TP into the Zenith blade. Slowsku's going to steal away the Realm Wall. Mickey caught in the slow of the Solar Flare. Isma dashing across the wall. Mickey trying to get into the edge of the Realm Wall, but can't get close enough. As Giant X all collapse and manage to pick up the kill. This will be their sole point for them as well. And SK unlikely to contest. Chain of Corruption going wide. Arcane Storm down. Paranoia. They're diving onto Flacken, forced to flash and use the heal to get away. Jun topping up his health bar. As with the Rift Herald down, this charge should be another turret over to Giant X.
Pretty cocky by Flacket to walk up there against the Varus. If that Chain of Corruption lands, he's just dead there, but manages to dodge it with his feet and gets out with just his flash. Still, kill for GX, Dragon for GX. Clock is ticking. Sorry, not Dragon for GX. I haven't actually taken it.
Isma's going for it now.
Yeah.
But there were resets coming out from Jun and from Flackhead. Isma is just going to do this by himself.
Wonder has TP, could get down here, get down and dirty with it, but Skis is basing. I think they're giving this Dragon.
Yeah.
Really trying to fight the next one, because time is still on SK side, but it's gonna need a lot of it to really get activated into this game. And Slowq has really struggled, I think, to find an impact this game. Now up against Renegade on the side is not a fun matchup to be in.
I think he's going to struggle even more now as the chase comes in. TP from Wonder though, as Slowq with that dominance stolen away. The Solar Flare used as well. Oscar in trading onto Mickey, who's so...
Da, oni ne smiju se biju, ovdje Wunder ne radi damage. Mislim, flashova je pod ultom, možda će da preživi dok Rise ne bude došao, ali onda samo umire.
And yeah, SK look to make a play, and immediately the reactions from Giant X were enough to win it out. They just have too much gold, really, in their pockets. They have too big of a crocodile. Rise is too big. Skeens is going in with the Paranoia. This is a choice, and not a good one.
Gonna let that marinate for a bit.
Yeah.
Desperation from SK so far. I don't think anything is really...
It was shit, man. That was a really bad ultimate. It's not even desperate. Like, what is he ulting for? Is he looking for a grump? Is he trying to steal away the... You know Giant X is there!
Yeah, let me break it down. Okay, let's just start with this. Slowq, you're playing side against Renekton. Renekton is mega fed. You cannot W into Renekton. The moment you W into Renekton, you are in his melee range, and he will just gobble you up. You know, Mundo tries to come in here, but I think he's getting a little bit downsized this game. Doesn't really have the funds to attack this crocodile in this moment. And it's just tough for SK Gaming right now, because they really want to fight. You see on SK, it's not like they're backing down. They want to make things happen.
No. We're not gonna show it.
We're gonna evade that one for now. We're gonna put that one on hold.
Skeen's just proving your point that he always wants to take a fight.
We'll circle back on Monday on that, maybe.
Okay, yeah. Needs to have a strongly worded email between it.
A very passive-aggressive note in the hallway.
Hey, please don't do that again. 7,000 gold lead for Giant X. This is looking much more like their spring performance than what we saw in Game 1 against SK. Remember, Giant X finished 4th in playoffs, only falling behind Envoy, KC, and G2.
I will say Oscar Rinnan, he really said he wanted to play strong side. In this game, getting that dive off early top, really snowballing his game on his Remington. I think he's doing a good job so far on this game in this matchup.
Very much being on the strong side, and now he's chasing one to out maximum doses exchange for the Dominus. Oscar Rinnan with more damage over the prolonged fight as Wonder tries to walk back towards the minion wave. Oscar Rinnan flashes for it, has the Phil Fury, Ruthless Predator for the stun, slices.
Clean.
The Dr. Mundo.
I've only had one more belt.
Oh yeah, that would do
I think one more belt would have made a trick there for Wunder, but yeah, does end up going down to the Renegade. And solo kill for Oscar in his second game. Looking good. I don't know how much I can try to paint you the picture that SK will come back this game, because frankly, it's almost an Herculean task for them to come back in this game. Every single lane is losing. Jack is...
Deathfire? Nije Deathfire.
No, not quite.
He calculated that perfectly.
Oh, 100%, yeah. The locket used afterwards just to get rid of some of the burn rather than
he knew the damage threshold now.
Mislim da, ovo je, ono, sad stvarno jako teško baciti. Nije nemoguće i dalje s kvalitetom ove dve ekipe, ali je jako teško baciti.
I mean, at the moment it's looking solid. Jun there as the body blocker for Skeens. Oscar in chasing Slow Q away towards the top side. Jun looks for the Zenith, they couldn't find it. Slow Q has to flash away from the croc as Skeens tries to get in. Mickey knocks him back. Control ward in the back of it. Paranoia out.
It's not flashed out.
Isma did flash out, but the Baron's still healthy enough. But for now, in the middle of the Crescent Guard, never mind.
Nema šanse da baci, zar ne?
Giant X from 7k ahead, make an awful Baron call, but Mickey donates one back. A solar flare stolen away by Slow Q.
Ma ne, el tako, nema... Prejaki je Renekton. Ne, prejaki, nema šanse da umre, el tako? Ma ne. Nema šanse Jackis da padne ovde. Ma nema, ne, ljudi. Sa 7k golda je nemoguće baciti lead. Znači, faktički, Giantsi već draftuju Game 3. Izvini, Mato, meni... Ja sam mnogo mislim, iskreno, neću vas lagati, ja sam naučio da treba naći zabavu u ovim partijama. Znači, kad gledaš Giants i SK, moraš naći ličnu zabavu. Jer te oni neće zabaviti. Ti si dužan sam. Ti si dužan za svoju zabavu. To je samo tako. A Lazar je onaj, znaš onaj Homer Simpson meme kad uđe u žbum pa promeni dres. Tako Laza ide iz fajta u fajt. Brat mu ima 10 komada, samo ih cepa. U jednoj rečenici promeni mišljenje 2 put. Ua, Mato, najjači coach ikada, ispadaš iz EMEA Mastera, doktore. Ti si u fazonu, šta se ovdje dogodilo? Šalim na stranu, uzeli su sol i dalje, ok, bacili su jedan fight, ali kažem, treba im mnogo da nastave da bacaju ove fightove, tako da... Miki baca heal... Mislim... On je mrtav svejedno, pa to. Ne, kuda? TPing out, kakav TP je čoveč. Ima spellbook, ali već jedan flasha bio. Da, okej. Imao si 7k, sad imaš 5k i soul, tako da realno i dalje si tu negdje gdje si bio, i dalje je okej. Sad je malo bolje, jel tako? Mislim, nije jel tako, sad je kao legitimno bolje jer nemaju Alistara. Samo Oskar. Ne! No, la policija! Uzet će im ba... Ja ne mogu... Ne, ljudi! Ne. Ja ne... Pokušavam da se suzdržim. To je sve što ću vam reći. Znači, pokušavam da se suzdržim. Znaš ono kao, ako nemaš ništa lepo da kažeš, bolje ne pričaj. Ja sam komentator. Koliko god ja radim watch party, ne radim komentar... Šta radi, brat? Čovjek ide 1 na 5, zašto? Ali, znaš šta je fora? Ali nije samo Oskar, oni ne znaju šta da rade. Oni legitimno ne znaju šta da rade. Ja mogu da vam dam jedan jako dobar hint. I to je jako prost sistem eliminacije. Šta su im ubili? Ubili su im supporta. Šta support daje? Support daje vision. Uđi u pit, izbejtuj 1,5 ward koji imaju i oni više nemaju vision. Znači, oni više nemaju kako da vide Barona, a Nocturne nema flash. Oni nemaju spell, mimo Varus chain ako konektuje, ali kažem opet, ti vidiš preko, oni ne vide unutra. Da daju Nocturnu vision da on ulta unutra, on mora da ušeta u pit. Ako ti ušeta u pit, brate, ustani i šeta iz studija. GG, to je to. Znači, ti si im skinuo wardove, ja ne znam da li je Mundo imao trinke, to je jedan ward. Noctur control, sačekaj, spusti Barona na 5k, imaš Renektona, imaš Leonu, stani. Kao, legitimno stani. Ne, oni su fazonama, da, naš, Oskar leti u njih 5, on ih prebije 1 na 4 i onda mi uzemo Barona. Bro, da Oskar možda ih ubi 1 na 4, ti si vino game, to ne ide baš tako. Doduše i ni SK nije ništa bolji kad gledamo šta rade ovde. U fazonu su Varuse frontline-ovi. Ovo je baš... nije, mislim... Gle, nije užasno, samo ovo ne smije se dogodi SK jer protiv bolje ekipe ovo ne smiju da rade. Ali ako pogledate kad dolazi Elder gore levo, kad dolazi Baron, ovo je nebitno. Bitno u smislu izgubili su tempo, nebitno u smislu njima ne treba tempo. Njima treba vreme. Ovo je... A flash ispred ulta za Munda je užasno. Munda ima ulti, bro. Wunder što ne ulta na vreme. Je živ jesam. Što treba da baci prvo ulti pa flash, valjda ima neki prioriteti za to ili nema, pa šta ja znam, brat, ovdje on klikće. Ovdje su u fazonu, braćo, ajmo da all-inamo protoplezam harness Leonu sa Camping Soulom. To je ko da ja i Klara uđem u radnju, ja kažem, Klaro, čekaj samo da kupim šampon za kosu. Camping Soul protoplezam harness Leona s W, ona tu ne umire u 3 života, a tvoj DPS je Lethality Varus. Znači ti nju moraš da šotaš. A sve što Leona radi je preživljao šotovanje. Kao sustain damage je bije, da je Lethality Varus, on razvio si little tempo, razvio si ti da nabadaš, da udaraš, šta god, super, ti ćeš nju ubiti. Najgori slučaj trnaćeš DPS na nekog drugog, ako si little tempo Varus. Mislim sad, ja ne znam, ova 4k golda za Giants-e faktor su, jesu sigurno. Mage'evim Flekt pogotovo radi bolestan damage, ali nijedan mage nema defanzivan item. Pogotovo za Flekta, ako nešto lenda na njega u backlanu biti shotovan. Ali, Flekt ima flash i ako preživi pola sekunde, on samo gazi. Flekt ima bolesne iteme sad, upravo. Jackis također. Jackis je 5-0. On svaki drugi spell da pogodi, to je to. Znaš šta je fora, gledaj, imaš ti dosta high health, meni nije bitno, Varus će uvijek raditi istu stvar. Samo mislim u damage jump u stvari nije toliko loš ovaj game. Jackis ima 300 healtha, ima 1000 healtha, svi imaju 1000 healtha više od Jope. Tako da on dobija full LDR bonus amp na skoro svakog. Tako da, ja mislim, Lethality je Varus, braću, što god da kupi naš bude dobro. To je fora. Ja mislim da Giantsi forsiraju fight. Ne flip Drake-a, nego fight. Može. Ti čak možda praviš transition, to sam ja nekad radio na Varusu. Da ideš na Rage Blade u Hurricane-u Infinity i završiš na kritu. Možeš da pivotuješ na crit build. Ne sa Letality, ali sa... Treba ti little tempo. Oskar je uleteo u 5 ljudi, dao je Varusu reset. Mislim, ono njegova, razumete, ali ova dva mage mnogo biju. Moraju da shoti u flex, ali mu forsiraju instant flash. Sluk je jako lepo ovo odigrao. Sad samo da vidimo šta radi Isma pod ultom, jer Jopa ne sme da priđe. Mislim, radi damage Jopa, ali Letality Varus. Poenta Jopa je što Jopa je taj koji flasha unutra, koji nosi game na Varusu, to ne može. Xin upali ulti i Jopa isključi svoj miš. U fazonu je, braćo, ja ne radim ništa.
Going at him, just pumping all damage they have into him. He blocks all of it, and then it's Oscar getting caught there by the Paranoia and Joppa, trying to catch up the AD carry, but doesn't have the damage to do it by himself when Skins is there to heal. And here's Loki fought to accelerate the play, but going in here, you have the Sonyas, but you still just get rooted by the Rise. And despite Jack is that fight, he still has so much damage, he can just kill Loki.
Ginex are just immediately going to the Baron here, thinking that SK will go for the Elder. The Baron a longer... a better buff in terms of pushing power, but the Elder obviously gives you that combat damage. There's the Baron going down, the Elder only at 1.5k. Oscar in trying to get in, TP out from Slow Q as he looks for the flank, the realm walk forward as Jackies and Blackhead are trying to get closer to this.
But Isma
was not in the realm walk, 7k on the Elder. Dominus going in as they look...
Ajmo da vidimo flip. What? Okej, imaju spellbook, moraju da bude smite, tako? Nisam vidio s čim ga je obezbedio.
They get the Elder, the Baron goes over to Ginex.
Oh my god, observers, I need to see if
did he have smite?
Did Isma
Ja nisam siguran da li Miki smite-ovo, mislim da je smite-ovo. Čekaj da vidimo sad, ja mislim da je flipao, da, flipao je na smite Miki. Inače ovo je onaj shit smite, on i dalje radi manje damage od ovog običnog smite-a. Pa Isma je otišao da noge umoči. Sad je letnja sezona, čovek na odmor, bio je van pozicije. Isma je bio van pozicije da kontesta smite, to su imali 2 smite, mislim, to je 2 smite na 0.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you lose that Elder, you have to run out. And the fact that they can do that so synchronized together, make sure all 5 members get out safe, is very nice executed. But now, Joppa has 4.5 items, is getting for his 5th. The game is stalling out.
I mean, it's on SK. SK really want to force the tempo over these next couple of minutes, at least take a tier 2. Pushing into Baron is difficult. Wonder level 19, when becomes lightning, will chase him down. Want to try to trade onto Isma, who does...
Mislim da ti spellbook smite radi na broju kasta, koliko si puta isvičava summoner spellove. Mislim da ovaj po ikonici, mislim da je radio tipa, ne 1000. Osim ako nisu nešto patchovali relativno skorije. Jer znam da običan smite na spellbooku kreće sa 600. Nisam siguran na šta skela, ali znam da kreće sa 600. Hajde ću pogledam. Da googlam, ne koristim spellbook iskreno, tako da. Kreće od 600. Sad je samo zavisi da, znači...
I think that should have been a Merc there so he could just walk out when they commit all of them on him.
Literally every single player on Ginex has a way to proc that passive.
Zavisi koliko puta, da.
Going a little bit contained.
Yeah, and Wonder though still scaling on the Mundo. He's in a solid position. Looks like he's going.
Menjali su. Sad gledam informacije na netu, neko kaže da je do 1200, neko kaže da je do 900. A nisam siguran da li je, moguće da je na 1000, no to mislim, verujem ti. Znam da je scaling i da je visual bug, i sad sam s ovim pročitao. Na obzu je visual bug gdje je prikazan prvi smite kogod da radi. Jopa se vraća nazad, završio je finalni item, Edge Knight je okej. Zašto kažem da nije, kao sad ne znam ja šta wow. Oscar double dash skinut će mu, Viktor pogodit će neki laser iz Indonezije. Postoji ovde dosta stvari koje ekipa Giantsa može da radi.
Lighting Jewel. He has everything he needs to just do as much damage as possible. And if he doesn't get shut down by Mickey, by Joppa, I think he will be a massive thorn in SK's side.
It really feels like those are the two that we have to keep our eyes on, that we have to be aware of.
Oh, look here, Joppa being caught out here.
No more pin, it's Isma as he looks for the Crescent Guard. Knockback does get it, only onto Mickey. Wonders distracting the rest of Giant X. Mickey gets a knockback and Isma deep in, has that Guardian Angel. Solar Flare hits onto Jun. Isma flashing away, but Slow who is there. But the Abscond does follow up. Oscar in and now dives onto Yoppa, who cleanses away from it. Isma falling low, but Slow Q's the first to go down as Wonder begins to open up on the backside of the fight. Mickey goes down as well. SK unable to find anything out of this fight. That Chem Soul doing so much work for Giant X. Wonder will get to the blast cone and blast off to safety. But to infinity and beyond at the moment, not paying off for SK. Jackie's with the ghost forward. Skeen's gonna have to use.
On ga stiže i iskinut ćemo Guardian, što je popričao Big. Da, i odemo i Guardian. Ovo je baš Big. Ok, flashovo se za to.
See how much damage Jax is doing. Let's rewatch this fight. As I thought this was maddening. Skeens take the realm of by Isma takes the realm of
Da, ali Isma ima ult. Kupio je puno vremena i dao je vremena njegove ekipi da se pozicionira. A Wunder nema nikakav pritisak ovde. Mislim, Mundo je i smara, naporan je, ali ne može da šota. Viš, oni bukvalno samo ignorišu Munda. Kajtuju ga, vrte ga u krug, a Wunder nema pressure jer mu fali fazon Titanic Hydra ili nešto.
It's also so much healing for Isma off the Death Stance and the Sundered Sky with the Chem Soul. It gives you a huge amount of effective HP if you can get that first kill in a fight. The Death Stance refreshing when you do manage it. 6k now the lead for Giant X. They've been further ahead in this game. They almost had an 8,000 gold lead earlier on, and Bammon, their Bane, is coming up in 30 seconds spin.
We're also getting our second Elder in 40 seconds. Might be a similar situation. I want to see GX do something clever with Rise Ult, because I think these situations where Rise thrives, when the two big objectives are spawning at the same time, you can be so creative, you can play for the base, you can realm warp all of your team into the Baron or just rush that. And I think it's really hard for SK to walk in to the meat grinder that is this Rise. If Rise is there on the objective first, it's just so simple to take it. They're just gonna start it on spawn.
Da, Rise je već preskilovao. Tunneler ide u... Da li ide? Ne, bilo bi previše skupo. Ide Tiamat, ide Giants Belt i Ruby Crystal, ako se ne varam. Da. A mislim, sad znaju da Rise nema flash, tako da možda im je play da probaju samo da kolapsuju na Rise u sljedećem fajtu. SK flip ovo dok ovi rade Barona, ali oni će morati da se biju ovde. Samo je pitanje da li Slowk ima bilo koji pressure iz tog ugla, jer on će da face checkuje Rise-a koji će da ga preparira ovde. I sad šta, flip smite-a i... Dobro, ne znam. Ovo je bukvalno loš protiv lošijeg, ja ne mogu da verujem. Ja želim replay ovoga, da vidim gdje je Isma bio. Ovo je smite fight. Flash, da. Pametno. Znaš da nema flash. Znaš da... Brat moj dobio shield, izlečio... GG's. Ja mislim da je to game. Ovo ubija, ne ubija Jun. Ja ubija Leonu, ja budala, vrate, priča gluposti. On Leona besmrtno. Nisam siguran šta se dogodilo sa Ismom ovdje.
And then Oscar, he goes way too deep. They has Elder. They can just go on the rank to kill him and no one in GX can follow. And we talked about it, Medic. We talked about SK's win condition. It's Mundo. Here he comes. He has scaled and he throws a book at your back and there's nowhere you can run if you're Jackies.
I mean, Jackies almost gets Skeens out of this. Like, he still has so much DPS. Doesn't quite find the kill and Giant X is coaching himself unsurprisingly.
Skeens? Chill, bro. Chill.
Dominus used here by Oscar in. It's not that strong without it when it doesn't have the Fury. Now, SK, can you use this objective to secure the game win? It didn't really go that well in game one. First time we got the Baron. Now, reaching up here on the top lane. You have Varus with this Elder Dragon still. Giant X has soul. They have a lot of combat stats. If they can stall out this Elder, God knows what's going to happen in the
Are
next
we going to a third Baron, third Elder kind of situation? Yoppa here, blast cones out with the Realm Warp on the chase.
We're in Europe, medic. Of course we are. Of course we are, baby. We're going to third Elder, I think, this game, unless someone really gets caught. Now, Skeens, you have the paranoia up quite soon.
But he's at Wolves, dude. Like, he's not coming anywhere near this.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to end now, but this is really where you can actually make use of that ultimate with people pushing out on side waves, catching people before the objective spawns, getting vision down, getting flashes. You need to make yourself useful in these pause between the objectives.
Yeah, Elder expiring in 15 seconds, as is the Baron. Giant X have lost 3,000 gold off this Baron. And I just want to remind everyone, they were 7,000 gold ahead. They then fell to only being 3,000 gold ahead. Then they became 6,000 gold ahead.
They were back, yeah.
And now they're only 1,000 gold ahead. Giant X have lost more gold in this game than a lot of supports get in an entire match of League of Legends. Look at that! What it was.
What a beautiful
It's like a Tour de
skyline.
France stage.
What a beautiful skyline.
Čuo sam what abuse, htio sam da se složim.
Who's the king of the Alps? That's the question. At the moment, things are swinging SK's way, although, as you say, now with both those big buffs expiring, Chemtech Soul still remains on Giant X.
I mean, the game state is just completely neutralized, medic. We have done so many things have happened in this game, but now we're staring at a completely even 42-minute game.
Who's that good for? Because earlier on we said Giant X want to get early leads and then scale through that, and they did that.
Yeah.
And then we said SK just want Mundo to be level 20 and almost full build, which he is.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it favors SK. I think they have a lot more pick, and I think Mundo right now is getting to that position where he is very problematic. If he gets onto Flacket cannot play in these team fights.
Sort of less Stalno by Slow Q. That's a chain of corruption as well as they look for the Pokemon to Oscar in. In this town, we're still very low. As I think we were both very worried that Slow Q was going to hit that Hamscon.
I don't think you wanted that to hit Slow Q. Jesus Christ. My heart just skipped a beat.
Nah, it's fine, mate. He has Flash, he has Teleport. He would have been okay. Yeah, Slow Q, lucky there that Blackhead's hitbox wasn't a little bit bigger. Next Baron up in 90 seconds. And the Elder 30 seconds after that. We sit in a state of concern for both these teams, I think, after how we've seen objectives played out.
Bliss medic.
Oh,
just
yeah?
Look at Joppa's items. He has 6 items full build. Meanwhile, Flackhead sits on a health decrease orb thingy and needs large rod. So he's a bit behind now in the damage department towards Joppa, and Joppa has really been the star for me of this SK roster. He is so good in these late game team fights, and he does so much for this team in those skirmishes. And I really, really have my eyes set onto him. His flash is back up now.
Ne, užas.
Corruption has been so good for SK and has been.
Mislim, realno ekipa SK je 2 puta flipala Eldera, 2 puta su ga dobili, tako da realno ja bih flipovao opet. Ako ništa za content. Realno.
Not the third Baron, because we did have that first Baron where Giant X initially threw that
I don't want to
lead.
think about that Baron medic, okay?
Sure. Okay.
Let's leave it in the past.
And then we approach the third Elder Drake as well, which is not something you too often get to see as a League of Legends caster. But
well, GX, different roster, similar mid-game oopsies so far as a first impression.
SK, I will say, slightly different roster, and some similar mid-game oopsies from them. A lot of it on Yoppa. I will say, I think Slow Q has had some very good moments across the series, very good moments in this game, and Yoppa now with the poke at that full 6-item Varus. If those piercing arrows hit, you can see them chip away at Giant X, but
it's a very hard game to navigate for Slow Q. When you're playing a silencer and this far behind, I think he's actually, as you say, done a really good job of not inting. It's super easy to just int.
Like, if you go in, your Shield of Daybreak stun, Zenith Blade stun, Gravity Field, Rune Prison, knock off from the 3 Talon Strike, Crescent Guarded, and then Ruthless Predator. It's like, well, I'm just in the middle of you guys now. Hopefully the rest of my team can react in time. Oh, Black is back with the Rocket Belt.
That's just going to be Baron, I think.
Look at the poke from SK. This is one problem for Giant X, is that both their mages are relatively short range.
Ja isto ne volim Vitality Varusa, ali mislim, okej, ne znam. Pogotovo ne na Yopi koji je takav igrač da ono skače u njih, flashuje se, turbo je agresivan. Što možeš i na Vitality Varusu, samo što... Elder za Barona?
And you've got Paranoia from Skeens. He can do a little bit of the Elder by himself.
Yeah,
now
okay,
he
be careful, Aldo. You can't walk in too much here.
TP, Realm Warp in, Mickey with a double knock-up, schemes with the paranoia. They'll knock them back into Wonder, and Solar Flare is going to hit. But Yopper, the target with his Predator Cleanse, comes out, schemes able to kill off Jackies, and now it's all on slow queue because Yopper is already down. SK with 4v3, but one Guardian Angel already procced. Slowq has to try and get back into the middle of this fight. Oscar in doing so much work, and Schemes goes down as well. Giant X have more damage left on the table, and they are
Jopa ne može da igra.
SK on the retreat.
Mundo heal, gle ovo. On ne umire. Koliko je? Pogledaj koliko je Silas. Silas useless. Gdje si radiš? Pogledaj ga, molim te. Pogledaj ti njih to, oni nemaju damage da gubiju. Ali Slowq ne može da igra i Miki ne može da igra. Oni navijaju zašto. Mislim, šta radiš? Ulećeš, ne ulećeš, biješ se, ne biješ se. Slowq mid laner u 50. minuti ne radi ništa.
He's got heal Hex Splash. Mickey, can he steal it? No, he can't switch to a smite. So it's going to be Elder, the first of the game for Giant X, the third of the game in totality. As that was an awkward fight. It was a very confusing fight. So the big thing is they get on Yopper. Yeah, both the main characters die. It starts with Jackie's dying and Joppa dying, and then the fight just degenerates. Because no one can kill anyone, and the Bruisers are just way too strong. Already Jack is being taken out, and now Joppa as well. And here I thought actually the Mundo would do more, but the Vampire from the Renegade, from the Shinsha is just so powerful. Mundo can't go through all that healing.
It's part of the problem for Slowq as well, where if he is in there, he immediately gets CC.
It's just a meat grinder.
So he's just sitting outside being like, well, Petrislite burst, I guess. I'll try and chuck some chains towards you. Now, because Giant X got the Elder, SK realized, well, we can't really fight the Baron because we do not want to fight into an Elder Drake. So, for the first time this game, Giant X will have both of the game-ending buffs.
And the timer starts right now. 1 minute and 45
Imaju, da, minut 45 da završi game. O, legitimno da završi game.
Don't have the easiest way to start fights. They need to play super synchronized now. Make sure Jackies can.
Šta nemaju, prvo samo dive-uj. Ili šote kulu.
Giant X force for the Nexus. They'll want to end the game here. 47 minutes long already. And they'll continue.
47 minuta je jako insane. Mislim, ja mislim da sad čak imaju damage da ubiju Wundera.
Canon minions will continue to wail away on that turret. You can see the damage that they do.
No flashes on any carries. It's such a difficult position to be in.
That first Nexus tower will go down to the Canon minions. Meanwhile, the minions are pushing into the base of Giant X. Giant X, next wave.
Oscar has flash.
They'll look for the engage.
Ali gledaj, Wunder ovdje umire. Kao ne može ni Mundo tanka to. SK pokušava samo da izdrži Eldera. Baron nije toliko bitan za fight, ali Elder im je mnogo bitan. Wunder baca TP za shield. Da sljedeći wave koristi shield da tanka wave.
Yopper's still looking for that chain of corruption, lands it onto Oscar in, but he heals up. Paranoia coming out as Wonder pops the maximum dosage to try and survive. Another wave on the top.
Oni vide timer. Timer polako ističe. Ali su brnali Mundov ulti što je veliki cooldown. Mislim mogu završiti igrači Giants ovdje. Da, oni moraju se biju. I to ove zadnji wavi moraju da uzmu fight. I ja mislim da ovi s Elderom prolaze kroz njih svakako. Da, nema, Joppa ne može da igra. Joppa ne igra, bukvalno. Iskreno, mislim da je velika greška što su uzeli Varusa. 49 minuta ove partije, mi idemo u game 3. Kuku lele, šta se izdogađalo? Mogu da zamislim kako se igrači osjećaju nakon ove serije. Svakako, pauzica, 10-ak i onda se vraćamo sa Game Over 3.
Take it away, dude. Like, what a game.
Absolutely insane game, Flackid. Quick reactions. I want to get you back to your team because that was a nail-biter. What happened? Please explain it to me.
It was disgusting. It was full puke. I think game 1, mega puke. Game 2, mega puke. Game 3, get ready for another mega puke. 50 minutes, I'm down. No one is leaving the stage here.
We're all trapped here forever, folks. Flackid, thank you. Back to your team. You heard it here first, folks. Game 1, mega puke. Game 2, mega puke. Gonna run over back to my analysts. Gentlemen, do you agree? Mega puke seems to be the word of the day.
That game was insane! I was so convinced at the start that Giant X were like, no, we've got this in the bag, it's going to be smooth sailing. I was like, Oscar Innan's got this like massive lead in the top lane. And then and then it all went out the window.
Okay, so mid lane through that game, I was wondering, the big question on my mind, how many more Elders and Nashor trades will GX take before they realize they're taking the wrong trade? And I was really happy with the last one because, man, the dive on the backline, the Mundo surviving for a full whole minute, that was just absolute cinema.
Yeah, look, this is, we just want to give you the full experience, and I think no fight paints a better picture than the one where Mundo refuses to die. And you said it so well. 3 Elders, unsurprisingly, a record for LEC.
Okay, everyone keep your eyes on the Varus and the Victor, because these are the 2 people this game who are not having fun. Everyone is in a disco, everyone's just jumping, dancing left and right and center, but the Varus and the Victor were just having none of it, because after those 2 are out of this team fight, man, everyone just throwing punches left and right. It's an absolute mosh pit in the middle of the mid lane, because Elder and Nashor were finally up, and GX, well, the decision was quite easy for them when you get both of them.
Look, yeah, I mean, we're 2 words.
How long he lasts.
Well, okay, look at the guys on the side. They're like, okay,
it's just, no, sometimes, like, you know, words can't really do every moment in League of Legends justice, and there are no words to describe. Never mind. Those are the words. That's great. Well, an excellent callback, production. Excellent callback. An incredibly bizarre game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think if we have to throw criticism, there's ample for both sides. But similar to game 1, where SK didn't get that 3rd Drake and it really slowed down their win, this was GX, who should have Goomba stomped their way through this game, but those Barons were diabolical.
I mean, even
Mega Puke.
Even I was gonna say, like, the Mega Puke is right, because even when you look at it, like, there was a couple of mismatches in the fight, but even the fact that Isma didn't get into that realm warp, which meant he didn't get to Elder, was an absolute mess. But so often at the back of the pit, like, Isma flashing in here with nobody able to follow up, and it's just completely on his own. Even Oscar in him was like, nah, bro, you're on your own here. Like, nobody wanted to play this fight. They just, I don't know what the thinking was.
You would think that this was the only time that GX did it, but boy, do we have surprise for you, because they have it another time. Oscar, I have no idea why he was out of that pit in that second replay, but he was just GX. It felt like they're constantly overreaching because they're winning, and they have exactly, this is the one. Because again,
it's not the same replay. Believe it or not, it's a different replay.
It's different, and there's just so much pressure, and I don't understand why there's so much pressure on GX, because you're just so far ahead. It really felt like SK just has no way in, because that Mundo in both of these replays was useless level. Mundo achieved late game after that. After the game stalled for 15 minutes, that's when Mundo became Thanos in this game. It felt like they had no business being in this game. Look at that PGB. There's just so many throws.
Man, that's a roller coaster I want to go on.
That's true. And please remove the damage numbers from the stats from this game, because it's so much just Mundo farming for DPM. These guys are playing against ARAM Mundo and just pumping up those numbers on the side of GX. Look,
I'm just saying that Xin Zhao had about 1.5k DPM this game. At Xin Zhao.
That's insane.
That's wild.
Look, we have the draft, but I don't think the draft isn't really the story.
But that's the thing, like, I like the draft. Because coming into it, I was like, oh, you know, we've got, like, hey, we're going to flack it on his own, play for Oscar, and then Oscar gets a bid league. This is where we're going to try and play. And we were all talking backstage, like, oh my God, it works, the formula, it's coming together. And then
okay, relax. Did they win?
No.
Yeah, well, we lost. They won. So technically, it was a good draft.
It is the highest damage per minute of a jungler.
That is the most Twitter
in LEC history. This is like when Zeri was printing pentakills. Playing against a Mundo that's behind is printing damage numbers. Also, second highest damage per minute for a top laner in LEC history. Congratulations, Oscar Renegade.
Well played. See,
so,
good draft, Dagda. Good
record,
draft.
we all witnessed history today, folks. It might not have been the history you wanted to witness, but it's the history we all deserve. Game 3, final thoughts, adjustments. Is there anything? We have a bit of time before we toss to break. What do we even draw attention
Okay,
to?
now I have a question for you, because you're doing this thing where you're trying to make me put some stakes into the next game, but
yes.
Does analysis matter?
That is also your job.
But does analysis matter? Because it felt like it was just vibes galore for both of these teams. It was whoever wants to win more, whoever wants to have more fun, because it made no sense. None of these plays made sense. It was entertaining, yes. It was a mega puke, like also like Flacket said. This is the time where in Game 3, they all bring it back and they will give us some good League of Legends.
Okay. What I've learned is if we ever go to 3 elders, none of us are good at our jobs anymore. There's nothing left to hold on to. So we'll leave it at that. Flacket, a lot of words for those games. Mega Puke was the main one. We'll hope for some more positive words coming up after Game 3 as we send it to a quick break.
Jeg kan lære lista. Gå ned munnen nå. Gå ned munnen.
Standing 2. Doppelvende flush. Okay, press. Bare så Sams. This one HP no Sams.
Hei, standing 2.
Kjempe.
Oscar in and slicing through them with the Dominus is healing up. Hit with a piercing arrow. Slow Q takes the bounty. Oh, it's all gone sideways in that picture that you wanted to paint.
Okay, sail oss opp.
Oh my god. Kill this fucking virus, bro. Oh my fucking god, this game.
Incredible play there from
that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody you fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
I mean, my main goal after leaving Heretics was just to make it back to DLC. I mean, I didn't really mind like how much time would take. I just wanted to be back again. I mean, I think there's been like many moments that I've been doubting myself. I mean, I think part of my personality as well, and as well, I mean, these circumstances. But I think I still have it, and I trust myself to, you know, to deliver.
For Game 3 of a series of League. I'm not sure we can call it League of Legends, because I didn't see much legendary stuff happening in Game 2.
I disagree. I saw so many legendary things happening.
The different definitions of legendary are messing up with me here. But it was
a beautiful game.
Beautiful is one way of describing it. In the same way an Eldritch Horror is kind of beautiful, that game was beautiful, I guess.
Yeah, man, it was a joyride of maximum proportions. And yeah, we're about to head into draft for Game 3. And what I realized is that having winning lanes when these two teams play seem pretty OP.
It's kind of important.
Because both teams really want to go in, they really want to fight. And turns out if you draft stronger champions, you can do that a lot easier.
It's very true. It's very true. And some of the champions that we've talked about through this entire series are still up. Things like the Lee, the Camille, the Jace, the Orianna. All still options for both these teams. We'll see if they do go down that route. SK chose second pick as their right of first selection, and Giant X have gone on the blue side, so we have a normal draft for the first time today. We're going to get through these bans quickly and then get on into the action. Lee Sin and Ezreal taken away by Giant X, Camille and Jace taken away by SK.
Yes, Loki's Akali has been targeted all day. I don't know, like maybe they forgot it's not leader playing anymore in SK and they're just default banning Akali, but seems to be the draft theory of GX is just target ban. They take away Joppa's Ezreal, skins Lee Sin and slow queues Akali, and just are willing to trade the OP champions. Meanwhile, the Camille and Jace is banned from SK. Oh, we got a lock!
Okay.
Let's go! That's exciting. It's the second lock, if I'm not wrong here,
you
after
are
Caps
entirely
played
correct.
it.
Yep.
And it will be Jack is piloting it. Probably the Galio mid will be the answer into the lock, and Skeens takes the Wu-Kang as his champion of choice. Now, Locke is a very, very interesting champion. The way I like to describe this mid-lane matchup is there's a pouring stream of water, and there's a very thick dam.
Okay.
And Locke wants to break through the dam, and the Galio is the dam. So if Locke is able to roam around the map, that means Galio has failed, he has not done his job. But if Galio can hold the fort, make sure Locke is contained towards that lane, he is doing good, and he wants to keep Locke away from his teammates and away from the map where he can create havoc.
It is a slightly nerfed Locke, 26.15 to touch down some of his oppressiveness, but he can really snowball away with a game. And with how Jackie's played game 2, sorry, wouldn't be surprised if he's feeling pretty confident in his abilities to do quite a lot of work on that Demon Slayer.
Yeah, as we see a Skarner jungle, which is still a strong champion, especially if you want to tank jungle. It's kind of the main choice, as the Ambessa is blinded.
Into a Volibear?
Volibear?
Okay.
Okay. We are going somewhere with this. Volibear, Wukong, Galio already. A very bruisery, melee, scrappy comp by SK. Meanwhile, GX... Is this SK's plan? They see an assassin and he's draft 5 tank champions?
Yeah, apparently. You just go full tank, man. This is how you counter it. What we need is a Tom Kench Scion bot lane, and we're fully set up just to never die to the assassin. Volley top, not something we see too often, I'll be honest. We've seen it a couple of times this summer.
But it's a good pick into Ambessa because he can just extend the fights quite easily against Ambessa. Ambessa before Eclipse can't really trade against the Volibear, so he has a lot of power, has really good dive threat on Ambessa when he is level 6, being able to disable the tower, has a lot of damage to snap her with a W empowerment. And we see bans going out. SK targeting Nautilus, supports. Meanwhile, GX, Caitlyn already taken out.
I mean, I can understand getting rid of the Caitlyn because it is just a, hey, I have 3 meatballs in front of me.
Yeah.
I'm going to stand behind them and headshot you on repeat, right? So getting rid of something that has that amount of range alongside already having the Ezra remove makes a ton of sense. The other option I'd look to if I were SK is something like a Sivir, who just really works well when you have a lot of time in a fight to get those ricochets out.
Absolutely. I do like that. I like the Sivir Karma potentially for SK here. Banning the Nautilus and banning the Seraphine tells me they want to play an Enchanter for sure. Not going to be the Karma, but it's going to be the Lulu, which is in a similar avenue. And set yourself up to play a hyper carry already. I'm thinking Aphelios, Sivir, Jinx. Yunara as well. Many good hyper carries still up and available, and you're gonna have a quite nice front line already. Kog'Maw Lulu.
Cog Lulu I like, it's just what you're playing into.
It's just tough to play an immobile AD carry against something like an Abessa, because you can just set up that public execution on her with a Skarner diving you and a lock. Could be scary.
That is true. The last volleyball top we saw, can you guess who it was in the LEC?
Evo nas nazad. A prokomentarišemo malo draft.
In LEC versus, obviously. Before that, we have seen Wonder on it in Worlds 2020, where he beat Suning.
Vidio sam, dok sam imao Breska. A, povredio se Jančić. To je fora. Ne znam šta mu se dogodilo, mu je stopalo bilo povređeno. I nije mogao da stoji, zato je otišao na parter. Gle, nešto mu se dogodilo s nogom. A verovatno, i tu mu je noga otišla. Povredio je nogu, vidio sam. Da.
So bot lane push, bot lane gold leads are super important this game. It's very important for
Kovina. Ne znam, Loku Galija baš ne bi trebao da radi ništa.
To kill the champions of GX, and GX you need to get your lock unlocked. Haha, funny. Because if he's just scaling up, he's just gonna get outscaled this game. He needs to make fights happen, he needs to really get those kills to get started, make the snowball rolling.
Yeah, importantly for Lock, what you're trying to do is get your Purgatory down, which is your ultimate. It puts down this totem.
Ne znam, Loku Galija ne bi trebao da igra iskreno. Baš ne bi trebao da igra.
And you can then build up that execute threshold by picking up their totems.
Yeah.
So the essence is, the more kills you get in the early game, the higher the execute threshold is on Purgatory, the easier it is to assassinate Yopper and Mickey on this Yunara Lulu combination.
Yeah, I also think it's a pretty good setup for them Vessel, to be honest, because it slows 90%. And as we all know, public execution is quite difficult to hit. And we've seen a lot of missed Vessels, let's be real. Maybe the locked setup is exactly what she needs. Obviously, it can still be flashed as we are loading into the game. I expect the Volibear to be dictating that top lane matchup early game. He really has push. And as Ambessa, you're just sitting there waiting until level 7, level 9, when you have low enough CD on your Q to kind of weave in and out.
Zato moraš Klaru da pitaš, ona je glavna odgovorna.
I do expect the Lulu to push in the Rakondo.
Agreed.
Za kako funkcioniše sve.
Range advantage, also the polymorph really powerful in this matchup when the Rakan tries to jump in. You can polymorph him, you can polymorph Desire, and then the trade tends to be on your side. What Jun will be looking to do is use the Gleaming Quill to trade in effectively, and then use the health advantage you get from it after losing a bit of your health to then regain the health on Desire and Rakan.
Yeah, from the first glance, you would think that SK actually secured themselves 3 winning lanes this game. Will depend on how the mid-lane matchup goes, as Jackis already finds a really nice trade onto slow Q. I imagine it's when you get that W on Galio, get the magic damage shield, the trades will be a little bit easier.
Credit to Ismo there, first place on jungle damage per minute. All of the LEC history. Oh wow, 1,457 damage
he
per
was
minute
a
on
menace
jungle.
in those fights.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of the damage was on the Mundo.
I mean, Oscar in is the same spot.
Jackis radi damage, čak I Galija topi poprilično.
They're
just padding DPS ratings there.
I mean, okay, look man, the guy plays Xin Shao. You don't often see a Xin Shao doing almost 1.5k damage a minute. And Zizma is looking towards Wonder on this top side.
Wonder. You have to be really careful here. You don't have the Ignite, don't have the Lethal Tempo. You can't really take these trades.
Yeah, I think he's dead. I'm gonna be honest.
3, he has the E.
Yeah, he'll get a shield out of this, but Isma steps to the side of it. Starts in back, stuns him with the Rolling Thunder. Nicely done by Wonder. I thought he'd at least have to flash. In fact, I thought it was dead, I said it. But a great stun there with the Thundering Smash, that Q, to avoid the Ishtar's impact suppression.
Bro, he gets out with the Rolling Thunder. as he denies that gank.
Importantly, as we see Isma gank towards the mid lane, you can see Slowq going slightly invisible while he's affected by the ritual nails. That is just a visual bug as he flashes away from Jackie's. Anyone affected? Oh! Skeens is here, flashes with the follow, has the red buff, gets the kill, and this time it's the lock going invisible. I will say anyone hit by ritual nails, that's the lock Q, can show up as slightly invisible. That is only for spectators, that's not happening in the game. So we just have to deal with the fact that sometimes champions are going to look a little bit see-through.
Yeah, and on the other hand of that, really good counter gank by Skeens. Honestly, Isma goes for the top gank, doesn't work out, goes for the mid gank, gets the flash, but he's so far behind right now. Look at Skeens' gold lead, 650 gold up, 3 camps up right now, and he's gonna be able to get a really, really strong first base. Gonna get some really good components there, and he can really put on the gas right now if his lanes keep pushing like they are.
Isma is also on the wrong side of the map for that Scuttle Crab. You can see he's pinged it now. Skeens has already taken the bot side Scuttle Crab. Now he's going towards his blue. Can back, get himself a tunneler, build up towards that Sundered Sky. Could even look to just go straight up towards his top side, take that Scuttle Crab, and then go for the Krugs. It looks like he is going to go for the recall. Makes more sense after getting that first blood. Get yourself some combat efficiency before you go for any further fights. SK with a strong start. We talked so much about how winning lanes and winning the early game has been pivotal in...
Ma su dobili dosta više, dobili su načine da igraju, ja bih rekao. Jopa ima kerija koji može se dešuje. Slowq bi trebao da countera Loka sa Galijom. Verujem Mati da je Volibear dobar u Ambesu, niko da sam igrao puno matchup. Tako da vidim uglove kako funkcioniše.
Moments to unlock the lock on the map, because right now he's just gonna keep getting pushed in right now, and they can't really send people to help him get wave push, because if Wukong is there, they just lose, because he's just stronger.
Yeah, very much agree, and Skeens is going Triforce, which makes more sense than the Sundered Sky build that I was talking about. You often see the Wukong as needing that Sheen pop in the early game, it gives you all the stats you want. Has that 600 gold lead. Yoppa and Mickey push back a little bit in this lane, but will be even on CS as they catch the 3 minions in front of them. There's only about a 50 gold difference between the two. Blackett has a good back here on the Xayah. This is what you want. Get that BF sword to start things off.
Yeah. I mean, it's a slow early game from this point onwards. I don't really know what Volibear's job is this game.
Yeah.
He's there to win lane again. Okay, never mind, we'll talk about that.
It's a good interrupt, but there's no real follow-up CC from Giant X.
They're fine.
Ima i Galio, samo previše tanki također, tako da i to je stvar.
But he can't really dive the Xayah, so he will most likely be like a big bouncer, kind of trying to run around and chase the Lock in fights. Because Lock can't really do what he wants if there's an angry bear chasing him. So to me, that is really his main job when it comes to these skirmishes. Can Wunder mark the Lock? Because if he can do that, suddenly the game is really difficult.
Blackett needs to back away. Skeens could have come in for a fight here. He's going to keep Isma at bay. Isma did spot him well, so Blackett knew there was a possibility Skeens would come around the corner. Skeens not yet level 6 as well, means there's not much CC really apart from the slow out of that Yanara. And we'll see how Wunder develops on this Volibear. He's gone for the Kindle gem to start things off. There's a few different Volibear builds that go around. I expect True Tank in this game, but you do have the Navoy Flicker Blades Cosmic Drive build if you just want to go for as much damage as you can.
Not sure where he will take it. Could be a Dust and Dawn. It's quite common on Volibear.
Yoppa trading in here. The heal was used by Jun to try and get away. Blackett continues to walk out. Skeens still only level 5. Good grand entrance out of Jun. And again, the lack of CC from the SK bot side means there wasn't ever really a true threat of a kill, but getting both the summoners out, getting them low on HP, means that Skeens can now set up for that Drake.
Yeah, it was just to push out bot lane and get the dragon. They don't really care about the kill or not. Now Isma has the cross map, gonna go into the top side of Skeens, look for the red buff and maybe the Krugs. Wunder's gonna have to respect him a little bit, knowing that he's behind him. But still, first dragon for SK, and we keep talking about it all the time. Dragons are so... Oh, no. No.
Not ideal. So Jun stays recalling because you have the dual recall on Makan Xayah, and the hope is that Blackett can immediately jump back onto Jun after taking the Glitter Lance, but it doesn't work out that way.
He just got in the Uber and closed the door.
Yep.
That was crazy.
I mean, it happens, man. Blackett just, you know, Blackett just left there. It's like, hey, please come back, pick me up. Doesn't do it in the end. Jun will go up towards top lane, catch this wave to make sure that Flacca can get all of these minions without them dying to the turret.
And it's a swap from GX, an MKOI-esque swap as we like to call it, where they swap their bot lane up top side to secure those or fight for grubs. Matched by SK. Still tempo on the side of GX now, their first top, and Oscarina is
Run swap također. Mada je dosta sporo i donekle očekivano, I guess. S obe ekipice malo... Obe ekipe su se malkice ucavile, ja mislim.
Those minions do get him a plate, gets him that extra 120 gold. Now looking for a flank onto Slowq, but he's going to be spotted by Control Ward as he walks into that mid bush. Schemes is on his way towards this top side, but Jun has quickness and Flacca has Featherstorm. So it's a very hard gank to actualize. Isma is on the grubs, Mickey now walking down towards it. I don't spot that Isma's here, Feylight not giving them enough vision for it, and Isma will be able to take one grub at least. Now Skiing's coming across, Jackie's here to join the fight as well, double grub. And Isma Ishtals and impacts his way away.
Would just be a trade. I mean, now Wunder could have TP'd in as well, so obviously GX wants to get out of there as soon as possible. Skeens farming up still is behind an XP after that early game.
I mean, taking a dragon always delays you, right? And he lost his top side for that as well, so that's 2 less camps of XP for him to gain. Slowq getting a plate in the mid lane. It's a small lead for SK after that advantage that Skeens garnered by getting first blood. He has lost about 200 of the gold lead that he had, but he's still in a strong spot overall. Good credit to Giant X for invading that top side, taking what they could. Good taunt onto Jackie's here, Justice Punch out as well, but the Winds of War won't do enough damage, and Jackie's there with the Ashen Pursuit, that great health, just tops himself back up afterwards.
We're really waiting to see what this lock can do, because it has been banned almost every single game here in the LEC. It was played once by Caps, didn't look
Mislim, jednom, da, bio je useless na kapsu, ali jednom kad ostaviš loka ti moraš da imaš odgovor na njega. Znači, mislim da ima 90% ban rate, tako da ako si ga ostavio, jako je realna šansa da imaš specifičan counter za njega.
Teams just countered him really well, or the better team gave up the Scion knowing that they could find a good draft into it. I'm not saying SK are the better team here. Do think their draft works well into lock, generally. I think it's quite hard for Jackies to have as much impact in this game as he would like if they were squishier members on the ME team.
And I also like SK after the last game simplifying everything. SK's draft is very cookie cutter. It's a front-to-back team fight with a hyper carry. Giant X has to do a lot more gymnastics to win this game. They have to find good flanks, they have to make picks, they have to set up objectives in a correct way that they cannot just walk in with the front line in front of the carry and just hit them. Meanwhile, SK just play for Joppa and he will carry. And that seems to be the identity of this team, or where it's developing at least, because Joppa is one of the standout players. I think it has to be called out how well they've been playing.
Yeah, I very much agree. I mean, he's been the reason that SK won the first game mostly, alongside Nicky Shen, and then the second game was the reason that they were able to stay in it. As Slowq trades into Jackie's once again, the Ritual Nail is going down, Slowq goes invisible, Jackie's uses that Soul Ignition, grey health just to heal himself back up through the trade, but Slowq already quite tanky with the Negatron cloak complete.
Pričao Impuls još jedan pik, ali sam zaboravio koji je. Lisandra. Lisandra. Da, eto ti. Free real estate na streamu. Lisandra. Ovdje u džungli nisam vidio, pa ne mogu da ga komentarišem. Lisandra je jako dobro lok. I realno ako imaš AP carry-a na botu, tipa Casio, ne moraš nužno imati 2 pure AP carry-a. Dobro, da. Ali ne moraš imati nužno 2, mislim 2 sustain damage scaling AP carry-a. Kao, okej si, mislim, prošli game recimo što je bio problem ekipi SK, imali su Silas i Varusa, nijedan od njih ne nosi u Hyperlate-u. Znaš, nemaš sustain damage. Sa druge strane, ako imaš recimo Casio dole, Ryza, Orianu, šta god, okej si da imaš ti Sandro na midu.
But so far it's Slowq still holding the dam, making sure that Jackies can't roam wherever he wants, keeping the push even.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a 2-minute timer. There wasn't really much reason to use the Purgatory there. So, that's Jackie's ultimate down for the next minute and a half or thereabouts. Drake now a pretty easy secure for SK if they want it, would be their second of the game.
Oh, I do think they want it. Already they're looking like hitting it. The Joppa is even going to take his base while they're killing the dragon. Just a free dragon, and GX hasn't accomplished much this game so far. I don't think their team comp allows them to just sit and wait for SK, and they really need to start using their...
Gde si, Marence? Ne, ovo je visual, spectator bug je. Nije da je visual bug bilo bi u gameu. Znači, nama je zabagovano, ali je in-game se vidi. Tako da spect bug je, nije ništa
surviving the pressure. Goal lead equalized between the two teams, but two Drakes over to SK, and with a Cloud Soul on the horizon. It's a strong spot all round for SK. And Cloud, when you have a Wukong and a Galio and a Volibear that want to run into your opponents, can be very impactful. So I think they would have preferred something like a Hextech Drake here.
Yeah. So what's next on the line? Let's see. Wunder here is going to base and probably open up bot side here. While Galio has been taking over mid, descending the Uranara
mid, and now they're putting Volibear on the side. Štrafte, iscrtane.
Getting the matchups they want. I don't think they want to play for Wunder. They want to make sure that first Uranara can push and then move into the Galio lane. The Galio is always fine because
On to rekao play for Munda, ja sam se malo zbog.
Join the fight with ult if they go on the Uranara. Everything goes through mid, and then Joppa kind of decides where they fight. So I don't think Jackis can really contest this. He's stepping up a little bit.
He's level 11. That Purgatory is back up for him as well, and Yoppa and Mickey's still squishy enough. Wild Growth, though, will help with that, obviously. The Lulu ultimate giving you that infusion of HP.
The good thing is that the Saya can kind of push against the Galio by herself. Galio obviously being full MR, can't really contest the Saya even in the solo lane. So Blackout doesn't need a lot of help right now, which unlocks Jun and Isma to lean towards mid lane.
Jeste. Mislim, vidi, ako ništa TFT je 50 puta gori. Nisam ga igrao, ali pošto čitam Twitter i dosta pratim šta ljudi pričaju, sad su promenili engine na TFT-u, bukvalno ne radi igrica. Mislim, kao, sreća pa je za TFT na PBE-u, pa možeš da kažeš dobro ono šta očekuješ na PBE-u je. Faktički je stvarno beta i treba da bude puno bugova, ali kao baš su ga releasovali u nezgodnom izdanju. Inače, pričao sam sa baš Marence, dok gledamo Flekta koji možda disengage-uje Tower. Istimo sam devove, uzeo sam neke kodove za goals. Nisu ništa spec kodovi, ali za nas koji ne igramo, jer mislim, ja prvi ne mogu stigne igram goals, ali igrat ćemo ga onaj vikend kad budemo igrali, kad bude Patreon Game Night. Tako da za nas koji ne igramo, uzet ćemo ove kodove da probamo da dobijemo neke igrače da bude iole fair, jeli? Tako da to je eto, male vesti, nije ništa ogromno, ali eto, cool je da bar malo imamo nešto što možemo da se borimo protiv ovih što igraju malo više. Mislim, podijelit ćemo se svakako da bude fair, ali eto, malo da pomogne ljudima koji ne mogu da stignu da igraju goals. Mislim, meni se ne igra, ja nemam. Da ima 5 na 5 igrali bi, vidi, od releasa. Jackie se samo mrtav. Mislim, fora sa ovim herojima je što ako ne uleti i ne šota, ne radi ništa. I da je 30-0, nije bitno.
And Jax is going to have to play a lot more careful than that if he wants to actually prove to be a threat towards Joppa.
Yeah, he's both his team's death so far, and that's Rift Herald over to SK. That sets them up perfectly for the next minute. You can put the Rift Herald down in mid, get the charge in, then you set up for the Drake, and because of the pressure from that Rift Herald, Ginex have to respond. There's still an item advantage for Blackbeard, but the Ardent Sensor kind of negates that a little bit, and now that Yoppa's picked up his Runan's Hurricane, which works so well with the Yanara, actually, SK in prime position to force a soul point fight.
Absolutely. And let's look at the game state right now. Yeah. We talked in the beginning of the game that it was going to be Joppa, hyper carry with a massive front line, still relevant towards SK. Now towards GX, who said it's going to be Jackie's on the lock that's going to have to prove a threat towards him to put him down in fights. I think that has changed. Yeah. Right now, it's about Flacket and Joppa. Flacket is so strong on this Saya, 500 gold ahead right now.
Mislim, i opet treba Infinity. Kako radi heroj bez Infinity, samo si mnogo slabiji. Imaš Lulu, bolji buffer svakako od Rakana, ali i dalje mislim da je Da je Infinity jak spike. Kad dođe do Infinity, onda mislim da Jopa sam možda nosi game, bukvalno. Lok, znaš šta je, mislim, u solo queue svaki assassin s resetom tehnički može da bude solo carry hero i samo ima jako tešku egzekuciju. Oskar ulta u prazno. A lik je mislim, stvarno, evo, ništa. I poslije ja pričam gluposti, lik je ulto, koga je on ultao? Gdje, ne znam. Sad traži pauzu, fazoru je min ult right, mi ult left. Šta ne si Isme tražio pauzu? A možda je on tražio pauzu. Aha. A misli da će neko da se flasha ispred njega da uhvati ulti koji inače ako promaši ne pogađa nikog. Moguće.
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 That's exactly how the fight goes. The AD carry that's untouched always wins in comps like this. You saw how much threat Blackout was on there. They were sending everything towards him, and he had the ultimate, but still Gali was on him. The Wukong was on him, and Joppa completely untouched. Oscar Winning goes way too far forward and gets caught, so the fight starts.
Yeah, really good fight all round from SK. I love the use of the Battle Herald. It will put them on soul point as well with the cloud very easily secured afterwards, and you can see. As we talked about for Flackett, you have a Featherstorm, you've got a quickness. And then after that, it's like, how do I get out of this situation? I have a Volibear underneath me, I have a Wukong underneath me, I have a Galio who didn't even have Hero's entrance for that fight, by the way. It's still 3 seconds before it comes back off cooldown. It's basically impossible for that Xayah to survive unless Giant X have been able to assassinate the backline, actually put some damage into Yoppa, so that he can't just stand behind his meatballs and do damage.
There's always a plan there as well, because Wukong, if the Lulu is in range and he goes onto the Xayah, and he
Kolovali pauzu.
The Xayah gets wild growth into Cyclone, and she has lost all her HP before she even ulted.
Yeah, it's just impossible for them. A player has claimed that they had performance issues during that last team fight. League officials are reviewing the footage right now, and we'll let you know more soon.
Igrač je rekao da su mu pali frame-ovi, ja? Mislim, prečita možda bude performance issues.
Assume, especially with performance issues, like we have no idea what was on their screen. It's not like Han Summer when his monitor turned off in that one game.
That was a bit unfortunate.
It does happen from time to time.
I've had a lot of fun moments on stage with a lot of fun pauses.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I remember one time where I think Perks paused the game because he couldn't see the Banshee on the enemy team.
Yes, wasn't that is that a Silas he tried to hijack and they had the Banshees on? Yes, I remember that.
And then we Crowder broke the game and he just corrupted the file, so...
Oh no.
So, I mean, still, we're the only team that has 2-0'd a team in the best of one.
Yes, I do remember that.
Excel Esports, against Vitality 2022. That was a fun day.
Long time ago now.
But yeah, I think as a player in these moments, you have to stay calm. You have to just stay focused. And I think the most important thing is you have to remember where everyone is. Because you sit there, you close your eyes, you're trying to meditate. And then you realize, wait, I don't know where anyone is anymore. Always when you unpause a game, you have forgotten so much information. You don't know summoners anymore unless you have them written down. You don't know who used ult, you don't know who used what, and you don't know where in Fog of War they are. A lot of that information that comes so instinctively to you when you're playing is sometimes lost during a pause.
It's true.
So that's why you often see after a pause a lot of volatility.
Yeah, I think after this pause, depending on where we restart the game from, it really changes what the outlook is, right? Because if it's just like, hey, there weren't performance issues, League officials investigated, and we start from here, then remembering where everyone is like, well, 3 of Giant X are in the fountain, right? They're in the death chamber for now, so...
Tako je, da, postoji flat minimum, postoji flat minimum.
And flash timers and TP timers and all of that jazz. If SK get out of this with the game state remaining where it was when we're paused, they're in such a strong position in this game. They're on soul point, 2,500 gold ahead, their tanks are tanking, their damage dealers are damage dealing, everything is going well.
Life is lifing for SK, absolutely. I mean, I love their draft, honestly. 3 strong lanes, hyper carry, simple. They really just picked a win draft. Like, I think the draft is so winning, it's so difficult for GX. And this is the problem with Locke. You're kind of relying on him being so OP and doing all these crazy things because you're playing Locke in scrims. Now, I don't know what you guys know about EU scrims, but they're pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's very explosive.
Some would say that some of the players maybe don't take the scrims as serious as they do their stage games.
It's possible.
And the scrims might degenerate a little bit and become a little bit too crazy. And turns out a champion like Locke is very strong in those kinds of games.
Yeah, so where you just run around getting free kills.
A very common thing that's happening is fake data. We're always talking about fake data when I was competing. And sometimes you got to be real about it, and sometimes you can't know if a champion is OP or not.
Yeah, that you can't, as we see still the footage being reviewed by league officials at the moment. And yeah, what else do you want to talk about, Finn? Because we got a moment. Oh, actually, never mind.
Paddle?
We could talk more about paddle, but I think the AD is going to have
What
a
do they
little
know
bit of a
about paddle?
conversation. I know nothing about paddle. Something about a kitchen. There's a kitchen in paddle, isn't there? That like the front box is called the kitchen. Anyway, AD, talk about stuff, please.
Čekamo da se završi pauza, svakako. Bilo kako bilo, čekamo se završi pauza.
Kidding, I don't care. Welcome. Folks, it's never a good sign when you see us during games, and it's because we're still buying time. League officials are investigating. Obviously, it takes a bit of time. You want to be certain that you understand what is going on, what the problems are. And we'll just have to see what unfolds. But for now, we can take a look at the picks and bans. We can rehash some of the information we heard our caster friends talk about and see where we're going.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to need you to speak louder because I can only hear the casters right now. I actually can't hear you.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll take this out. Medic, we can hear you talking about the weird rubbing sound. So might want to bring it down a notch. Don't know if everyone at home can hear that too. Yeah. And if you can't, that's just a weird thing I said. Forget about it. Anyway, player claiming performance issues in the previous fight. We have to investigate. It's going to take a bit of time. I say we, I mean the league officials. It's definitely not us.
Ok, znači vjerovatno će imati chrono break.
They're going to see what's up, make sure the packet loss. I don't know. Yeah. Again, be really glad that I'm not your league official. Please bring up the draft.
Nisam 100% siguran kako mogu da provere da li imao packetloss u prošlosti. Mogu u stvari, mogu lupan gluposti, mogu. Ako je packetloss. Ako je FPS issue, nisam najsigurniji. Verovatno mogu ako je sve snimljeno da uzmu samo recording da vrate da vide ako mu je upaljen FPS. Ako mu je ugašen FPS, ja mislim da ne postoji način. Možda očnom metodom. Ide da li je zalagovalo, ali to je opet subjektivno. Sigurno postoji način svakako.
But it's definitely, if it plays out as it has, SK are in a fantastic spot afterwards.
And already from the draft, they're just set up for having the burden of execution on themselves because this draft is really not easy to navigate, and we already saw it in this previous team fight. If it all goes through, it's really hard because there's a lot of anti-synergy. You have them Besen, Rakan, the Lock who really want to dive past everything and assassinate the Zeri, but at the same time you have Wukong, Galio being able to play counter-engage. So honestly, pleasantly surprised from everything that the SK has shown me in this game. The amount of control that they have had has been surprising because when I was looking at them leading into this split, I would really not see them as one of the teams who are able to pull off slow controlled games, especially after the slugfest that we had in the previous two games.
Well, I mean, they've got slow Q now, so it does make a lot of sense, right? And honestly, I think he's been a player that's really impressed me today. I think he's been exceptional on a lot of the picks, and he's been in the right positions. The Silas was really good. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite get it across the line in that game too, but game one, also the impact in this one now as well. Key on the Galio, like setting the lock to 0-2 coming out of the laning phase, and then he's also getting in towards some of these fights and performing well. Like for a first time, I think it's been great.
Yeah, I agree. And we take a look back at the fight that kind of led us into this pause, seeing these key moments here. And you can see, like, now that the Galio's had a good early game, it is so hard to play the composition, as you highlighted, Odo.
Yeah, now there's the Lock on the side who's constantly trying to find something, and he won't even get to join this fight. He's just sitting over that wall just because once the formation is broken, there is just no way for him to find any way in. We saw Dambessa trying to do this sort of pincer move from both sides, but there's just no setup from anyone else. The moment SK Steam Comp is standing there like a ball, 5v3, there is no way for the 3-man from GX to manage to make any sort of space because what you want to do is you want to lure them in.
Tu je, ima. Tu je kartoni, tu je redulj, tu je mare.
And I mean, look, there is obviously
Sratim ja ponekad.
Turn out two different members of your roster, right? But unfortunately, like that disconnect on Oscarinen has really cost him in this moment, and I think that's where I want to try and see that short up because I expected with Oscarinen and John both coming in from Fnatic that there would already be a bit of that innate synergy and they would be able to find those links, but that
Kad će Mata? Možeš Mata kad hoćeš.
You can see there as well as you say, like
ovo je sad no troll, iskreno.
Like you kind of need a moment where you can go in.
Samo da ne bude da nisam rekao.
Have this big burst damage. Follow up with the rest of the team so you can kind of finish out some of these members nice and early, but that just isn't possible with the composition that they're against.
And GX are a team where the big splits, the big moments for them are often in those first weeks against opponents at the top of the table, right? We see them, they're talking, you know, G2's not going to make.
Ali generalno ljudi kao ljudi uvek dobro dođe.
it's a short season, right?
Neko za stalno, neko za povremeno, kako god, mislim, to je... Ne trulam, sad sam onako, mislim, ozbiljan sam što se toga tiče. Ljudi su uvek, da, samo što ne bi mogo da kočaš i da kastuješ, ali... Očigledno Worlds. Ove godine, ne sledeće, ove godine neće kočovati, tako da ne. Nego kažem ti za sljedeću, znaš, ne možeš da kastuješ Worlds i da ga kočaš u isto vreme, čisto da znaš. Tako da morat ćeš da odlučiš šta ćeš od ta dva. Ove nećeš, da, pa ja kažem ove neće, znaš, sljedeće već nemam pojma, sljedeće je sve moguće.
I don't know, so far there's not a lot of promising stuff.
Especially when you think back to like Giant's last split, right? Like it was, hey, we have solid early games revolving around Isma and Jackie, and we're going to then spread that into looking for invades, looking for these picks in the jungle, and oftentimes it was kind of like in that setup, the 1-3-1 there, they'd overextend a little bit into the jungle, get caught.
Pa to ti kažem. Jer samo kasteri trebali još nešto. Kako me Radule pito, ne znam da li smijem da Zavisi Radule šta si spreman da radi. Šalim se, ljudi. Se džoki. Generalno šalo na stranu, šalim se ja malo, ali komentatori i lica na desku uvek dobro dođu. To je definitivno nešto što je super i uvek je potrebno.
A simpler era of League of Legends. So we wait for more updates for this issue to be resolved. Let's learn a bit more about League.
Tako da to je ono što je, da kažeš, glavno. A imaju segment. Imaju klipić. I taman stavim traku za hodanje dok oni reše pauzu, ću doći ljudi brzo.
Your PC is getting so hot you could probably cook an egg on it. But it hasn't failed you yet. You've got pretty stable ping. Okay, there might be some spikes. But it's playable. You bought some rune pages with your allowance and spent all your IP on crit runes. Solid investment. You don't know what the meta is, but it does seem to involve buying a lot of black cleavers. You could probably do that. Your Skype group chat is arguing about who's the best EU mid.
He's just sitting on mid lane wave clearing?
Why not?
You saw the back door?
Surely we know I'm way better. Did you seriously not see my wall?
That's a perfect wall, by the way. Oh, he pressed on one button. Wow.
Today, you will steal a Baron, escape with a sliver of HP, and scream,
nice! Not even close, baby.
You'll win some, you'll lose some, and you'll love every single game where you don't play against Darius. You're pretty sure Darius is broken. EULCS is about to start. It's El Clasico. Fnatic versus SK.
We're about to see SK Gaming take on Fnatic.
Fnatic? They won Worlds.
Who's gonna go in there first? It's gonna be Emirates into space chase, and there's the pulverize.
Life is good.
Is he gonna go down?
Fnatic brush. These so classic, by the way.
Was that a Gragas Zoe bot lane at the end of that, or what the hell was that?
I don't know, man.
I saw the Gragas and was so confused as to what the other champion was.
Oh, there's some dancing on stage. We're getting more. You want to dance? I can't pull. I actually don't know if I'm supposed to talk to you, Mickey. I'm sorry. I'm gesturing. No, can we? I'll ask. I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, what I was. I mean, I think it's cool to see the.
I'm checking with the league officials if I can just pull a player off stage in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I mean, dude, maybe.
No, I've been informed that is very much against the rules. Again, reminder that I am not cut out for any kind of league official position.
Yeah, but we're just supposed to just wander through life and talk about crap. Right? We don't actually have to. Like, think through what the rules are. We just tell people what they are.
Okay, but quick update in case you just came back into a random League Classic trailer. League Classic is out. It's hype. It's sick. But we're waiting to continue Game 3 here between GX and SK. There were performance issues reported right around a pretty crucial team fight. League officials are investigating. Still don't have any major updates for you. You know, someone's in there looking at the VAR, trying to figure out if it's a red card, yellow card. Again, not entirely sure. But in the meantime, we've hit the point in the pause where we're going to just talk about random stuff.
Yeah.
So if you want us to talk about anything in the audience, feel free to shout a topic out. Please don't shout how handsome Duffman is. You guys have already tried too many times. That's not on the approved list of topics.
I mean, he does have a great Scottish accent, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were about to like check in and tell us it's actually on the list of approved.
No, yeah, the like Mr. President.
Actually, sorry, VARs it.
We've received word. Yeah, classic. Have you played it? Have you liked
I was
it?
going to ask you because Maokai hasn't been in. I don't know you got him on your arm, so it's like.
I do. I got plenty of those, but honestly, none of the champions that I have there are in League Classic.
So what are you playing? Are you playing top lane?
Okay, I played Rise because it was extremely toxic.
That thing is broken.
Yes, it reminds me of the good old times where 0-0 was clapping my cheeks and it was hard to lane against them. And my second game was Sion, and I was completely useless.
AP or AD?
AD, because my 14-year-old brain thought it was a lot more fun back then, but then I played it, and my 31-year-old brain was like, yeah, you were quite stupid when you were young, and it was really bad. So it wasn't as fun. It was a classic League experience, you know, where you try stuff, and most of the time you just suck.
Yeah, I played with Finn, who tried Rise for the first time. I was up against like some poor guy playing like Nasus, who was, I think, silver. And Finn just absolutely destroyed him on Rise. And we were just kind of like, faffing about, not really doing much elsewhere on the map. And we look up, it's like 11-0 Rise in the top lane, and we're like, all right, this game's over. Because it's the old one that bounces off you, and then you got the Omnivamp on your ult as well. Like, it is obnoxious how much that guy can tank.
So Finn is a bully, is what we've learned.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah.
Which is especially great because he can't defend himself.
Finn, yeah, you right there is a bully.
He was silver. You can't give him a break, dude.
I mean, that's the only people Finn can beat nowadays, to be honest.
It's on matchmaking. You can be merciful. If someone queues you up into a UFC match versus a child, you cannot hit the child, Finn. That's a choice, dude.
Yeah.
Out of control.
You know, like Finn is massively power tripping because probably the child or the man or whatever he beat.
The silver player.
Silver player. Let's say silver player.
Could be,
freshly came from school or like from a 14-hour work shift. I'm gonna enjoy some League of
grown.
Legends.
He probably has kids. He's like, I'm looking back to my nostalgia days.
Yeah, might be a grandpa at this point.
Like.
You know,
to be fun.
And then Finn is just sitting there at this PC, you know, 40 degrees in his room, sweating from everyone. And he's just sitting like,
900 APM machines.
I also know Finn has been like theory crafting for the last like 2 weeks on every single thing.
Bro, he's probably writing Mobile Fire guides as we speak.
Yeah, he's got his phone out.
Any Mobile Fire users? Wait, how many people were around for League Classic era in the audience? Show of hands. Like, who actually played Season 3 and before? Oh, that's not very many people. Oh, God, we're old.
This side makes us feel better.
Yes, shout out to you guys. I'm sorry, you're old, but you're amongst good company. Thank you. If anyone else is like, wow, this game is not as good as Modern League, I understand. Maybe it's just nostalgia. Maybe it's just us old heads who are super excited about it. I wonder if we can... I just want to ask Mickey what he's playing.
In Classic?
So I tried to do the Mickey in Classic, which was I played the TF support because the E is his ult, so you can TP all over the map from level 1. And then I accidentally ran it down on Medic for 2 games.
Which, not to disparage our boy on stage, is the Mickey Classic. Yes, is to pick something new and run your teammate down on stage.
Yes,
so
that does make sense.
Shout out Mickey.
But
please talk amongst yourself. I just received a small update in my ear. Oh, there it is. All right, League officials can confirm there was an impact on the performance of the PC towards the end of the team fight. So after review, League officials officially deemed that this had no outcome on the team fight. So we're going to continue to play. We're going back in. No more pauses. Casters, take it away.
Okay, guys, calm it down for a second.
What is Odo doing?
He's, I don't know, pressing a button. He likes to be involved.
He's like 35, by the way. Like.
Man, he's younger than me. Okay? You can't do that to me, Finn. Okay. Ready checks are happening, but we're not actually into the game yet. So we do have a. Oh, never mind. I see that play is about to resume.
We're back, baby.
And that will be Giantx getting. Okay, so recap of where we are. Giantx just lost the team fight because of a great battle held, which is now just standing still, and it disappeared.
Wow,
that's the thing with pauses. Sometimes weird stuff happens.
He did his ninjutsu and disappeared out of there.
Disappeared entirely. SK have 3 Drakes, a 2,500 gold lead, have 3 tanks, and Blackout is no longer ahead.
Yeah, I think you did a good job there, but I just wanted to like get a scope because we've been out of the game for quite some time. Dropper is a problem. Dropper right now has a massive front line. He has a Volibear, a Wukong, that's a whole menagerie, and a Galio, plus the Ludo to peel for him, and he's very fed. GX they kind of bet everything on this lock, and he hasn't really found the impact he wanted just yet. Blackhead was really strong, but after that fight, he is now falling a little bit behind. Now SK is just one dragon away from Swordlord, so GX needs to find some way to break the mold right now. They need to stop SK. They need to attack them in the setup, I think. They need to make sure they can't get their dragon set up. They can't just sit there on the dragon when it spawns, because if that happens, they're in checkmate. It's a complete Zugzwang, and they cannot do anything about it.
Great word. You been playing some chess?
Zugzwang?
Yeah, Zugzwang. People don't use that often, but great word. SK have set up topside. They've got the waves crashing in, and Ginex had to give up the minions that died to that tower. Now we're going to see Wonder TP down towards the bottom side as Slowq and Skeen steal away this blue. Wonder just answering any pressure that Oscar Winning could have. And Ginex left wanting a little bit in their defenses as Slowq goes up towards top. He'll be able to take more plates off that tower. So overall, just big leads developing for SK. About a 500 gold lead developed just off that last sequence.
Now, I want to say, we've been talking about Wunder being a part of the tank gang this game. He's not really buying tank. That's a scout slinger shot that an Eber is. He's going that static shift, right?
Static shift, Dusk and Dawn.
Yeah.
We did say like he could go tank, or he could do a little Wonder stuff.
Lightning Bear. And Joppa stepping up.
And he'll be okay for the moment with the charm coming out. There's a wild growth, and he dashes out, flashes away from the Feather Storm, and though it was close, it was not close enough as Blackhead is forced to flash away from Wonder, who came in with the thundering blows.
I wonder if that was his confidence in Mickey, because he can do that if Mickey wild growth the grand entrance by Rakan.
Yeah.
But I think Mickey messed up the timing, and now it just looked a little bit silly. He just stepped up at the flash out. Still trade flash with Blackhead, not the end of the world.
Yeah, that's the good part of it, right? Like, yes, you've used wild growth, you've used transcend oneself.
Well, it wasn't a net negative in the end, so it was good.
And you still have 2.5 minutes before the next Drake, so you've got time to get at least your ultimates back up, if not those Summoner Spell cooldowns. Wonder did also use his flash, so that will be down for the next fight as the minions that could.
Are they gonna do it?
One more.
Yeah,
well done.
Kudos.
Yeah, great job,
Kudos to those minions, man.
Hey,
They stepped up.
Minions have taken down one tower, Ginex have taken down one tower. It's basically a 50-50 split in terms of work priorities.
Yeah. Nice job by the minions. Joppa now has no flash on midway. Has to be a little bit more careful. Oscarinian looking for public execute. Might have to follow up on Jun.
There he goes. Oh, it goes wide. Isma tries to come in with the Ishtal's impact, but he's caught it up immediately, and then Joppa begins to open up. Skeens gets the Cyclone into an impale, but unfortunately for Ginex, the Zaya is plucked right out of midair as SK find 2 more kills. And now can actually just start up the Baron. There's no jungler on the enemy team.
I mean, it's just 7-1 in kills. Looking very dominating here for SK Gaming, and it just looks easy. You know, Medic, why does it look so easy? Yeah, because of draft gap.
Yeah.
SK's draft is just better, and GX has to do so much to win this game. Wunder gets the mid tower. He doesn't even need to help on the Baron. That Baron is just falling. Joppa stepping up. Really good peel here by Slowq on Isma. The moment he uses the Ixtal's impact, can't get out anymore. And it's an easy chase, and Skeens, just finalizes the play with the Cyclone.
Really nicely done all round from SK. It's these the multiple prongs of both defense and attack for SK, working incredibly well. Abyssal Mask and Riftmaker now complete on Slowq, so he has a bit of damage at his back as well. There's the Sunder Sky for Skeens. He's got 2 items, Static Shift for Wonder, and the Hex Optics as well for Yoppa. Alongside that, Runans and the Kraken Slayer. For Ginex, it is a very difficult road to walk back. And if you are going to do that, I feel like Jackies needs all 5 members of SK to sit inside of Purgatory and just die for him to be back in this game.
I mean, my answer is Jun next fight.
Yeah.
He has the flash coming right up, has the grand entrance and the quickness. And I really think he needs to make something happen, because right now Oscarinian is walking up this thing.
Public Execution has just come back off cooldown, but he's flashed away and he's polymorphed, and Wonder brings down the fists of
Evo mene nazad.
And SK find another pick before a major objective. Should be sold for them. I mean, Wonder is bringing
Što ja, došao nazad i ja skavino gema. To je okej. To je totalno dobar razvoj događaja.
Medic, they look lost.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to lose.
I mean, maybe... What did Blackhead say? They were going to make them puke?
Yeah, well, I think game 2 made them puke.
Oh.
And now game 3, they've made them puke in one way.
Yeah.
Perhaps not by beating them up too much, but, You know, sometimes when people see disgusting things, they also puke. So.
I mean, GX just look lost this game. They look a little bit identityless. I think they really thought this lockpick would pan out more from draft. But Jackis has had a very quiet game, and it's the second time we see the lock into the Galio, and it's not really working out.
Yeah, it's often why we see late swaps when you're running a lock. You run, we saw lock Aatrox earlier on in the LCK, and there was a late swap to try and get the lock out of the Galio lane. It didn't work there because the enemy team didn't swap the Galio away from it, but overall, you don't want to be playing into this Galio at all. Okay, well, Jackie's. Oh. Unfortunately, there's a big bear on your face, and this is not that sort of fun bear that you often find in Berlin. No, this is one of those angry ones that will chase you down.
Sometimes the Berlin bears are angry as well.
Well, I was talking about the statues.
Oh.
You know, they have a bunch of bears scattered all over Berlin.
Da, nisam bio ovde svakako, tako da nisam vidio. Znači, izgubio je i Duško, a?
Here's the problem, right? And that wasn't really words, that was just whatever came out of my mouth for a second. But for casting, what you want to do is present an argument that either team can win with the margin of odds that a team is going to win, right? I see no avenue, apart from 5-player disconnection, that Giant X win this game. I just don't see it. It's like Infinity War, but instead of holding up one finger, Doctor Strange just has no fingers left. And Splash wants to use the Featherstorm as the tower goes down. He has no threat on the enemy backline.
I'm trying to Fearcraft right now, win condition for GX, and I'm thinking maybe...
Sluk je veći od lider, sigurno. Mislim, generalno veliki sad, ok, dvije strane ove priče. Jopa i opuje, razumeš, dobio je ono što hoće. Ovo je očekivano. Ali, jedna velika stvar kod SK, to je dvije velike stvari. Slukio je sigurno bolji od lidera zato što ima širi champion pool. Da je League of Legends koji igra boljeg Yasua, lider bi vjerojatno bio bolji igrač. Ali lider mimo Yasua i Relije i Mili AD heroja na midu, on nema champion pool. A kada znaš da protivnik igra u najgorem slučaju Jona, mnogo je lako draftovati protiv takve ekipe. Iako ajde sad meta diskutabilno magevi na botu pa možda igraš AD na midu, iako možda nije optimalno, ali možeš. Slokju ti je sposoban da izvuče bilo šta u bilo šta. Mnogo širi champion pool. I jednostavno je mnogo lakše draftovati. Sa druge strane cijele te priče, pre nego što odemo na pauzu, SK igra protiv Giantsa. I to protiv iskreno Giantsa koji su se downgradovali od prošle sezone. Doveli su Oscar Reflekta. Tako da, realno gledano ne možemo ni da puno da kažemo za SK, zato što i dalje nisu doveli protivnika koji je... Znaš, mislim, nisu igrali u G2. I to je popričao velika stvar. Znači, nisu nisu igrali u G2, nisu igrali u jače protivnike, tako da tek je početak, ali bilo kako bilo, da, bio je Stomp, svakako ono što je dosta cool, što je dosta bitno. Gledamo Fnatic, ja mislim, u stvari ne, gledamo Fnatic sljedeće, gledamo Navi i KC. Ja sam mišljeno gledamo Fnatic u nedelju, konstantno permutujem da je Fnatic koji drugi meč dana, jeste drugi meč dana, ali sutra. Tako da danas gledamo Navi i KC. I ja bih rekao jedan ogroman test za Navi. Evo, da, okej, znači oni sutra igraju protiv G2, to je prvi meč dana, drugi meč je KC.
I mean, definitely it's going to be super interesting to see, but now we're going to throw it to AD, where Mickey X is standing together with Wunder. Mickey, tell us about the Rip cards. What did you pull?
Igra midlane za Navi, nisam 100% siguran. Bilo kako bilo. Rila će također popričao dobar, tako da vidjet ćemo šta će se događati, ali da, pravimo pauzicu nekih 15 minuta, otprilike očekujte pauzu, nakon toga se vraćamo nazad sa Game Broj 2.
Do you agree with the sentiment of mega puke?
Game 2 for sure, yeah. But I think the rest were like not that bad. Like I think we made them sweat a bit to game 2. It was looking a bit rough from early. And then yeah, after game 3 I mean game 3 was kind of not even close though.
Yeah. It's a little bit deflating because of the long pause, I guess. But once that got resolved, it was pretty easy, I think, after the Drake fight we had. We got to marinate on it a bit, and then I think it was pretty easy after that, yeah.
Yeah, sit and simmer on it. Game 3 for you, pretty good. Volibear, I'm liking it. How'd you feel about that matchup? Was it always destined to be so wonder favored?
It's a good matchup. It does swing a little bit, especially because they level 3 ganked it, and I had to like soak XP and like drop like 10 CS. But yeah, I mean, once I guess Ambassador gets Eclipse, he can start playing a little bit more. But it's kind of nice for Volibear still.
Any all chats in the pause? Did you do any chats in the pause?
We were told very firmly that we are not allowed to use the chat, so we...
Okay, now, they said that, but did you still chat?
No. I felt like it was very serious what was going on the other side, because we were not allowed to know what was happening in the pause, so we didn't actually know...
oh, you want to know? I can tell you.
What was happening?
They had FPS drops.
You should have made him guess, bro.
I mean, that is very tilting, so, I mean... I guess I wouldn't have taunted them if they actually had laggy anything. That sucks for them, yeah.
Wonder, fun fact, you are the winner of a completely random accolade, which is you took the most amount of damage in a single game in LEC history in Game 2.
Big.
170k, bro.
I mean, that one team fight where I was just standing still, CC'd for like 50 seconds.
You were just looking at him, you're letting him die.
Yeah, of course. I didn't want to give him a free kill.
But you still went in later and you still died.
I doubled it away from him, because I thought it was not looking rough. I mean, it was looking rough.
To be fair, we thought it was going to be a very good Mundo game. I think, though, some of the things we were lacking was like damage when I was taking damage.
Yeah.
I kind of had like a Silas or a Nocturne just like looking at me, or like an Alistar.
Oh, you're off the screen.
I'm looking. Look, I'm gonna double him away now.
No, but you're off the screen. You're looking. Look, where are you? You're just like a cheerleader. He's still tanking, man.
I am cheerleading. I mean, to be fair, I am saying here, like, I mean, we are like all calling. I don't know if they run in, they kind of just like change target to them, and they probably just die. So it's like a little bit of an awkward situation.
Boom.
That's all you got.
I did also tell him to buy mercs. I didn't have mercs.
No,
they talked about that in the cast too. There was a notable lack of mercs.
No, but Swifties was kind of nice early game, especially on my champ. And then I just got full build. And we should have just waited a little bit more. I would have had mercs. I swear I would have voted.
You would have been close. Tomorrow, G2. Tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow. G2.
Yeah. Yes.
Look, it's a reunion, basically. We're short Yankos. He's co-streaming. Didn't want to be a coach for some reason. But is this one extra special at all, now that Luca is back in the picture as well?
Yeah, we'll be hype. Looking forward to it. And I think now we're also in a bit better form, I guess, than before. So
yeah, I mean, I did see his drafts recently, though, so I mean, I'm pretty happy that he's on that side, I guess. But I mean, besides that, I mean, I guess like they have had the better of us, at least in this G2 SK reunion. We haven't really, I don't know if we have won a game yet against them, so we are looking to do that tomorrow.
I mean, to be honest, it's the same as when you guys were on G2, because Grabs was drafting for you and the drafts were just as bad, so I guess you learned from him?
It is true, yeah. I mean, he definitely has like a lot of unrust, I guess. He joined G2 and all of a sudden he's like back in the old ways, I guess, drafting some garbage. But I mean, as long as he sticks to it for this week and doesn't scale too hard right now, then I think we'll at least put up a fight there.
All right. Kia played the series with Yopa. Talk to me a little bit about his performance today. I feel like game 1 was really good. Everything else in the series is a blur. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I kind of disassociated in game 2, and then game 3 there was a pause. But how do you feel about his performance? Because I think people are going to really tunnel on mid lane, right? But do you feel like he's been progressing well over the year, improving?
I mean, he is wasting a lot of his time in solo queue playing mages, and today he played 3 AD carry games. So, I mean, I'm surprised that he played so well with so little practice on the AD carries. But yeah, it's nice to have someone that also is very adaptable and can pull them off whenever he wants.
Okay. Well, now we can talk about Webcam. We talk about League of Legends. What's the story? Did you just open $1 million for the cards? What happened here?
I don't actually know the rules of Riftbound yet, because I mean, I used to play a little bit of Magic with Mickey and like also back in the G2 days, like with the Perks and all of those people, Caps as well. And yeah, I mean, that was kind of fun. But I hadn't really cared too much to get myself into like a new game right now. But they're still playing it, and apparently a new set was coming out, and then they said, hey, you guys want to go, someone wants to go to the card store? I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Let me buy some packs. So I bought 3 boxes, but I haven't played the game yet. So I guess it is like a prerequisite. If you want to play in person, you kind of need to buy cards, unless I borrow from those guys. So yeah, I unpacked the signature Canon thing. apparently it's worked.
Mickey, scale of 1 to 10, how mad were you when he opened it?
I was pretty mad.
He was even,
I bought a lot of boxes.
He was
and
even mad before that. He was mad before that because I unboxed like some seals and like some hooks.
In
and
the Origins
like,
box, he also got Victor overnumbered just for fun.
Yeah.
And all the good like rares, good epics like Aurora, Bait the Hook, and I got nothing basically.
Hey Mickey, no, like if you just get one more box, it's your turn now.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah,
but my 15 want is the one.
Surely, just one more box. Final thing, big series for us tomorrow, partly because Odo's here, MKoi versus Fnatic. I know the next one coming up, KC versus Navi, but I want to know who you think comes out on top. We already talked about Grabs. Is he bringing it home against
Fnatic?
MKoi?
Yeah, I would say Fnatic probably looks a bit better.
All right.
Koi's looking rough, but we'll see.
Fnatic looking better? Based on scrims?
I guess, yeah.
I mean, there's some criminal stuff happening in our scrims over there.
Oh yeah, true. Actually, this guy is Renegade is gonna get stumped. Actually, now that I think about it.
Right, fair enough. Gentlemen, congratulations on incredibly crazy first best of 3, but you got there in the end. We're gonna be taking a quick break, but afterwards we're back with more League of Legends, Navi versus Karmine Corp.
Look on the exit, okay? Look on the exit. Look on Bessa. 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 Bessa.
No ult on Bessa?
Yeah.
No ult, this guy?
Look on Bessa.
No ult, okay?
Yeah.
I'm coming Skarner.
It's good. It's good. Good. As polymorph.
Good job. Get the can push out waves.
I really think he needs to make something happen because right now Screen is walking up this thing.
Public Execution has just come back off cooldown, but he's flashed away and he's polymorphed. A wonder brings down the fists of Fury.
I'm flashing on
Bessa
fire.
on me.
Is that dead? Yeah.
We're killing on Bessa?
Yeah. Nice that. Nice one, guys. Went.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, that he does.
Did you steal the LEC trophy?
Okay, you can call this.
You start to think you're all alone, count
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. It's still summer, week 2, day 2. I'm still Dracos, Dagda, Odawamne, and look, we're getting ready for our second series of the day, Karmine Corps versus Navi. And Karmine Corps looking incredible.
Yeah.
I had to stop myself from swearing there. Effing incredible, some would say. But they're back in Berlin now for the first time in quite some time. They're still gonna have some strong KC supporters here in house. It won't be quite as, I think, KC dominated as it was at EWC and at the Paris Roadshow, though.
Yeah, 10,000 Frenchmen yelling for KC for 12 hours a day. Yeah, we're back in the studio. They did their spiel again. They went 10-0 at the road trips, but now Whiplash back to the studio. How will they do?
I do think though for them that like I think KC has really shown like kind of as last split and like at the internationals that like the gap between the Korea and the West is really closing.
Whoa.
Yeah, like genuine. I really think they have. Like I've been really impressed because I really think that Yahoo has caught up with JoJo and Caps.
Okay.
There was a clear denomination between like top 2 and then it was kind of Yahoo. But I really do think that this gap has started to close. I think this guy's been insane, and especially with JoJo being on a bit of a slump. I think it might be who's the second best mid laner at the moment. Like this guy has been incredible across the board.
I mean, he beat Caps, bro. He's the best mid laner right now. I'm not saying all time, but like we have the tape from last weekend. I think it's still relevant for at least another week.
But that's the thing, right? Like when you think about when he came into the league, it was kind of like, oh yeah, Yahoo gets his ear and he looks kind of okay. But like the rest of the champions were kind of a little bit wonky. You weren't sure how he was integrating with the team. This time around, he's got a ton of picks that he's bringing to the front line. Like he's looked absolutely fantastic on like the silences and these kind of things that he's been able to bring out. And now at this stage, it's just kind of a case of, well, Yahoo is very clearly catching up and now outperforming, as you say, the top 2 mid laners that we have.
Yeah, look, well, there's a sign for it. People are excited for Yahoo. Doesn't matter where we are, Paris or Berlin. Yahoo is the guy that we're all so excited about. But I want to talk a little bit about the team on the side. This is the first time we're seeing Navi this split, right? This is the team that kind of hit the ground running. And this is going to be a big task. This is probably the strongest opponent you possibly could have had. Some people would argue G2, but KC right now certainly in peak form. And now we're going to need to figure out how to dismantle them, try to make this work, because they've kept the same lineup. But what are we expecting today?
It's a huge David versus Goliath, but it's with a twist because Goliath has the Infinity Gauntlet on his arm. Because I feel like KC's form is just incredible. And if we think of Navi, but not Navi of Versus, because that was the good Navi. That was the Navi that had Rilich and Parus doing crazy things. And now Rilich was the star for me. But we need to think of the Navi of Spring because they came in and I felt like they had troubles adapting, and it came a lot from what they were doing in the jungle and the support pool. Because I feel like they transitioned from this one-man team with Rilich being an absolute superstar, finding the off-meta picks, forcing enemy junglers in this uncomfortable position where you have to play against the unknown, you have to play against the champions that you don't know how to play against. In Spring, okay, this graphic, just to explain, these are all the champions that have been played by anyone in Versus and Spring, and the colored ones are the ones that Rilich have been playing.
And I think this is where, like, I get a little bit of hope for Rilich, though, right? Because my eyes start to drift towards, like, the Nocturne and these kind of things and go, okay, if you have this in your back pocket, maybe that's the keys to success. Because if you can try and play around Rilich with Paris being able to support him in the way KC have, maybe that's your opportunity.
It is, and I like that you say it, but at the same time, now everyone knows how to play against the champions because these champions are the meta, and Rilich was the best when he was not playing meta. He was dragging you in that uncomfort zone, but now everyone knows the counters to these champions. Everyone knows that if you pick Nocturne, he's going to invade you. Everyone knows that Jarvan's going to try to jump over the wall. There's no Jace, there's no Aatrox anymore. So now that edge is gone, but I really want them to empower Parus as well, because Parus, if you think about it, 2 years ago when Skewmond went to G2, he was supposed to be the package deal that never happened. Parus, at that BDSA roster, at EU Masters, he was insane. He was playing Camille, he was playing Pantheon, he was playing Pyke, he was playing all of these champions that create chaos. And this is what I need to see, because in Spring, Parus was not bringing any of those champions. He was only playing enchanters.
So as much as it sounds like that some of the secret sauce that Rilich was bringing to the table might be gone, it does feel like we've stumbled into a meta where Paris really should be set up to take over. No more Seraphines on the bottom side of the map, no more enchanters, room to play these supports that can single-handedly make plays.
And I hope that then you have the rest of the supporting cast able to enable that, right? Because it's not just one piece of the puzzle. It's can Sam D bring out mages in the bottom lane, because even back when he was in the LPL, this man was very much kind of like, I am only playing AD carries, and even then a select group of AD carries. So coming into this, I want to see if we can get the mages that then do enable things like the Camille, the Pantheon, the Pike here that you're seeing on your screen, because these, for me, are such a cornerstone of how you can impact the map, set up Paris to work with Relech, try and follow up on these invades if you have a Nocturne, like, just take over in the early stage.
Exactly, and he already, you can see Paros is already taking the first steps to identifying, and I'm really hoping that he brings even more than this out today, because the Camille, honestly, we haven't seen Camille in pretty much the whole week, because everyone knows how OP she is. But now I just want him to bring a little bit more of that spice, about that sauce, so that Relech is finally unleashed again.
And also, I think you need to. Like, if you're going up against Busio, like, that man gets his hands on Camille, it's lights out. Like, this guy is so insanely good on the pick. The way he's able to sneak experience, to get these little leads, that then turn into big advantages of team fights is incredibly impressive. Paris needs to be able to not only take those picks out of his hands, but also being able to match on the roams, get ahead of him. And honestly, I think Camille may just be a through band throughout this entire series with just how good Busio is on it alone.
And for me, it's extremely important that they show it in this game 1, because they went out in spring early. They were dejected from that playoffs run. They haven't made a single roster change, a single change in the coaching staff as well. So now they have been cooking, and they need to show it against KC, because we all saw how important it is to start the split off with a confidence boost and a big win, especially against Goliath of the league.
But that's the thing. It's just KC are so clean. Like, especially in the regular season. All right, I know there's been some
just so earnest. It was so earnest. They're so clean.
They're just great.
I'm just a big fan.
I just am, though. Like, honestly, it's just, like, when I watch the team, it's like the way that they're able to interact on the map is really great. Like, the ability for Yike to try and, hey, my camps are spawning on bottom side, so actually Busio is now going to play on Camille into top side to cover any sort of top plays. Like, there's a huge amount of innate synergy that's in the team, and let alone that's also included like great team fighting and everything. Like, they are as close to a complete package as you can get, and I think that's why we're seeing them rise to it's them versus G2 for so much of this battle at the top of the table. So when you come in now as Na'Vi, you need to kind of have to match in so many different aspects of your game plan. It's not like, oh, we have to have Paris match Busio in the early stage. That's just to get to the team fights in which they're exceptional. Like, I think the only way that you can probably contend against KC is when they fumble in that 1-3-1, where they try to overextend it a little bit too far, or they try to hard force an issue. That's kind of where they have some weaknesses, but it is very difficult to take these guys down. And I think for Na'Vi, it's more about them showing today the improvements they have made from spring into summer, and then give us something to latch onto for the upcoming games as well. Because against KC, it is always going to be difficult.
Yeah, you're not the expected favorites here, but if you're able to find this upset, also, it just makes the race for playoffs teams so much easier for you. A position where you can afford to maybe drop a game. I'm sorry, I just noticed how the corner. Is this person painted blue? Are the KC fans here painted blue? There might, you know what? I don't even know if you listen to me. I don't speak any French. I'm not going to be able to interact there. I'm just fascinated. You are painted blue. That's awesome. Yeah, the thumbs up transcends language barriers. Look, respect to KC, and this is one thing. Like, I really love this. I know that people are mixed on these kind of like super intense, passionate fandoms, but I really do appreciate that the KC fans are literally everywhere. Whether it's 10,000 of them in Paris, at EWC, at our roadshow, or here in the Berlin studio, it's a cool thing to see, and it's a tough thing for Na'Vi to go up against. You know, there's some Na'Vi fans here too, sure, but there's a lot less wolf calls, practice chants, jersey bouncing, French.
Maybe that's what we need to do, though. We need to come up with these things.
That's true.
Because we need to get backstage with Na'Vi and be like, all right, like, what do we have for Relech? You know, what can we make that's an answer call? I don't really know.
Na'Vi fans, we need your help. Twitter, wherever you are. These are the things that we need, because the Rift is stacked against them. The fan chants are stacked against them.
Apparently, I'm stacked against them as well. I didn't know I was until you called me out, but sure.
I mean,
I wouldn't even mind. They delivered me a jersey like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, they're great.
I feel really bad.
Hey, that was the first step.
Yeah.
They're great. I love Na'Vi, the organization. But right now, when we talk about players on stage, look, KC are super heavily favored. Percentages. What are the odds for the upset today?
I think it's like an 80-20.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. I feel like even Relech with all of the glazing and all of the stuff that I want them to bring out, I still feel like at best it's a 30% chance for Na'Vi.
Yeah, because it's also like I'm still waiting to see Poby really hit that upper echelon. Like, I think he has had some good flashes in the pan. But if I think about, hey, you know, we're going to play around, like, getting out of bot lane to try and play around mid, having Relech there alongside Paris, like, I haven't seen Poby been able to shine on many of those hard carries. I think he's been great on picks like Talia, where he can be a little bit more impactful on the map. But when it comes into, I'm going to hard carry a fight, that's not quite where he's been able to shine.
All right. Fair enough, gentlemen. Feels like we're going to need to see that Super Saiyan level up, the incredible moment. Maybe Navi can do it, but regardless, we're going to send it over to casters to bring us into this series and to meet the players.
We are casters. We are here to bring you into this series and to meet the players. Cast. We've had a little bit of a break, and so we need to get back into the zone. Anyway, KC versus Navi should be a good series. KC, though, definitely firm favorites, at least in my
Some would
estimations.
say. There's a strong argument to be made that KC might be the favorite team coming into this game.
Do you want to make that argument?
Yeah, I mean, I made that argument right now. But I do want to say, KC is now in Berlin.
They
don't have their home buff that they had in Paris. And I want to say that there are things I want to look out for in Navi's team.
Okay.
I think Navi, we haven't seen them in quite some time. Very young team, very young roster still.
It's true.
Paris in engage meta, in a raw meta, I think is a player to look out for. Because I want to bring you back a little bit to when G2 was scouting a jungle support. They looked to BDS Academy.
They did.
And they saw two players they really wanted. Skumond in the jungle, and next to him Paris as they support. These two together tore up the ERLs.
That they did.
And Paris hasn't really had that impact just yet in the LEC that Skumond has. But I think this meta will fit him like a hand in a glove. And I want to see what he can do now together with Relech against such a strong team that is KC.
And that, I think, is part of the problem as well. KC have some practice this split, right? They've been playing, they played MSI, left relatively early. They played EWC, left quite late on that one. And now they've already played a week in front of their home crowd in Paris. So they're not out of practice in stage games. Navi have not played since week 2 of playoffs, I want to say. They
was a while ago, wasn't
They dropped out in 6th place. So it has been a while for them. Has given them more time to practice, obviously, scrims and such, but does mean that they may be a little rusty.
Well, I've seen a lot of Twitter clips from Relech. Whenever he makes a good play in solo queue, he uploads it on Twitter, gets an MP4 going there.
That's
Whether
great.
It's Graves,
great social branding.
So I've been in touch with Relech. Checking solo queue the other day, a lot of Graves, a lot of Lee Sin.
Okay.
So I'm excited to see if he's gonna go back to the Shinshao vibe merchant he was in spring, or if he's gonna go back to his roots in Versus, like Odo said, with his stylistic preferences in the jungle department.
Yeah, it does like those aggressive AD junglers, things like the Pantheon, as you say, the Shinshao, the Vi, Aatrox as well, something we saw him bring out quite a lot.
Zahen, Kiana, there's so many options. I want to see what he will do, because he's still a player we're watching very closely in this league.
That he is. KC picked blue side with their right of first selection. Navi picked second pick. So we'll have a normal draft to kick things off. KC are going to remove the Poppy and the Akali. And on the other side, we already have a Jace ban from Navi.
I mean, I understand banning Jace away from Kana. One of the strongest champions, one of the deepest Jace players. And that is kind of the problem you have against KC. When you're going up against
evo me nazad. Evo nas u seriji broj 2.
There are so many players who are good at. So you gotta really... It's the lesser evil when you go up against a team like KC as Navi. You take away the Orianna, the Jace. Up and available still are the Casio, champion I'm looking at. Still Camille for Busio. Super prevalent pick.
Ezreal as well available if you want to play that. List obviously very comfy, as is Samdi on that pick. And we will have a lock as the final ban here from Navi. So, KC with first pick, it's just a Vi. It's a Vi, it's a Vi, it's a Vi. And even though, I mean, the storyline of Yike struggles on Vi is very old now. It has been disproven many times across the last couple of years.
But we love to bring it back.
Yeah, you know, Kraken,
because it shows where it came from.
We brought back 2019 for 7 years, dude, okay? We can bring back the Vi last year wasn't great for Yike. General storyline every time we want.
Yeah. So there is a potential Casio lock-in here. I would understand that if it's locked in, it will probably be a flex pick for Navi. Can go into the AD carry position as a very strong lane bully bot, or just send it mid, where it wins pretty much any matchup early game and has you that guaranteed push. And that guaranteed push we saw was super strong in our last series.
That we did.
And I really want Relech to be unleashed. And for Relech to be unleashed, he needs strong laners. Think Casio, think Sigs bot lane, think Renegade on top, laners that can push those lanes and give him options so he can do what he wants.
But all things that we haven't seen Sam D on in the past.
No.
He has not, as far as I can tell, played a single mage professionally. The closest he got was like a Senna, and that's definitely not very magey. No Ziggs, no Syndras, no Seraphine, so it would be something new, and he has had the time to prepare and practice that. Cassio Jarvan, the first 2 picks for Na'Vi. Those going to be answered by KC, likely looking towards a possible flex in the mid lane, with the Victor can go towards a bot lane as well. Unfortunately for KC, they've run out of champions that start with VI, and so now they need to look further afield in terms of their drafting strategy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good pivot from KC, because you pick the Vi, and she's an engaged champion. And then they pick Cassio, which loves people going into her. So they picked the Victor to create a little bit of a more dynamic team comp. Victor now can play from the range, can play poke, can play follow-up, and is a good lane champion into Cassio. So I like that pick a lot. Whether it's going to be on Kalist or Yehu, we will see later. They cannot really choose. Still Na'Vi, because their last pick, can choose where they put the Cassio. But it's going to be a Shen line, just like SK did in game 1. This kind of blocks the Camille. And it kind of like tells you, okay, sure, I'm banning Shen. What are you going to play into it? Camille? Probably not.
Yeah, so Camille doesn't really work well here at all. Bard, though, if you see someone getting stand united, you can just put the Temper Fate down and try and mitigate some of that potential engage. It's something we do see also with the Camille. Is like, well, Camille jumps in, Temper Fate, sweet, reset the fight, go from there.
Did see this matchup over in Paris the other week, and it actually, I thought Bard was really good in lane against Shen.
Sure.
But turns out Shen's level 1, level 2 trades are super good if he gets the taunt onto Bard. So you really have to be very mindful on that level 1 wave so you don't get chunked by the Shen, because suddenly the second Shadow Dash will just be a kill.
Yeah, especially when a lot of Bard's early damage relies on his auto attacks. And so you dash in and then you put down Spirit's Refuge. It's like, well, your auto attacks don't hurt me anymore. Good luck, you know? So it can be very devastating for the Bard if you misposition in the early game. Kai'Sa taken away from Kalist. The dive composition that KC were beginning to arrange here. It's been, you know, stymied a tiny bit by this Kai'Sa ban, but there's still a lot of different options for Kalist if he wants it. Vayne removed, and we often see this as a pick, a ban when you have to blind pick your top laner.
Yeah, I always say this. It's the trinity of top laners. Cassante, Renekton, Gnar. They all hate Vayne. And usually you blind one of them. So setting Kana up. When it comes to Kana, I usually lean more towards it's probably going to go Renekton or Gnar. I'm not really the biggest Cassante player so far in our league. But it is still putting respect on Mainter's Gnar, because not all top laners can pull the Vayne out, but still banning it shows that, okay, we don't want to take that risk.
And there's no point taking that risk at all. Galio with the second ban, again, mitigating some of the dive from KC here. Na'Vi trying to make sure that they can't be fully impacted by that in team fights. And now KC looking towards their final ban. Something that could run down your AD carry would make sense here. Is going to be the Olaf.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that will do it.
Will do it.
Ok. Rešili smo šta smo trebali. Gledamo draft, KC ovde. Sigurno ogroman favorit, ali Navi ne bi otpisao. Uzet ću obzir su bili po priču dobri.
You need an AD carry or a mage that can just push. You can roam around. And I think Ezreal very self-sufficient, is very strong on level 1. Should be able to get pushed no matter what champion they send down there together with the Shen.
We'll see where KC decide to go. They have good physical damage from the Vi and the Gnar, so they could go for the Victor bot or a mage in mid. Could also just look towards something more traditional. They want to try and get into some fisticuffs in that bottom lane, but wouldn't be surprised if they do decide mage is the way to go.
Pick comp je fine, Ari možda malo bolja s ovim, ali vidjet ćemo šta će raditi.
And now the Olaf ban just makes so much more sense.
Da.
Now I will say Olaf is not the only champion that can do stuff like that, but he's definitely the most annoying to play against. Not CCable, has that vamp as long as he keeps refreshing those.
I KC hoće da igra mage'eve dok
can't get CC'd. Will be the Rumble last pick here. Not sure if I love it. We saw this matchup earlier today between SK and GX. Rumble does work really well when it has a lot of setup for his equalizer. Now, right now, that is only the Jarvan ult, pretty much.
Tempered Fate could initially set it up, I guess.
Now,
da, I guess da igraju mage'eve dok traje, što da ne. Solidno izgleda.
And I'm a little bit unsure. Probably gonna be around bot. making sure that Hans, Samdi and Paris can push that wave. While KC, yeah, they just need to scale up and get their one item. Victor really wants to push the Ezreal in. Syndra versus Cassio. After a while, when Syndra gets some levels, gets some lost chapter spokes, that's when the matchup really starts twisting, but early game will be hard for Syndra.
Yeah, because Cassio just has more consistent DPS. The fact those Twin Fangs can be spammed out a lot in the early game makes it much harder for the Syndra to match into him. But for now, we get to see this early game between KC and Na'Vi. Yike on his Vi 12-2 so far this year in Riot competitions. Has had a pretty good time, as most of KC have had, let's be honest. They've lost only a couple of series across the entirety of the year. And for Na'Vi, it's a mammoth task for their first step onto the stage here in Summer Split.
It is Na'Vi comp. It eludes me, Medic. It eludes me.
I kind of get, like, you've got a bit of poke.
It's a little bit of everything, you know?
Equalizer.
I'm trying to think, what do they want to do? Now, the thing that springs to mind is they want Real Edge to invade. Because they have pushing top, they have pushing mid, they might even have pushing bot if the Bard versus Shen matchup goes as we have anticipated.
Sure.
And it kind of relies on Real Edge being the engine for this team right now.
Which it often does for Na'Vi.
Which he often does for Na'Vi. Absolutely. And I want to see what they can make of this game, because I think if Yike gets to level 6, completely even, I do favor KC coming into those dragon fights. If Vi gets those engages, I have so much faith into Yike and Lucio to make these snap engages with the Stand United, with the cease and desist, and just get onto the carries.
It's also partly because we have seen KC already do that this split.
Yeah.
Right? We have faith in them because recent evidence points to
look
the
who
fact
it
they
is.
can do this.
Look who it is.
Reletch
Going
invading.
for the invade.
Yeah, Yike is going to lose his Razor Beaks too. Reletch put that vision down as Yike did start on his red. It's just going to be a singular camp stolen away. Reletch, he could look towards the Krugs, but he knows Yike's on this side of the map, so there's no point really going for it. Now he wants to go to his top side to make sure that he gets his Razor Beaks, his red, his Krugs, starts that cycle going, because otherwise you have to rely on then re-invading for the second Razor Beaks.
He just shoplifted some chicken right there. That was just in and out there so fast. No one even saw it. Now he's
I mean,
back
there
on
are
his
some
own.
pings coming out towards where he was. I feel like it is known.
I mean, it's
like,
known he might do that.
They've done
thing.
inventory afterwards, and they said, hey, we're missing a big chicken and 4 thighs. What's going on here? It's Yehu with a good scout of the week onto Popey. I do want to echo as well what Dagda said on the analyst desk. Yehu, ever since probably playoffs of spring, has really leveled up.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This player has just evolved. Because we didn't have many expectations on him coming into the league. We're like, okay, Yehu, this Korean import, we don't really know how he's going to do. Split 1 looked okay. Split 2 looked a little bit better. Still lost in the finals against Caps, and we're like, okay, sure, you are good, but in the end, are you better than Caps? Which is the threshold you need to reach if you want to win in Europe. And now you can really start making a case for Yehu being the best mid in the league, and that.
Ne znam li kako najbolji midlaner, iskreno.
I think he is. Obviously, we still have a few weeks left of the regular season and G2.
Mislim, Egeza su dobili taj matchup, tako da bar s te strane možemo da kažemo da postoji neki argument.
So Reletch will end up being about 2 camps ahead in totality. They should be able to get this bot side Scuttle Crab as well.
Now, always in these situations, now the junglers are like, please, 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 don't give the enemy jungle a play. Because Yike's only play right now is to find a gank, to find a dive, to find something. And I would have these moments where my jungler is saying, okay, I'm winning super hard, please don't give him a play. And I would take a really good trade. And I would be like, God, I want to go right now. And then enemy jungler is there and I die, and I'm just griefing my team. So it's very important to have discipline. Yike takes the base, doesn't really see any openings in either top or mid where he was. And Na'Vi is here once again. Look at Bard moving up here as well.
I mean, we talked about the re-invade on the second Razor Beaks. As you say, Paris already moving. Reletch just going to start them up. Yike spotted on vision. 3 members of Na'Vi are here. And Poby's going to walk around the corner. Miasma down. TP as well. Oh, it's Samdi. Okay, that's less exciting.
We're sending everything down here.
Manta was coming across, but Samdi will TP and he can just walk back towards bot. That's going to be another camp stolen away by Na'Vi. Great invade. And you said this is what you wanted to see them do. Yeah,
I mean, we said, what is Na'Vi's comp's identity? It's the champions are a little bit all over the place. You have main turn Reletch that wants a team fight, you have Poby that wants them to go into you, and you have...
Ovo će vjerojatno biti sporiji game, ali malkice bolji.
But what they all want to do together
is push their waves and invade. And right now they are doing exactly that. Snowballing Reledge, making sure Reledge is going to get a Thunder Sky spike before Yike. Because that's when they can really start accelerating the pace.
Yeah, and trying to get to that level 6 first as well. Let's see what the fight over the first scuttle is. Mainta has pushed Kana underneath his tower in that top side, and there's some vision for KC in the top side jungle as well, meaning that they do know that Relech has gone back to do these Krugs. Relech has a window if he wanted to try and invade the Gromp, but you can see Kana realizing, well, I could also be dived, so I'm going to put a ward just around the corner here to make sure that that is not too easy, or at least if it happens, I'm not unsuspecting of it.
Yeah, Reledge is coming up here looking for something. Yike is here to cover.
Nisam ja to gledao, kako je dobio TKO knockout, šta je radio? Kana ne sme da uđe u Yike u problemu, Yike umire, da. Odluči da ide na Rukine, najbolja odluka za ovaj fight. Odluka, okej.
I do not know if he knew that Rumble would hit level 6 on that wave, because if he knows there's an equalizer coming on his forehead, the moment he ball breakers forward, I think he would think twice about that. But now, really nice play by Reledge, and keeping the pace now. We talked about KC, we praised KC, but it's Na'Vi who's really coming out swinging today.
I mean, they're the ones that have got these set plays set up from the minute 1 of this game. Importantly as well for Na'Vi, it's Reledge using his advantage to translate into other advantages. It's not only about the Jarvan now. Mainta is at 500 gold ahead in that 1v1. And Kana will come back with the Merc Treads, but Mainta is going to be accelerated towards those first item spikes.
I mean, it's not just Reledge as well. Mainta chunked Kana to half HP. He was really far from Mega and had a wave crash. That's just excellent wave management and lane management from Mainta. I think a lot of that play is not only from Reledge, but also Mainta's fantastic lane setup for that play. So, great tandem. And a good look.
Reledge flashes forward, gets the Smite Miasma down with the Cataclysm as well as Yike can't escape. Perfectly played from Na'Vi. Mwah! Beautiful.
Britney Spears agrees, that's toxic. What a combo by Phoebe and Reledge. The flash Miasma in the Cataclysm spells D-O-O-M for Yike, who's falling further and further behind. A 600 gold lead now for Reledge as he's taking that first dragon of the game.
Yeah, you can see as well, the force of will to pull the Scuttle Crab out was the Yike.
Solidan start u Na'Vija, boga mi.
We drag it out, you can get the smite, but Yike's smite wasn't upgraded. So it went down to 900 HP.
Da, ali Na'Vi što kažeš, igraju dobro dok nije playoff i onda se u playoffu raspadnu.
Again, this is all defined by the fact Yike does not have the upgraded smite and Relech does.
I mean, Reledge can do this and Tian can't. That is the difference.
There's no tower here, that's the difference.
I mean, just a good punish. Cheeky attempt by KC, but we were wondering what Na'Vi had been doing in the break. We were wondering what kind of form they would be in, and so far I like what I'm seeing. I see a Na'Vi that's proactive, drafting strong lanes and playing for Reledge and giving him the tools he needs to succeed, and I want to see how much further they can take this. Didn't get the dragon, still just a 800 gold lead.
Yeah, importantly for KC is they have managed to...
To jeste. Mislim, ovaj split je najbitniji za Let's ekipe.
You want to be taking as many neutrals off the map as quickly as possible to force KC then to have to fight when they're at 1.5 items and you're at 2, when they're at 2 items and you're at 3, when you're just that little bit more accelerated. As the game goes on, the leads you've developed in this early game matter less and less, because the total sum of gold in the game is so much greater.
I mean, the soul is really how you tie the knots. That is really how you win the game at the end of the day when you're playing for a jungle. So right now, AORUS and Busio grouping up for mid lane. I think when Paris gets level 6, he has a lot of options to do temper trade on. You have the Syndra and the Victor.
Yeah, the two low mobility mages are the main options, really.
Yeah, and they also have a Jarvan. So the good thing is that Paris can possibly force their flash for them to Reledge, Cataclysm, then lock them down. I think that's a really cool combo they have. And it makes me wonder a little bit why they went into this double mage combo when they saw the Jarvan and the Bar.
You have to ask them.
Yeah.
I can't read Reaper's mind. There was a while where he was saying, hey, we just, I stopped drafting for a bit and then realized that wasn't working, so I came back to drafting. There's also an interview recently saying...
Fair, Mato, ali dobro, onda zaslužuju da pogube sve i to je to. To je skroz legitimno. Mislim, kažem, ja očekujem da će KC dalje biti dosta dobar. Ekipa su koja je definitivno jako kvalitetna i
too much. I'm sure you've experienced it, having been in pro teams.
I've done a lot of silent scrims.
Yeah.
I really liked it because it
you didn't
removes
like
a lot
your
of
teammates?
Yes, no, of course I did. But it removes a lot of clutter from the comps, and it makes you have to think about everything. It's so easy when you play top lane, and you kind of rely on your jungler to tracking the enemy jungle for you.
Yeah.
But when you don't have comps, you really have to think more about him, where he is, what he's thinking about, and it kind of just forces you, like almost hard forces you to flow states. AORUS
gets Blackout back.
Watch
Now,
out.
Yike and Busio both have their ultimates. The Drake down to 2k. Cosmic finally going wide. Bot breaker away from Yike, and that will be first dragon on
Jeste, slažem se.
Going over to Na'Vi.
Yeah. And we said it, the early Sundered Sky Spike for Real Edge has that item over Yike, just means you can do whatever you want. Now I want to see, I'm not just sated with one dragon at 10 minutes. I want to see Real Edge do more, because I think you have to. You're playing Jarvan against Syndra and Victor. You need to start forcing some flashes to put pressure on KC. Put some pressure on them, make them second think when they go for vision. Make them second think when they go push a wave.
Yeah. And the question is, where are you putting that pressure? Because Mainta still has that 500 gold lead. Paris is all around the map, but I think putting pressure on Yehu and Kalist makes the most sense.
Yes.
They've developed individual leads in their lanes.
Wow. I don't know what he did to you, Kalist, but you don't have the ultimate stage like that.
Good pressure from Na'Vi. You can tell it's getting to Kalist in this moment.
Nego ništa kasteri se zabavljaju, to je bar okej, iskreno.
No godly reason, man. It's like, hey, look, just get out of my lane, okay? Please, just leave. But Kalist has developed an individual lead. 10 CS up, about 200 gold. Yehu was similar and will be again when this wave crashes into him. So then the question is, are you using Relech to try and punish Yehu and Kalist, or are you using Relech and Paris to push through mid and then unlock Poby on the map to go and punish other lanes?
Well, the thing is, you have this choice, right? You want mid push. Now, if the enemy team is contesting your mid push, you fight them.
Sure.
I'm gonna hold that thought a little bit while Kana is running down. Yeah, it's all good. You want mid push, you can play into side waves. But to get mid push, you need to push the wave, and
Temper fade down, Miasma down, trying to dodge to the side of it, flashes away from Kraken, good cosmic binding, but with the Stand United coming in, Paris has to flash away. Kalist here for the chase as well, if only he had an ultimate to chase down Paris, who's going to begin to walk away, caught out in the gravity field, flag and drag from Relech, does not collect onto Kalist. A magical journey out will get Na'Vi to safety.
Yeah, will be the flash out from Yehu, team from Kalist as well, kinda salvages the play, but now Yehu in a lot of risk. And Na'Vi doesn't get, I think, what they wanted, but still is quite happy with that.
Looks like Kana had to flash in top lane as well.
Yeah,
this is on CD right now.
Is it Samdi that forced this flash?
Well, Samdi and Mainta were up there together,
yeah.
So I think perhaps it was an equalizer into chase, and the Kana was just, he didn't want to risk the possibility of getting chased down by an Ezreal
very possible.
In a rumble. So yeah, the play, it didn't go completely wrong for Na'Vi. It didn't go as right as it could do. You did get Yehu's flash and the TP out.
But it depends. Is Yehu going to get punished for this flash or not?
That is the question.
The coming 4 minutes will decide if that was a good play or a mediocre play. Because if Yehu is going to die or is going to sit under his tower for 4 minutes, then that play achieved everything they wanted. But right now, Yehu has Busio next to him, probably waiting for the next Tempered Fate and the next Cataclysm rotation. You see that cooldowns ticking over about 25% left.
And importantly, up before the Stand United is back.
Yeah.
So Busio can't really immediately come into the defense of Yehu.
Ali da, ali mislim da ne znam. Mislim da je kazna za Džuna, osim ako se nije posvađao s onom da ih razdvoje.
Making sure some days he's playing solo lane against Kana pretty much.
Oni su imali zaista jako lep... jako lepu sinergiju njih dvojica zajedno na botu. Tako da mislim da je baš šteta razdvojiti ih. Bar neko moje viđenje, nemam pojma. A top, to ne komentarišem.
Because of Arcane Shift and Flash, and it has a lot of ways to get out of that. Should never really be in range to get chased down by a Meganar.
They're going 5-man here, though.
Na'Vi looks for the invade. Relech has to flash over the wall as KC have invested 5 towards his top side. Poby the new target. Miasma down, scatter the weak. Busio flash torn, and Poby unleashed power. The Chainmail Mace is not enough as Kana finds a house over the wall to get the kill.
It's a miscommunication, I think, from Na'Vi. Victor is rotating all the way from bot lane up to that fight. And Na'Vi doesn't back in time. Poby does a greedy pathing towards that river. Doesn't respect with the early flash. I don't know if it's because Mainter didn't call it or if they got too tunnel vision on that invade, but either way, good punish by KC and getting Cassio's flash and a kill. Definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do, right?
Yeah.
These little picks just slow the game down, get to scaling. You've got Blackfire Torch on both your carriers now. If KC can just delay this game, it works out really well for them. They'll have enough damage later on to get through Na'Vi. The only
Casio skela, S skela, Rumble skela. Kapiram ideju Viktora, Vaj dosta opada, Shen tu i tamo. Mislim da nije nužno ako ode u Hyperlade ovo free za KC, najiskrenije.
Hasn't really been punished for having to blow it earlier. And I think KC has really done a good job at hindering the snowball of Na'Vi. They haven't really gotten anything since that early game. Now Kana jumps in.
It's about to go Mega Nut. Mainter here gets overheated.
Znali ima damage za combo sa Shenom zajedno.
Mainter puts down an equalizer. Can just begin to
Da,
walk away
nema.
now, and Kano and Busio burn. Meanwhile on the bot side, it's Yehu the target for Na'Vi, but he keeps him at bay as well. Second Drake of the game will go over to Na'Vi, and Rifthold will be exchanged.
Nice play by Mainter there, getting out of it very sketchy with the Stand United and the Canonar. But I do not know how Yehu survived. He has the Swifties upgraded. I think he sidestepped the Tempered Fate.
Yeah, he must have done. He must have been able to walk to the side of it with those swift marches. For Na'Vi, though, getting the second Drake is good. It's a Mountain Soul. I mean, it's helpful. Wouldn't say it's the best Mountain Soul game in the world for Na'Vi.
But it's pretty good against mages, to be honest, because their damage is so front-loaded. It's so like initially heavy that blocking that first part might help you get the shield back up.
Whoa. Nice flashes for the Arcane Storm. Looking
ravenous with it.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get the kill. And True Shot Barrage and a dash away from Samd means that he holds on to his summoner. And we'll just be able to clear up the wave and then recall, building up towards that Manamune.
I will say that might bite him into both.
Kalist, yeah.
Flashing forward as a Victor in a game like this, when there's a Bard and a Jarvan,
it's a choice.
You need to value your flash more because you chose that. You chose that play. And you might end up dying to a Jarvan or a Bard for this play.
You might, but we also didn't see Yehu punished when his flash was down.
We didn't. I mean, they tried to get the Bard ult on bot there.
He was able to walk away. And now with the Rifthold going down, KC trying to get the first brick of the game if they can. Actually should be pretty simple for them. Still 2 plates on that top side. Rifthold charges in. And there we are. KC with first brick will even out the goal between them and Na'Vi, at least in the short term.
Yeah, Tana respecting on the top side as Mainter is pushing there as well for the cross snap.
O, samo tradeovi I dalje.
I mean, this is one of the easier drives. They've opened up a gap for you, but the Tempered Fate in time. Well done from Paris to avoid that second charge in, and eventually Na'Vi take the tower in the top side.
Well, that's not Tempered Fate on Kalist at least.
That's true. One less tool.
Dobro, to jeste, tu si upravo, da. A mislim, Navi je nekako flip, nemam pojma, vidjet ćemo.
They want to extend it. They're all rotating up here.
What are you extending for?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, they're all rotating up here for what? Is it top tier 1? I don't think they can take it when Mainter's there. I guess Crab is basically a small Nexus at this point, so some joiners would
gives
say...
you more gold than the Nexus.
That is
must be worth more. Poby with a Petrifying Gaze here. Miasma down as well. Yeah, who forced low, does still have the flash. Paris on his way across. Must be finding it to be important.
Probaj da dođa, lepo od Parusa. Navi dodao, sigurno. Promašaj, nice. Little Tempo Gna radi posao, to je to. Jajk mislim da nema lockdown Ezreaz, ima i flash, tako da...
Good on him, saved this flash. I think it was dead no matter what. Maybe could have flashed Cosmic Bind in and bought a little bit more time. Kana TP's down and trade kills. What does this transition into though? Because Dragon is up in 2 minutes. Okay, let's rewatch this.
I mean, it's not...
Look at his step forward step probably was really nice. He just walks forward because Yehu thinks he's gonna step back to dodge the Scatter the Weak, but he just steps right forward into him. Doesn't get stunned and gets a really big chunk, and now Parrot just cleans it up.
And it's a good TP around, and the Magical Journey was used to get across this wall to make sure that Yehu couldn't walk away. And missing that second Cosmic Binding means that Paris has no escape path.
So Dragon is spawning now 130. No flash on Kalist. Might be up towards the later half of that respawn time. Yes. I really think Na'Vi needs to force the fight right now. I don't think they can allow this KC team to scale anymore.
I mean, you can just wait, right? You just go for the Drake. You don't have to force a fight before the Dragon.
Yeah.
You should have 2 items on your Ezreal, or at least close to it, with the Caulfield's Warhammer close with the double long sword. Samdi looking for Yike. Vlech going forward.
Yike is very deep here.
Yeah, Samdi's low on mana. Kalist is here.
Yike, mislim da Pa da. I Jez je dobio killa, nema ni Muramanu, tako da... Jap. Dobro, lepo od Navija, moram da priznam. Ne izgleda ovo loše ni malo.
I will say, I think Yike forced that flash, but there you really see the punishment of Kali splashing forward on mid later. You cannot step up against Jarvan in these moments. You cannot just walk up and Yike goes way too deep and it's gonna be a dragon most likely for Na'Vi. Maybe they can respawn and get there in time, but position will definitely favor Na'Vi.
And likely to be a mid-tier 1 as well. The TP in the end will stop that. Yahoo coming to make sure they can defend it.
Lepo, lepo, dobar pik, boga mi, dobar pik.
Because somebody stayed around to try and take down that tower.
I think that might have been a mistake. It's now gonna be them.
I think he has Manamune though. I think that's why he stayed for it.
Kalist can't be back in. Cataclysm not up just yet.
TP in from Sam D does speed up that tempo play a little bit. There's a Scuttle Crab here. Yike's going to be able to secure that as Relech looks for a flank position, but Kana keeps him at bay. Kana about to go Mega Nav. Na'Vi have flashes aplenty, only Relech lacking here. The Cataclysm up in 5 seconds. The Drake the target, 5k on it. Na'Vi forced back, gated away by KC, and it looks like they might be giving up the ghost on this.
Kana?
With an R only onto Relech's Mikaels.
Relech je pa... Uš, kakav scatter lep. Ovo je undodgeable bilo, ja mislim. Ne znam imaju damage za Samdija da ga lockdownaju, ali Samdi radi puno isto. Samdi baš radi puno damage-a.
Just going to be a Drake and a single kill for Carmine Court.
And KC plays so fast. They instantly open up, they instantly realize Na'Vi has overstayed on the map, take control over the
Prosto, ovo je u stvari legitimno funny. Mislim, moguće da, što je prvi game bio Malkice manje manje skilla i malo je bilo ono lošije da kažeš nivo prve partije, ovo je lepo osveženje ako ništa.
Went for the cleaver second instead of the Sterax, so it doesn't have that anti-burst itemization as AORUS is an easy pay for Yike. Goes in, no more kills than that, but still, a dragon for KC will deny the soul point for Na'Vi.
And I think that's the important thing here, right? Like Na'Vi do have some scaling on their side, but I look at it and I think, you know, Yahoo already at 2 items, Kalista at 2 items, you've got Yike who can dive in, and Kana, who's so good at this now at finding good positions in team fights. Maybe that delay of the game is enough for KC to be in a strong enough position to be able to win out on fights from here on out. So it's going to be difficult for Na'Vi. They do still have the tools. They still have good damage. But the early game pressure they had developed still only sits at a 600 gold lead and 1 extra Drake.
It's still frustrating for Na'Vi, right? Because they got those 2 picks. They got the 2 kills onto the AD carry and jungle of NVT, but still they were later for the objective.
It shows how much it costs you staying around for these things, right? Like, it was Samdi staying around to finish his Manamune. And I understand that. You're like, hey, I could be 2 items for this next fight. That's huge for the Drake. But against good teams, they will punish you for those misplays.
Yes, a lot of the times after you get a few kills, unless there's a clear objective you can take, the best play is for your whole team to base.
Insta reset.
Yeah, insta reset with all 5 players.
Nisam, ne. Znam, video sam da hoće da je menju, ispratio sam sve dok nije dobila promene. Ako ima smisla. Znači, ispratio sam cijel Riot dev tot proces dok su pričali da hoće da promene Belve, da hoće da urade da je tipa nešto early, da je da kud ima veći kud. Znači, bukvalno kao cijel njihov proces, samo kad su napravili promene i sve što su radili tačno. To može biti interesantno, ne znam ako je dobra, mislim, nemam pojma. Ne, znam. Video sam da ima, samo kažem, nisam ispratio tačno šta su menjali. Jer sam zaboravio, nešto su za early game specifično, i hoću pogledat ću na pauzi, da. Nešto mislim da specifično nešto je bilo... Da li su povećali cooldown na Q u early ili tako nešto? Kao koncept heroja su Malkice teli da promene. Nisu povećali cooldown na Q je bilo. Oj, ovo je bilo lepo. Ovo je bilo iskreno od Navija masterclass, brati. Masterclass od Navija. Da, mislim da definitivno ovo je samo jako lepo osveženje nakon one prve serije, u smislu kvalitete igre, ali... Ovdje kad neko dobije fight, kažem, mrte svaka čast, iskreno. Jači skill, slabiji early. Pa dobro, to je, mislim... Mislim, ona je već skelovala bolesno, tako da baš me zanima kako su ju unaprijedili scale. Kao šta su ju radili da bude još... Pogledat ću na... Posle ove partije ću možda pogledam, baš me zanima iskreno.
And now suddenly Casey is looking down at a Navi that suddenly is looking to finish out his game with his Barrett.
Yeah, should be able to at least take tier 2s. It will be hard to finish the game entirely because you do have good wave play still from Yehu and
you will need to dive them right now with the next Cataclysm.
You have to go for a full-in dive. 50 seconds on the next Drake as well. Na'Vi are playing mid-bot. They are giving up top lane for now as Kana gets to push that one out for a little bit.
No flash on Yehu. Look at that. That is the target, but this Busio that's caught for now.
Busio first. Oh, God, he had flash and heal that whole time. He had flash and heal that whole time. Perhaps staving them for another possible fight, but...
Maybe there's some cool ninja move where he respawns suddenly and then saves the day, I don't know.
I mean, TP Revive is not in this version of League of Legends. Yike is looking for a flank here onto Samdi. Samdi has the flash. It's an arcane shift, will use that first. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Poby pushing in the tier 2. And I'm afraid to say, guys, we are going to have another pause.
A, mora malo, nije dugo bilo pauze.
He's at a red buff. Yeah, we'll see what this is about. Like, it's not post a team fight or anything, it's probably just a settings issue or...
Valjda neće biti ništa preterano haos.
Happens from time to time, but Na'Vi, that play towards bot side. I will say, Casey kind of hard sent it, and Na'Vi just caught it very well.
Yeah.
But when you put down the miasma and you're in a cataclysm, you don't get out of that. You can't even use cease and desist.
Yeah, I mean, you're stuck. But going head to head with this Casey roster is still very promising for this Na'Vi lineup. We came into winter and we saw this Na'Vi team and we thought, wow, this team, classic European rookie team, they're gonna go far. But then in spring, we didn't really see any development from them. We saw them be quite one-dimensional. We saw them trying to play different playstyles with Relic. But now, in summer, they look, so far at least, I know I'm sounding like a Game 1 Andy, but it's looking really good so far.
We only have like half of Game 1 to go off. You have to be a Game 1 Andy at this point. So there's no other thing to analyze. We're not watching scrims. We're not behind the scenes seeing exactly how Na'Vi do. The pause is due to Kana's PC crashing. So we are currently restarting Kana's PC, as you would expect.
Kanin PC se crasha, pa dobro, znači ne događa se samo meni, to je okej. To je u redu. Čekamo restart i onda nastavljamo game, možda sam mogao da pogledam specifično. Dole da... Aj ovako ćemo... Ja ćemo pogledam, ja ću da otvorim patch preview pa da vidim. Attack speed ratio dole, AD dole, boga mi armor dole za 4. Armor minus 4, health minus 30. Nema što da kažu o programu i da se ko kasnije ne smije.
I always think you're telling a genuine story. I always think you're telling a genuine story.
Merry path of jokes.
Time between cast 4 sekunde, ju.
You're so eloquent, huh? No, I think I'm eloquent because I worked for 10 years to try and be okay at my job. So, we're still in this pause where Kana's PC has successfully been restarted.
Sad gledam baš šta sve ima. A mislim nije... Buffovano je sa 125 na 150 ability powera, a uklonili su je AD scale na W. Zašto bi to ikad uradili? Baš random, iskreno, baš haos random. Evo sad gledam promene i... Da, ne izgleda mi dobro nikako, mislim. Ja sam igrao malo Belve, znam kako radi heroj. Ovo mi se ništa ne sviđa. Znači, sklonili su AD 100% bonus AD scale-a, dali su flat 90 damage-a, uklonili su AD scale skroz. I dali su 25% bonus AP-a. Baš random. Sad gledam promene, baš random.
And I know engaging on a Casio is very difficult, especially when there's a tempered fate going there to Peeler, but you don't really have another choice right now.
Sad je i manji, drastično manji execute, znači 3 puta manje damage radi, 3 puta manje scale-a sa protivnikom koji je low health. Number of strikes je otišao gore, scale-a sa stack speedom, to je huge. DR isto rano je loš, kasnije baš jak. Lifesteal scale nema, ali je flat na gore, cooldown je na gore. Mislim, dobro da, je giga bolje u late-u. Što su radili s passive true damage-om, okej. Duplo češće, ali su ga sasekli 4 puta. Passive no longer remove the swapping targets je huge. Dok pada Drake.
I love protobot with Casio into Syndra. Because the only problem with Casio into Syndra is that you're so telegraphed when you're running into her. You're running up to hit your Noxious Blast and then just run her down with your Twin Fangs, right? Sure. So she's always going to try to scatter the weak away when you're clicking into her. Yeah. But if you can then diagonally protobelt forward, dodge that stun ball, suddenly Syndra has no way to peel you off of her and it's really easy to get onto her. So I think it's quite clever against Pro because this is a counter matchup. Syndra is good and picked historically into Casio just because of that interaction.
Maybe Chovy was right all along and Rocket Belt just entirely changes the game in mid-lane.
Might be a genius.
All you need is a small dash to totally negate the majority of mid laners' kits. Na'Vi continue to push in with their Baron buff here. They will take another tier 2 on the top side. Mainta is forcing Kana back underneath his turret as well. Yeah, but Na'Vi move across.
Yehu is rage splitting right now. That's what I do in solo queue. When my team is losing, I go to the side and then I pray.
Guys, I'm 1,500 gold ahead. Can we not just play around me as the miasma comes down to Kana, who gets out with a hop and a skip and a jump away from the Cataclysm, but
he's still going.
Tower, it's still going to be the target. Yehu continues to push in, does have TP. Now begins his recall as Busio on a bit of a flank.
Ma, Na'Vi je lepo utio snowballa, da, Kehu je u fazonu, ja... Što znači ovdje ako dobiju kill, dobit će kill Kalisti van pozicije. On hoće da cancela recall da bi Syndra napravila pressure, a Syndra ne može napraviti pressure.
Na'Vi don't get too much more out of it as Yehu continues to split on the top side. Yike's going to push the wave in mid. Might even be able to get the tower there. Yehu answering with an inhib tower of his own. Kana trying to stop the ports, but he doesn't get either of them. Samdi, Relech and Paris will, well, should be able just to walk out as a threesome. And he will do exactly that.
Yeah, and I think he's very lucky that Bard's base got cancelled. Otherwise, the portal into the Tempered Fate might have caught him there. Actually, that's a protobot. I think he can dodge it. He was completely fine. Still, Kalist ends up going down, but it will just be the flash from Probe. It's just a flash for a kill at the end of the day.
One of those plays where you're like, oh, if I catch him, we can turn and win.
Yeah.
And then you realize, actually, we can't quite turn.
And we're getting to that point of the game where flash on your main carry might be more worth than just a kill when Soul Point is coming up.
Yeah, worth of gold. It's true. Soul Point 2.5 minutes away for Na'Vi. Baron 2. So it's a small overlap, and we'll have to see how those two interact with each other later on. True Shot Barrage out, does still clip Yehu. He's forced down by about a third of his HP. Na'Vi trying to suffocate KC out of the game by stealing away every single camp that they can.
Yeah, I always think about this when I think about flashing on someone before a Dragon fight. If you was able to buy a free flash from the store, how much would you be willing to pay for it? Don't address that.
In real life?
No, like in game.
Dobro, to jeste, Mato, to je baš problem. To je baš problem.
I would probably... Does it count as an item slot?
Yes, it's like a Seeker's Arm Guard, but for flash.
Mislim, pogotovo što ideš ka...
Then probably about 800.
Ka ovaj...
I think that's a pretty bad number. I would say around 1k.
Yeah, I was thinking a k if it gave me a little bit of something else.
Ideš ka tome da trebaš se takmičiš na MMA Masteru. I onda... Realno gledano vidi. I da, pod navodnicima kažem, preživiš EBL, ti ako sad nisi full u pripremi, ti tamo nemaš šta tražiš.
Agreed, but the problem is if you're an AD carry in that space, you're now giving up an item slot for a flash, which is why I think it has to be a little bit cheaper. Because if I'm 6-item AD carry, and I have to give up my Runans so I can have a flash, I don't want to spend $2,000 on the flash that is just a flash.
I mean, if it's late game, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Anyway, 4 items now on Sandy. He is approaching late game with the Endless Hunger complete. Na'Vi still on the front foot, about 5,000 gold ahead. They're setting up around this Baron, denying vision from KC. KC don't have any wards behind them at all. Yika's on a ward himself and doesn't realize it as Poby tries to step forward. Temperfate goes wide. Kalis forced away with the rocket belt. TP's coming out from KC.
That was Paris' flash, not being really used by KC so far. Still poking and prodding
and
around
still flashes up for their carries as Kana steps forward trying to build up that mega Gnar bar. The problem for KC is walking into darkness when there is a Cassio on the other side.
Šta Rileć? Još da je konektovo stan ovdje bilo bi super, ali šta? Jajk? Dobro? Ovo je toliko prljavo bilo sa obe strane. Toliko grešaka se ovdje izdogađalo. Mislim, problem je što je Rileć bacio dobro poznati Dragon Flag combo. Što je veliki problem jer nakon što draguješ i flaguješ ništa nisi uradio. Jeli, znači ne možeš prvo da draguješ pa onda da flaguješ. Moraš prvo da flaguješ da bi dragovao. Tako da, jedan laki za njega. Ili čim je Fielo combo vidi. KC je dobio zeleno svetlo, se bije.
But yeah, that fight was a disaster for Na'Vi. Not what you want to see is if you're a Na'Vi fan. They had almost full control of that area, but the engage became a little bit sloppy, and I think Samdi... Let's just watch it. It starts with the dragon flag here. Yeah. But here Samdi doesn't E over to the raptor pit. He E's away from his entire team, which forces Rileć to flash ult to try to save him, but then it just locks him in with a Vi. Suddenly Mater's then completely alone by himself because everyone is trying to peel for Samdi. It's just a very split fight and it's frustration on the face.
Njega The Rock. Bivši coach KC-a. Sad coach Na'Vija. Jajk Miasma. Ne može se pomeri. Pa onda ulti u Miasmi. Ode Guardian. Da, Samdi zna da ima kill. Ima i više na tom žbu. Ne mogu da ubiju ovaj ward pod kill. Samdi. Chuckles, I'm in danger. Brat, prišao Sindra kliknu na R. Ezreal nestao. Malo unlucky od Samdi ovdje. A što je najjače, gledaj, jedna greška Rileča i oni se samo raspadaju na mapi.
Just pure team fighting execution right now. Canon, you have to be a little bit careful.
It's the Hunter Baron. This could kill him. This could kill him. Canon tries to jump away. Bucio, so Kalis now has to tank it.
It's a raid boss.
Okay.
Can they do this?
I think they can. I think Kalis with Siphon Power should have enough shielding to survive through it. Yahoo will get a target a couple of times, but they'll kill it.
Okay, they had DBM ready. That was good.
They had to wait for Yike to respawn.
Yeah, that would make sense. So let's watch it. Yike gets caught out by the Miasma and the Jarvan here. I think Rileć combo didn't go through there.
Because he was stunned by the gravity field.
Yes, the Rileć just ended up going down here. And I think this equalizer could have been a little bit better placed. Went down through the avenue, make it a little bit more difficult for Kalis and Yehu to play. And look at Kana here. He just walks up with all this confidence. He knows he's getting mega. Samdi gets caught out on the left end of that fight. And yeah.
Opet Fiesta od fajta.
Committing so deep into the enemy jungle, you don't really have anything left for when the team comes. You have to make it a clean pick or it's not a good play.
And yeah, Yike is 1-5-1. Like, he's going to continue his winning ways on this fight. He'll be 13-2 most likely with how KC have now begun to control the game. But it has not been the performance of a lifetime from Yike. And his Guardian Angel still about half the way off his cooldown. Same with Rileć, as Na'Vi do group up around the mid lane. The Baron not giving KC too much right now. Don't really want to split up as Bucio Hex flashes over the wall. Rileć goes on to Kana. Nard back. Rileć just went straight into the Mega Nard, then Cataclysms. He's a mile away from his team. He puts down the Eagle.
Rileć preferira mnogo damage od Rumble, duše mi internet baš uradio puno posla.
The spooky ghost coming out from that Syndra enough. And they do get damage down, Na'Vi, but they don't get enough to actually kill off any one of KC.
It's cracks showing in the Na'Vi team fight. Execution right now. They look a little bit disjointed. They look a little bit startled. They don't really know.
Rileć te ne gotivi, šta ti kažeš?
When they've fallen a little bit behind.
Ja, mislim iskreno da ako Casey dobije ovaj prvi game, mislim da je ovo njihova partija. A kako mi se čini, mislim da Casey dobije ovaj game. Jer iskreno Navi koliki je lead imaju, šta su svi imali u ovom gameu da dropaju game nakon toga. Ne vidim kako će u sljedećem gameu da prođu išta bolje.
Paris and Religious is not on the same page. They are not finding engages together at all. This entire game, you have the Jarvan and the Bard tandem, and you need to play around enemy flashes. But we haven't really seen them do that well towards the later half of this game. They are looking very disjointed, and they don't really know when they want to fight together. Religious want to fight. Paris is looking to get bot side control there. It's just very disjointed from Navi right now, and it is a young team, but you see where they need to do a lot of work.
Importantly as well, who sold his Medjais, man. Come on, you had 14 stacks. What are we doing? Seeker's arm guard, really. Anyway, I will say, on the converse, we always praise Casey's team fighting. It's one of their main strengths, and they're showing it here. Like, Kano is distracting half the team, distracting Paris in that last fight, meaning that when Relech goes in, Paris isn't there to pounce and to follow up on it. And so, here again, we'll see a similar situation. Busio likely to be spotted on vision, but look at Busio from the top, Kana from the bottom, Kalis from the middle, Yehu from the side, Yite from the other side. It's a five-man pincer. Kana steps forward. Paris is already almost dead. Kana still has the GA. Here comes Yite. Deal with another. Stand united. There's the Gnar from Kana. Tepefei going a mile behind. And now KC really begin to put their foot down, really begin to step forward. There's too many ways that you can die as Na'Vi, and Casey are very willing to shuffle you off this mortal coil.
Yeah, and that's going to be the dragon picked up here for Casey eventually after another fantastic team fight. We talked about it, medic, all the different angles. No one is walking in by themselves. Look at it. Boom, 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 boom. So many different angles.
Jako interesant setup. Casey je iskreno.
Kana just steps up 1 versus 5 with full faith that if Navi uses resources on him, his team will win the fight. That's what it's about. It's about
Iskreno jako interesantan fight. Da, mora. Dragon Flag nije toliko dobar.
Also aware of that, they're holding off on their resources. Like, well, we can't commit a full Cataclysm to a Gnar, especially he's got GA. But then by the time you think about it, Paris is 0 HP, and you've already lost one of your players to only a Gnar walking in. Good taunt in from Busio as Paris takes a magical journey out. Cosmic Binding only hits one as Kalis delays taking at that portal himself. KC now absolutely routing Na'Vi. It is no longer close.
I mean, that's the thing. Those moments are so clutch. You have to make a decision as a 5-man so fast. Some people would say you snooze, you lose, and it's actually really true in these situations because you need to make a call and you need to commit to it. Not just as one, not as two, but as 5 people every single time.
And that is confidence in your teammates that only comes from a great degree of trust and work. Like, those two go hand in hand as Yike looks to see if he can steal away any of this jungle. Baron up in a minute. That's really what KC are waiting for here. And for Na'Vi, man, you're looking for another miracle. You're looking for another fight like the one we saw towards that bot side tier 2 where you get the Cataclysm, the Miasma, Petrifying Gaze, everything layered on top of each other.
I mean, just look at the side lanes here. They're so scared. Rumble is playing all the way back. Doesn't even really walk up to the wave. Cassio trying to push out. They are so scared. They don't know where Casey is sitting.
You've got no vision.
Yes.
Like, if we looked at the fog of war right now, everything past the blue and the red buff are just dark.
Yeah, just walking past your base gates is already a risk at this point.
Great job from the observers to show us.
Kalist nema flash. A trader će... A mislim da izintovo je kretnju Storma. Dobit će kill na kraju. Ali izintovo malo kretanje Storma. Nebitno. Bukvalno Casey Avengeri. Clean. Sam da je spamovo flash nije mogao da se flashuje iz te situacije. Jako lepo. Jako lepo od Casey-a. Savršeno. Treba da bude game kroz top, da, imaju wave, to je to. Mislim da je Navi samo Doom. Nakon ove partije mislim da je Navi samo bio on Doom, tako da vidjet ćemo šta će moći da uradi, ali moje viđenje ovog nekako jeste da Navi nakon ove partije malo što ime da traži. Svakako pauza, kreće Medić. Tako da chill uz Mjedića i onda nakon toga chill uz game broj 2. Idemo na pauzu.
And now we're going to develop it to a side-on interview with Dracos and Busio. Developing!
Great developing, Finn. I'm joined by Busio. Busio, real quick, I'll try to ask these questions as fast as possible to get you back to your team. Early game seemed a little bit rough. Why, kind of from your perspective, what went wrong to put them in such a favorable position? And then what was the focus? How did you come back in the game?
In the game, we were blaming Coach Gap, you know. The real reason will be reviewed soon. And what was the second question?
I don't remember. We're going to flame Reaper now. Reaper said he doesn't want to draft. He does want to draft. Can this guy make up his mind?
No, I mean, Reaper's great. He was just trying to be introspective and like realize like how the situation changed the way he was thinking, and he's just making sure he's doing what's best for him. Yeah.
Damn, right back to protecting your boys. I like it. I like it. Respectable. All right, you can get back there, focus on it, figure it out. Thank you so much, Busio. Good luck in game 2. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, game 2, KC versus Navi.
Champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it. If I was a student, would you be my teacher? If I was a sinner, would you be my preacher? Would you be mine?
You guys good at singing, good job.
Oh shit. Let's again. Are you gonna play? Or not?
I'm coming as well.
Don't go deep. Don't go deep. They all going.
I have W.
It's good. Good. Looks in the razor. It's not a flash. Go on.
Oh my god, relax. The never before seen dragon flag combo that just doesn't work.
Good comeback, Yike.
Yeah, I mean that
Good
was,
comeback, Yike.
Oh, was that
When you Jet of 4, good comeback, bro. Good comeback, bro.
Bro, I love Yeti. He sounds so positive and also like he's flaming his teammate at the same time. Yeah. Woo! Well earned. Well, that was a monster performance. Look, Casey are getting flowers. We'll give them their flowers in a second, but I do want to turn attention to Na'Vi because a lot of the things we said we wanted to see from them did manifest in this game and did put them in a good position. But before we do that, a reminder, if you're at home, if you want to watch the summer finals in Nice, not Nice, how I keep mispronouncing it, Nice, go to lec.gg/nice, that's how you spell it, and maybe Karmine Corps will be there. It's looking pretty likely. It's looking pretty likely. But let's shift focus back over to the side of Na'Vi. Early game looked really good.
I mean, it looked fantastic. I love the way we got all these invades from Lech. He was syncing up with Paris. Like, it felt like everything we wanted was there.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it was the meta picks, it set up such a beautiful snowball that ultimately failed. But this Raptor invade will set the tone for the whole early and mid game because it's not just one camp. We will see later as this replay goes, it will lead to 1k smite, it will lead to tempo lead, but I just really like how they all converge here. Ezreal doesn't TP to the bot lane, he's ready to drop one wave because Na'Vi did their homework, they know how important it is. And now even though Syndra takes this crab, Flash Smite is not Blabber Flash Smite, it's Real Edge Flash Smite, he gets the kill on Yike and he's setting himself up and his whole team to have such a good game, but something went wrong.
Yeah, it was the same thing that we just praised went a little bit wonky for them when it got to the mid game with Relege having an unfortunate combo. But I do think, like, I do want to kind of look and continue to praise what was that early game for Na'Vi, because across the board, I think it was incredibly successful. Like at 25 minutes, I was pointing to the screen at you, Drake. I was like, it's beautiful. Paris, 116. Relech, 116. And even Relech as well. I mean, we'll bring it up at your Onyx play of the day. Na'Vi had that clean wombo combo that was the epitome of everything that we wanted to see.
We were printing narrative. We were spinning scripts on the combo here, but as we took a look back on this play,
it was beautiful because Casey is pushing this top wave, and normally what would they expect to happen if we can keep on playing it? Soon we will see a ping on the top lane, and Casey knows that this is normally the timer for Na'Vi to go, but you see Rumble sneaks in, dodges all of the vision. KC thinks that they can start this fight because they're engaging. Yike is going in, but little did they know there's a 5-man Na'Vi hot pot happening in this jungle. It was absolutely beautiful. I haven't seen this sort of wombo combo in a really long time, but still, it was just not enough because KC, time and time again, they showed this resilience. They showed it at their road trip. They showed it here today. And even though their early games are not good, the ability to come back is something that sets them apart.
Yeah, it really is. And I love the way, like, oftentimes we will see things like Kana push a side lane, use those 20 seconds he has to hover mid to see if he can get a play. But honestly, we can see as we get in towards these plays, like, the problem was this immediate engage from Relech goes sideways. And Yike just always did, like, yeah, who said good comeback? I mean, there was a chase down here from Yike. He saw blood in the water and knew that this was the moment to try and come back. Gets the kill on the AD carry. Immediately gets the follow-up onto the Rumble. And it's just from this position where Na'Vi continue to keep throwing.
Okay, if we can pause it right here. Here's what's going on. There is this choke. This is a choke. There is one rule in League of Legends Pro Play, which is don't go in the choke point. If we can roll it out. There is this fight is happening in the choke. Even though KC is not even close to being here, they smell blood in the water and they feel like they can get more. Sam D does the critical mistake of what did he do, Rob?
He went into the choke like a maniac.
He didn't even go. He jumped in that choke because he felt like he needs to do something. They need to get this game back under control, and they just broke the one rule of pro play. Do not fight in choke points, because even if you have numbers advantage, even if you are there first, it's never going to be good, because for the enemy team, it's just so much easier to play with range.
Yeah, it was insane. Like, the second I saw Sam D go into that, I was like, oh no, it's happening. Like, it felt like Na'Vi collectively had gotten mania, and we're just like, okay, we're all just going and throwing things at the wall, and it's all falling apart. And I mean, good on KC to find those moments, but I do agree with Odo there, like, jumping into that choke point, like, over-investing into the play after it let you cross the line. Those were the mistakes that gave KC their window back in.
And this is one of the reasons why the teams we look at as top teams are top teams, is because even if you build a significant early lead, if you're not knocking down the Nexus, it's not enough. And you can see the pressure that Na'Vi felt to push, to try to regain control of the game.
It's literally what we said earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're so good. Like, Na'Vi can have a great early game, but that only gets you to riding the ride.
But I feel like consistency of another man that we brought up and we'll continue to bring up, woo! It's Yahoo. Look, like, ultimately, this guy is a demon, even when his jungler is 0-4. Him and Kana also, the Gnar performance was nasty, really doing so much work and the backbone for a lot of those comeback team fights.
Exactly. He was just so stable. It felt like time and time again when this game was going wrong, he was there. Having someone on your team that he's starting to perform so damn well, that he's always consistently ahead and he's always someone to rely on, makes these sort of comebacks so much easier.
Yeah, especially when you're getting that early lead, like consistently being able to keep track of Poby, make sure that he's not getting the CSC leads, coming out with 250 from the laning phase, 4.4k gold lead at one stage throughout the game as well. Like, it just felt like so much gold had been funneled into him thanks to these plays and thanks to the kills that he picked up. And again, it's not just on one single champion. Like, you look good on the Syndra this game, but we've seen it consistently from Yao across a plethora of different champions that this man can perform. And especially when we kind of had the caveat for so long in the LEC of, can you take on Caps to win a title? Yahoo is not only like performing to that level, but is now starting to outperform when push comes to shove.
Yeah, and that's a big thing that we're going to need to keep a track of as we get ready for Champion Select. Now, of course, as we get in, I think we have to still focus on how do Na'Vi set themselves up for success in this draft. KC still the big terror. As much as David did look for a second there like he was going to crip walk all over Goliath, Goliath still beat the hell out of him. So how do you set up this success? How do you bring it home? Now, they do have second pick, so they will have last pick, counter pick. Have to see how they use it. What is the setup? What is the angle for Na'Vi?
Yeah, going for the second pick, it really feels like they want to secure more agency in the lanes, because when you go into this second game, there's already a bunch of OP picks are out. The Ezreal, the Victor are out. Shen and Bar, the big roaming champions, are also out. It feels like they want to go for this reactive pick where they secure counter picks for as many lanes as possible.
Yeah, that's where my eyes are going as well. Because, you know, if you end up leaving the Camille open here, you can still go towards the Leona. You still have some answers and things like the Rel as well you can go for. I also think giving that answer to maintain that top lane is incredibly important. Did look decent on the Rumble, to give him his due. I just think that Kana has...
Evo nas nazad, verovatno, kažem verovatno, finalni game dana, verujem definitivno da KC ovdje ulazi kao veliki favorit, ali vidjet ćemo šta će se izdogađati. Jajk generalno na Vaj nije, poznat je po tome da mu baš ne ide na Vaj toliko.
I'm not surprised if that would happen. Still, regardless, a very, very good pick because it just counters so many of the staples in the top lane in the middle.
I'm sorry, you've seen Jungle and Nivea?
That's where my brain went to as well. I was like, I'm not going to
listen. In our solo queue games, there's a lot of weird stuff happening.
Okay,
Camille.
Okay. I mean, still has the flex, right? But this is what we're talking about. I think there are still answers. Shen has kind of been the traditional one, but Leona, still a good answer. We've seen Rel in situations as well, because that crash down basically guarantees you're going to connect at some stage across the Camille too, which would deny some of that play in lane. But we'll have to see what the game plan is. And now, with the Lee Sin coming out, traditionally we've seen as a Jarvan answer, but still very strong in the early skirmish.
Now, Lee Sin is probably the best jungler in the game because of his early game dominance, I would say, especially paired with Camille. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of picking Camille this early because you invite a very easy counter pick in the likes of Leona, given that Shen is banned. I would have liked to see it on 3, but at the same
Almata koji čeka sve betove na KC da bi stavio sve na Na'Vi.
And it puts the burden of execution on them. Are you able to outmaneuver this Leona support? Are you able to drag this Leona around?
Strateški.
Leona will win those 2v2s every single place you go, but the Camille is just so damn...
Gle, ako će Na'Vi pobediti, to mora da bude u gameu 2, mislim. Ja nema šanse da uzmu seriju, ali ako će dobiti, mora da bude u drugom gameu. Ko zna. Pa dobro, to je zabava. Harmless fun kod mene na streamu, realno.
Nicely picked up for Sandy. It's so good.
It is the most traditional, I would say, from the majors when it comes to the Camille pairing, because Ziggs rose to prominence with this Camille matchup, with this Camille pairing rather.
Jeste. Dobar je, dobar draft za sada navija. Mislim da je Nivea dosta broken, ali...
Ziggs up for a big success because you have Hextech Ultimatum with Super Mega Inferno Bomb. Man, I know all of this.
Look at you, bro. Are you a play-by-play guy?
Yeah. But
you could just say R. I think people. It's
R. Okay, Ziggs R and Camille R.
But either way, like, I do agree with you. I think it sets up incredibly well. It gives you a lot of team fight presence. The only thing I'm concerned about, though, is that, like, traditionally where I've seen this, we oftentimes, at least coming from the MSI meta, was try and pair with something like the Jace. Try and get something strong in that top lane that's a bit more of that AD focus. And Mainter traditionally has been more on that tank play. We've seen him bring out the Invest in the past and try and facilitate that style a little bit more, but it hasn't always gone the way for Navi. So are we just doubling down on that now? Because it would be nice to see that new page turned over for Mainter there.
Exactly. This draft on the side of Navi is do or die, as you said, by the top lane pick. And if we want to see it succeed, we need to find an AD source of damage in that top lane. And as you said, tanks have been what Mainter has been playing. With the Gnar being out as well, I do feel like there's going to be a big focus on this Renekton or on the Ambessa. We saw the Vayne already out, which signals that Renekton is rising into prio, and Ambessa is rising into prio as well.
Final ban, a brief debate here, taking away some of those safe blind lane counter picks, and there it is, as predicted, Odawamne.
I would say that Ambessa just, even though you sacrifice this top lane counter pick, you have to pick it now just because there's no counter. So how do you counter something that you already took the counters out? The Nafiri is also an interesting direction, but there's a Lee Sin, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think you do just slam the Ambessa. I agree with Joe, though. I think there's just not really answers to it in that top side of the map, unless Canon wants to go for something funky, like we have seen from him in the past. I mean, even maybe you are just worried about the Anivia being rotated up towards that top side, but...
So there's a threat. Even though the Ambessa, we say that the biggest counter is there, there's still the Aatrox in the midst. It's not picked so often, but we have seen it rise in popularity. It makes sense with cases.
We saw Diablo played AD carry today, so...
we have seen him, but we have not really seen him. Let's be real.
Poor Diablo, just catching strays. Completely different broadcast.
Anyway, back to it. Navi, still, even though they've forgone this Ambessa pick, the Talia still makes sense. You're just dumping all of that power into Rilich and into as much playmaking as possible, because Camille and Lee Sin do want a lot of options so they can roam around everywhere.
It's also like you get to split the fight so effectively. Like, your two melee champions so far have a ton of mobility to get over that wall, and on the flip side, like Ziggs and Talia, happy to huddle inside the castle and just throw rocks out at whoever's trying to get inside, right? So you don't have a huge amount of members on KC's side who can kind of break that. So I do like the way that we're kind of seeing this going. And
sad ćemo da popalimo traku i da vidimo šta se događa ovdje. Evo imam Ambessa.
It's a mage disguised in AD carry.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's
kind of close enough.
Just the wrong ratios of being AD. Casey's team comp rounds up pretty nicely. You have a little bit.
Casey samo može da bude stompovan jako rano ovdje.
But you don't really need to go all in on this one style, because you have the Scanner, you have the Anivia, you have the Jhin, you can go anywhere.
Ovo je interesantno. Ovo je interesantno. Zahen je dobar pik. Su ljudi prestali da igraju Zahena, a mislim da je definitivno poprilično jak. Ajde, Matuk, si gotov s baitovanjem, stavi 30 kara na navi. Hvala. Nemaš 10 kaj max. Valjda, nemam pojma. 10 kada.
Keeping it on the Navi perspective, is it just all about the early game and how they can snowball using these proactive picks?
I would say so. There's a huge degree of snowball, because the bot lane will always be pushing. You have enough power in the early game to go for the grabs and pretty much any neutral objective.
Let's see if they can bring that dream to life, if Navi can take us to a game 3, as we send it over to our casters to bring us in to game 2.
We are your casters. We're here to bring you into game 2. As
why is she here?
Okay, look, man. She follows me everywhere. I've decided to start ignoring it. We're also not on camera, so no one knows what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to keep talking about it, though? We can.
I don't want to talk. Let's not address her. I don't know why she's... I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of in the middle here. It's like some weird triangle drama.
I assumed she was your girlfriend or something. We're still not on camera. I assume we're going to be picture-in-picture, because the producers have set up a shot here. And we're just standing here like with a Camille off towards the side.
Very tall Camille.
She's quite tall.
I'm pretty tall, I'm like 6 feet, but she's even taller than me.
She follows me everywhere.
Okay, we're in game. There's a Camille support medic.
You can give her a hug. No? Okay. Let's go back to
this is
Camille support. Paris looking for Kana. So he forces him out of the jungle. Yike's going to have to path down towards his bottom side as well, so he's not going to be able to contest the Lee Sin Zehen early game. Oh, or is he?
Something is
This is not good for Na'Vi, because currently they're separated into a 2v4.
Oh.
Dash away from, but actually dashes away with the safeguard. Maintor on the front line using the Dark Enclave Q2 to get the knocker, but he has the flash as well. As, yeah, KC won that one. They burnt an exhaust and a flash for double flash, triple flashes.
3 flashe su našli, solidan trade. Level 1 se teamfight u džungli, zašto da ne?
In the bot side jungle of blue side.
Yeah, it's so doomed for Na'Vi. Mentor's going to be in top lane with 0 CS, behind an XP and no summoners.
Yeah, and I was interested to talk about this top lane matchup because we have seen this in LZK as well. The good thing about Zehen into Ambessa is that it's kind of a both for scaling matchup, both are just having a good time. And Zehen can always kind of deny the Ambessa public execution with his own ult, the Grim Deliverance, I think. And he can't really go on Ambessa, and Ambessa can't really go into him, because whoever engages with ult is losing that trade, just because how those interact. And yeah, he's chilling, he's farming. And I think what Na'Vi needed was a strong AD booster in the top side, and there aren't that many you can pick into Ambessa. You can go like Aurelia, maybe Aatrox, but Zehen I think fits that mold, or fixes their draft a little bit.
Nice seismic shove.
Not a very nice WE.
I mean, Yahoo, he has egg, so he doesn't actually mind too much being low HP as long as he's trading his health with Pobies effectively. Obviously not the easiest positioning for him because he kind of wants to be under tower when he dies, so he doesn't get seismically shoved back into Pobie, but he should be okay.
That's why he put the E the other direction, so he didn't want to proc the egg.
Znaš šta je fora generalno? Ja mislim da u određenim situacijama ako znaš da će protivnik igrati front ili ako su već pikali tanka, da ti je Zehen, zavisi od drafta, ali može da bude jako, jako dobra situacija. Zato što je samo, bukvalno je bolje, ako hoćeš Renektora, bolje je Renektor. Osim ako kažem ti nije play da hard snowballaš u 20 minuta, ja generalno Renektora ne volim kao heroja, ali meni su i Zehen i Aatrox samo bolja verzija Renektora. Zavisi naravno od načina kako se team fightaš, kakva je protivnička kompozicija. Jer tipa ako oni imaju collapsing komp u fightu gdje će 5 ljudi se zaleti na jednu osobu, Zehen instant ult charge-a pasivnu do kraja. Što je u team fightu giga broken. Ako ima milion stvari koji će ga kajtuju ne radi kao heroj, mislim to stoji, ali mislim da ima uglove da je u stvari je poprično dobro draftu.
Top side, Yike is going to be able to get a scuttle crab for himself to even out the crab distribution system.
Yes, very important.
CDS, as we like to call it. Yeah. Now they're going to meet.
And now they will kiss.
Finn, I know it's almost 10 PM, but, you know, I mean, they could.
You never know. Yike will take the Raptors, pushing him away, but Paris has rotated up here. Busio is very strong in this fight,
though. Does impact back. Smite comes out. It's Yike that gets the Razor Beak. Oh, good Zenith played away from Busio. Yike is low. Sonic Wave resonating strike. Follow up from Relash, but he doesn't land the Tempest Cripple. Then he has to dash away. Flash shield of Daybreak. Yahoo gets the kill with the Crystallize. He has no egg. And because of that, he has to flash away. And now Busio needs some help to survive this. A flash frost from Yahoo into the frostbite. Not enough to freeze out Paris.
But it's a bold play by KC. They wanted that fight. They went super deep for it. But this is the strong thing about Camille. Her range of engage. Also, Pobie was right there. They were walking into his area. Let's rewatch this. So Busio is here first, and it feels like this is what you really want to for KC. You have the Leona, which is super strong in these skirmishes, but look at Pobie, he's completely untouched. Flashes forward onto Yike, and I mean they're just overcommitting to killing Village. They sent everything in there. Yeo has to flash out for that kill. Busio ends up going down, and it's just overzealous.
Oh, Zenith played onto Pobie again. He's got no flash here to Daybreak. Downsides make shove, knocks back Busio, but the orders from Yahoo are up.
Kakav fijesto od Game Holy. Ali zabavan je LoL, iskreno. Mislim, za gledanje je stvarno fun.
I mean, it was was true at the time.
It was a genius play by KC, transferring the buffs to Yehu, who is now very ahead on this Anivia, 2-0
Mega
by
Inferno
him.
Bomb just stops the recall. I think if the...
I'm surprised he kept basing in it.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably in the shop or something, you know? Or he just, you know, he thought, well, I can just survive this, you know? I'll just base in it, Arcane Combat's not gonna hit me.
Da, Navi mora, mislim, imaju Lisina, imaju Camille Zigza, oni moraju da igraju Giga jako rano. Pogotovo u Lisin Skarner jungle matchupu. Mislim, ti ne želiš da daš Skarneru da outskela, a da nisi nešto uradio na mapi. Tako da kao Camille Lisin treba prave haos po mapi. Kjahu mora da čuva stan za ovo. Bobby nema flash, Kjahu da je čuvao stanove, moglo se završiti 70 puta bolje.
Top as well after level 1. Main tried to obviously TP back level 1. Kana already building up quite a nice lead. 300 gold up, 10 CS ahead in the isolated matchup. And this support matchup is really a cat and mouse game.
Okay.
Because Camille is the mouse, and she's running around trying to catch people off guard in the river, in the lanes. Yeah, as a very aggressive
I'm
mouse.
pretty sure that's the plot of Ratatouille, actually.
Yes. And Leona is more like the cat that wants to nibble him up and stop him from making plays.
Also in Ratatouille.
Yeah. So if Paris goes to a play and the Leona is there, she's blocking it.
Okay. But if the Leona isn't there, then the mouse gets to do whatever they want.
The mouse has eluded the cat and gets
they've
a play.
made a Mickey of the Camille of the Leona in that situation, haven't they?
Made a Mickey?
Yeah.
What's that?
A Michael.
A Michael.
It's, if you take the Mickey out of me, it's like you're mocking me, right? So it's haha, you've made a Mickey of. Anyway, there's another fight. Flash was coming out.
Australijske fore, jes, nemam pojma. Parus je izintovo. Rileč je našao trade na možda najgoru osobu. Kjahu nije imao E na Lisinu i Wifovo je zid. I opet će dobiti kill. I Jajk će s ovim lidom da kupi jedan lagani protoplazam Harneš, isto da se nađe. Što razumem s jedne strane, ali da. Okalist. Onk. Samdi. Mora flasha, mora flasha.
I get it. Sometimes I jump into the wall as well and boop my nose. It's fine.
Okay, so
Paris 0, 1, and 3 right now still has to be ahead of the Leona. Again, Paris is here. Leona is not here. This is his opportunity to make a play. But Kana is respecting. Doesn't really give the angle.
Also has the public execution and Yikes on this side of the map. And yeah, who's moving up from mid lane. Paris staying around. The problem for Na'Vi is that Paris is falling behind the XP as he stays around the top side. He pokes his head out, then goes back. Now Kana needs to be careful because he isn't a 2v1, but Yike and Bucio are on their way across.
Execution here.
He can. Public execution, they dodge it, but the hookshot wall dive doesn't hit. And now Bucio's on the chase. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Kalis getting caught out with that Weaver's Wall, tries to walk it out. The seismic shove doesn't connect, and nor does the threaded body. Kalis
He's insane for holding flash there. It's insane he held flash. Brought that segment. That's crazy by Kalis. The confidence to just walk it off. As Paris, that play didn't really work out. The moment that Leona shows up, made a Michael out of you. Once again, so many Michaels made this game.
I mean, the problem for Na'Vi with this Camille pick is that KC, they just always win in Paris.
Yeah.
Right? We were on the road trip.
KC pobeđuje upori. Nije, fajn su i dalje. Ovo izgleda dalje ok za njih. Bucio. Hejtovali su Kenyana. Pa da, ali znaš šta je fora nešto? Ja generalno hejtujem svaki dan Harness na Skarneru. A svi buildaju Harness na Skarneru. I razumem zašto to rade. I ja bi to radio samo da mi je Skarner 0-0. Ali ako Skarner uzme 2 killa, uzme 2 asista, bro, uzmi hardstyle najbolje ljude, dobi malo veći pressure. EUT je European League of Legends Championship Series. LCS. EU, LCS. Evropski League of Legends Championship Series.
KC TPing in assistance. Bird is the word for Yehu as he flies in from the fountain and makes sure that Paris and Relech can't go any deeper.
Yeah, I thought Casey was trying to kind of CC lock him so he couldn't reapply his passive, waiting for it to run out, but he did end up getting the respawn there. Really showing how annoying it can be to kill us ahead when you have a lot of melee champions. Like, look, you have Mbessa, you have a Skarner, a Leona. It's very easy for him to stack his passive. And all of them try to flash out of the Grim Deliverance, still got the passive off, and it's just a deep, deep play from KC.
And as a result of that play, Samdi is 1.4 thousand gold ahead.
It's very loaded.
Because Kalist was in the top lane, and Samdi just took an entire tower. So now he can move to mid lane. He's got a Blackfire Torch already complete. The first, or one of the first completed items in the game. Relech can get their second Drake. And although, like, it's
Nije toliko bitan drugi Drake. Ja mislim nije toliko bitan.
And Na'Vi are willingly taking the fights that KC are giving them, but Na'Vi are getting more out of the fact that they're usually undermanned in the fight.
That play was definitely overzealous by KC. They went way too deep there, especially with the TP coming out so late.
Respekt za Jajkovu itemizaciju, naravno.
Really overestimating how strong they actually were. That's the same medic, just a great punish by Na'Vi, and just leaving Samdi alone there in the bot lane was a huge mistake. As now, Paris, the cat and mouse, looking at each other. Who will Michael who?
That is the question. Who will Michael who? Well, Paris jumps onto Yike. Hex got to made him down as well as Yike tries to get on the right side of the wall. Lands the double impale, but he is low, and Samdi can just take him out. Another kill over to the Ziggs. This time
to Yike.
The Yike?
They got Michael.
Oh.
Yike. This is your fault, medic.
No,
I've been casting it with you all day. If I make a bad pun, it's because of you. Okay, we're going
mid here. Are perfect. The Weavers wall coming out from Pobies. They look for Kalist.
Kick into the W.
Shove. What? Beautiful from Relech.
That was
beautiful
nice.
from Na'Vi. They're now 2k ahead.
I mean, I'm gonna hold my horses for 1 second because Na'Vi was in this position last game as well.
That is true.
Have they learned from their mistakes? Can they now easily get this third dragon? It's 3 minutes and 45 seconds. What is relevant right now? Samdi is massively ahead on the 6. Meanwhile, Kana has been brewing here in the top lane. 800 gold up in isolation against Mainter. Mainter is really struggling in the 1v1. He really wants to get out of this matchup. And leading up to this dragon fight, it's gonna come down to Samdi's bombs. If he's hitting them, it's super difficult for Casey to play.
A lot of the struggle for Mainter is the fact that Kana has the Eclipse, right? Like the extra shield you get on the Mbessa when you're hitting those spells, so difficult for Mainter to deal with. Alongside that, KC have invested a lot of resources towards the top side to make sure that Kana's in a good spot.
Mainter's really struggling
there for the stun. Kana does have the public execution, probably doesn't want to dive into Paris. Lucio was walking towards the red buff area, but won't go any further. Drake up in 2.5 minutes, so we've still got a while before that one is our focus. Yeah, who will clear out the wave and farm himself up that little bit of extra gold. But while this was happening, Poby was pushing through bot, gets a couple of plates.
That's the thing,
that
right?
tier 2.
You would love to dive him there and just send out the public execution.
Stakovi su relativno bitni, da. Relativno bitni.
So you really can't overplay top there. You gotta recall, get your way back into the bot lane, set up for this next dragon. 2.5 minutes.
Na'Vi je uhvatio sad solidan zalet. Sljedeći Drake bi trebao da ide njima u ruke. Ja mislim da Casey dropa sljedećeg Drakea. Osim ako ne nađu neki jako dobar pik, ne bi se tukao za njega. Iskreno.
The fact that Protoplasm Harness is a cheaper item overall than the Sunder Sky. Na'Vi, after moving Samdi out of the bot lane, haven't really been able to do too much damage to this mid lane tower. It's at about 2 plates as Poby looks for Kana. Could be a 2v1 with Relech coming in from the side. Kana still has the flash, has the public execution, smite out. Relech trying to get the chase down. There's the public execution, turning it back onto the Lee Sin. Seismic shove for the knockback. Mega Inferno Ball coming in as well. And in the end, Kana falls. Great play from Na'Vi. Capitalize on that weakness, but a good long-range ultimate here. In the end, Kalist couldn't lock Paris up for long enough. Bucio, though, looking to lock up Mainter. Mainter needs to stack that passive up as quickly as possible. Exhaust dodges the Zenith Blade. Solid Flare. Deliverance goes in to try and dodge away on that stun. Yehu and Bucio running. The Dread return pulls back the Leona, and Relech is here to try and make this mouse feel some pain. Weaver's wall across. No escape for Bucio. The Protoplasm Harness will heal him up. All that does is delay the inevitable. Na'Vi with their 8th kill of the game.
Well, we saw Yehu's wall and he said my wall is bigger. And shuts down that play from Busio. I was a bit surprised for Mate to win with a Grim Deliverance, but just baited him in. Hits that W.
Dodging the solar flare there as well, so he wasn't stunned.
Yeah, absolutely. Buffering it. Now Yike wants to try to find a smite back on here.
It just walks in. Impact knocked back onto Relech, who jumps out of the back of the pit. The Impel coming down as well. There's Mega Inferno Bomb. Relech able to get the Riptail.
Dobar. Kana, ne može. Mislim da će flashuje odmah ka Rilechu. Da. O, Shadow Skarneru, nice.
Yehu chasing Poby alongside Kano, another shutdown to KC.
Na'Vi once again biting off a little too much more than they can chew on this Herald fight. So we're gonna re-watch it in just a bit, but Kana is so strong on this Ambessa. 1.2k gold up now, and he's dictating these fights. Look, Yike wants to walk up here and go for the smite 50-50, and Yehu just puts out so much pressure with the Glacial Storm. Relech jumps out, but then goes back in to smite the Herald, but now you've flashed into the pit. And Kana is completely untouched. Sees the angle here, follows with the flash, and now they're just running them down. I think maybe you had to play for the fight. It was once again a Na'Vi that was very split. Do we finish the Herald? Do we play for the fight? There wasn't a clear call being made.
And the problem for Na'Vi is it means they are late to this Drake. KC have started up, but now Na'Vi have control over the river. Yike does have flash. Dragon's Rage available as well, and Yike gets the smite. Na'Vi needed to keep him at bay. Dragon's Rage back onto Kano as they look for the chase here. Kano getting slowed by that Tempest. Cripple Size shove dogs him back as well. Yike looks at the flank position, no impale for him, but Kano's already dead. Now Yike has to flash away. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to connect. A deadly flourish from Kalist does a lock Paris up for a second.
Kana gets caught there in the end, but really good smite from Yike. We know how clutch he is with the smites. He always manages to find them at the perfect moment in these 50-50 objective fights. And Na'Vi, you don't want to do the same thing as last game. You had a firm grasp of the game, and you're slowly but surely giving away more and more to KC, and at one point it's going to overflow, and you can't contain it anymore.
Yeah, because the important thing is not the gold or the kills in this moment. It's the fact they give up the third Drake, because that just delays the game for 10 minutes, and we've seen from game 1 and from KC in the past.
Yike je sam umro ovdje. Šta uradi crni Yike? What? Ili se biješ za kulu ili se ne biješ. Nema između.
They are still extending this gold lead piece by piece. The question is, can they keep up the momentum, or will KC find a trap to catch this Mousepad?
Does look like Paris has had some good plays this game. Busio, Relech does get it, but Samdi on this 6, so ahead. Beyond his Blackfire Torch and now building towards a Shadow Flame, getting towards his third item. It's just Jhin. I'm a Jhin hater, medic.
Allowed.
I don't like Jhin into mages. I feel like Jhin is a mage, but just a worse mage. So there's physical damage. I would rather see like a Jace bot or something than Jhin.
And how is Jace not a worse mage? He's just a longer range physical damage.
Jace can go multiple modes. He can go melee range and fight.
I mean, I've seen plenty of Jhins go melee mode.
Yeah, I mean, I have too, but it's not very as proficient as a Jace doing that. I feel like Jhin is just follow-up purely. You're playing follow-up Deadly Flourish into the Curtain Call, but you don't do that much more than that. I don't think his laning is strong enough to warrant picking him. And Kalist is struggling this game into the Ziggs. Samdi, these bombs are hurting. And he needs to try to follow up on, I think, Yehu's Glacial Storm into Deadly Flourish. That is really your pick potential. That is what Jhin can do.
Da, Kalist zna. Mislim, i Yike zna i Kalist zna, tako da očigledno coaching staff KC je odlučio da malo poređe igrači, da budu u fazonu, slušajte, deco, ovako se builda. Tako da, full respect. Znači, i Hardstyle i GLP, ne Jomu glupost, ne znamo koga su to vidjeli i zašto. Razumem da cene mobility, ali mislim da je Storm Razor samo 50 puta bolji ako hoćeš da ideš na mobility. Ok, ne moraš da otvaraš GLP. Mislim da je dobar. Ali kao i bez GLP-a mislim da je ok, samo... Samo... Kao Jomu ste toliko usporava u svemu i također nema sinergiju sa itemima kasnije. Imaš jedan crit item manje, a ako ideš na Guardian, to ti još jedan crit item manje i onda ti se build jako zatvara. 75% krita u buildu je preveliki flip. Jedno 4 basika neće kritovati, to jest... Sad, kako ide matematika žinom, pošto krita četvrti svakako, ali... Samo, ono, taj jedan basic možete košta da li si dobio kill, da nisi dobio kill.
Navi's comp is a little bit different. They have the Zahen, the Lee Sin, and the Camille that really wants to go in. And you have the Tala that wants to follow up on that. And then you have the Six.
Okay, who wants to
kind
stand
of
way
completely
away.
left alone on the back. So I think if Anivia can catch the Navi front line as it's going in and kind of split it up with a good wall, that could be something that can propel Casey into a better position this game. Because it comes down to Yehu and Kana. I think they are right now the stars of Casey. The Jin is just going to be follow-up. And if Lucio and Yike obviously have to set them up with their CC.
Yike looking for the steal. Relech actually holding off and taking this blue. Ishtar's impact coming out. Solar Flare there for the follow-up and the Impale. Relech tries to dash away to Paris. Will manage to walk out. Paris exhausted. Hookshot wall dives out himself. Mainta trying to fight towards the bottom side as the curtain's open. Poby looking for Plist. Paris escapes towards the top side, but Mainta is not going to escape.
I sad rez, sad imamo da li on samo pada nakon reza, ok, dobro, flashove. Nisu mogli da tajmuju root. Ništa, krabice i reset i to je to, nikom ništa.
25 seconds until the Dragon. No flash on Mainter and Relech. While all of Casey still keep their flashes, ults up and available for almost no one in Casey except for Kana and Yehu. Meanwhile, the kick, Mega Inferno Bomb, and the Hextech Ultimatum still available for Navi. If they fight for this Dragon, the ultimate advantage goes to Navi, but the summoner spells are in favor of Casey.
Lucio's Solar Flare about to come off cooldown though, so he does have more tool in that arsenal. Yike jumps on. Hextech Ultimatum coming down. Yike forced away and just dies to Samdi. Yeah, who has to flash the seismic shove as well. And that's all done to that fight. Navi will take their third Drake and go to Ocean.
Okay.
I mean, he's walking
Big za Navi.
in the jungle while Kana is on the midway.
Yeah.
It's just very desynced from KC.
This has been a really bad series overall for Yike.
Yeah, it hasn't been as
Casey more like Spike,
been a great
bukvalno.
series so
Bukvalno.
far. And what we saw game 1 from Navi, that was just this desync in teamfights. We're kind of seeing this game from KC.
A Casey je toliko bio dobar u Parizu. I prvi game su izgledali jako solidno, lepo se vratili, ali...
Right here, but in the end, Kana is just pushing mid. He has TP, sure, but he's not there with the team. And he's just walking in by himself against the 6. Camilla just locks him down.
Mainta caught out. Public execution coming down as well. The Lech is in the area, but I think he's given up the ghost on his top laner. Yehu now on a rampage, 4-0-4.
Yeah, very important for Yehu and Kana. And it was as we highlighted, the solo laners for KC.
Ne znam koliko Anivija ima carry potencijala, razmišljam. Mislim, faktički jako super stvari što ti znaš da za Hen obično overdive u fajtovima, tako da imati zid da zatvoriš i sječeš ostatak ekipu, u stvari nije uopšte loše. Mislim da, u teoriji svako od Navija može da skoči, ali ako baciš dash ability da dođaš zid, da pređeš preko zida, ti si drastično slabiji u fajtu.
Navi don't have great vision control towards the top side. Casey currently have control of the area. Looks like Relech needs to go back and pick himself out a little bit more in terms of his arsenal. Building up towards that death's dance. Casey still controlling Baron side. 3.5 minutes before the next Drake, so it's a long time before Soul. And for KC, they are just trying to force Navi to face check in a way that allows them a little avenue back into the game. Because they are 4K in the hole. And most of that gold sitting on Samdi, who's 3-core complete. Harris, not crystallized, but he can jump across that wall. Doesn't mind too much. So, Nag tries to chuck a rock into his back, another one towards the red buff. Navi still waiting, Relech outside of the bush. Which isn't the best way to hide your intentions.
Yeah, look at Kana. He's really looking for this fight right now.
Oh, Impale's like the shot. Solar Flare, curtains open. They're looking for Relech. There's a TP out for Mainta.
O, imaš samo Chang'ir ako ništa drugo. I forsiran TP od Maintera. Mainter nema ništa, Mainter je 50 CS-a down, ne može da igra.
Kana now has the Mercs and the Hex Drinker really optimizing for MR this game.
And he needs to, right? Most of the damage from Navi is coming out of that Tilia and of that Ziggs. As Casey have wrested control away from Navi over these
I mean,
last
there's
couple
not
of
really
minutes.
much to play for here. Casey just wants to defend the vision they have. They don't want to give it up for anything because they are really comfortable taking 5v5s. We know how good Casey are in team fights. And that's why they're just standing around here. Side lane is completely dead. No one is going there from Casey. They just want to control this area and set up a potential Baron sneak later
or make sure that when Navi is taking back topside vision, they can get botside vision for Dragon.
Yeah.
So they are just kind of...
Blind su skroz na mapi.
Mega Inferno goes out on Nash. They do not know right now. Navi are scared.
2 in a row used on the Nash. Now Paris can step forward as the ward's in his inventory. Puts a control ward in the back. Puts another one just outside of the pit.
On nema pojma gde su, da. Pokušava dobije info da zna da možda ulete čisti vard, ali opet mislim da samo ne želi toliko dobar extendo jer nema nikog.
Poby caught out a little bit. Relech is here to try and save his mid as the sliding shove doesn't connect. Dragon's Rage kick will get Kana under tower range, and now somebody's coming across as well. And Kana has bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. And Na'Vi are very willing to make him choke on it.
They will not wait too much there from him. Really, really greedy by Kana. Feels the pressure, I think, to make a side lane play. Ends up getting punished by Na'Vi, and there's no real cross map here for KC. Kana made a complete solo play and just got punished. So what do you do here? It's very important you don't die right now. You cannot stagger your death timers or the game is just impossible to play. The worst thing to do is when someone dies...
Weaver's wall flash, yikes, smite!
Donuts.
Yeah, it's not great. That's yikes flash down for the next fight.
Yeah, I think he had to flash smite before she was out of combat,
wall, yeah,
so she's gonna ult out.
Agreed.
But was a very thin margin.
Principe, hoće, subota je, tako da ide Patreon Game Night, tako da plan je večeras, kažem opet večeras, treba će mi pola sata, sat samo da pojedem nešto, istuširam se i prošetam psa, pa palimo arame. Idemo da igramo arame, možda ćemo igrati klasik, možda običaj, vidit ćemo zašto su ljudi raspoloženi. Tako da je večeras jedan chill aram day, to je otprilike plan.
The Drake gets 5k, somebody trying to land some poke of his own, and Busio falls to half himself.
Busio's in an awkward position here. He cannot really
he's
get
in
out
no
of
man's
there.
land. Gets the stun, solo play onto Relech as well. Kalith begins to open up with the Curticle. Meanwhile on the back line, Poby flashes away from the Impale. Paris puts Yehu in the Hexagon Maiden. Kana trying to chase Samdi out, flashes out from that Mega Inferno Bomb. Relech still sitting in the back of the pit, and Yehu is going to try and chase him down. Relech looked for the Sonic Wave, but couldn't land it. The shutdown goes to Kalist, and the Drake will go to KC. They'll try and chase Paris out of it as well. He's forced to hook shot wall dive to safety. That's the jungler down. KC might just turn their eyes straight towards the Baron.
Navi just took a straight up 4v5. Mater recalled there after getting chunked on mid. And Navi did not mind at all taking that fight 4v5, getting punished.
They should have minded.
They should have left. If Mater is leaving, you are not taking that fight.
Mater now trying to get into the Baron fight. Somebody tries to join as well.
But you don't have a jungler. What is your end game here? You cannot walk through the Nivea to contest this.
Kill them all. I guess
okay, but that is an end game, yeah. Mater.
He looks for the Dread of Return, still doesn't get it. It did fall down to 4 HP.
That was close.
But then Jin took it, obviously, as is his right. And Samdi caught out now by Yehu, Mega Inferno down as well. Samdi has no mana. Why are you here with no mana? What?
And that is your...
Yehu has egg. Paris. He's going to hookshot wall dive away, and we'll get the passive out of the Anivia. Like, there is something with Na'Vi, when it gets to like 25 minutes onwards, they just make some mistakes.
Jako čudno. Jako čudno.
Making solo plays. They are not playing together. Mater takes a massive chunk from Kalist, or just a 50%, it's not a massive one. But he recalls, and I don't know if he forgot he had no TP, but he can't get in here.
Taman posle, principe, taman posle. Tu sam posle, družimo malo. You have no mana, gdje si? Felix je legenda. Šta ima, šta se radi?
Oh, great dodge with public execution there from Kana from the seismic shove. Maintain's still going to be able to chase him down for now. Gets the knock up. Kana trying to dash out, still taken out while KC look for Paris. Busio gets in range for the Shield of Daybreak. Fourth shot.
Are we just getting caught everywhere this game?
Paris. And now the mid lane, the wave is getting pushed in. Poby's on his way back. Samdi has the Mega Inferno Bomb. He'll try and clear out bot side. a couple of the minions avoid it, which means Yahoo can continue to wail away at this tower. Kalist has a mid lane wave as well to take down this tier 2. Mainta continues to push in the top side.
Pa bilo je chill, znaš kako, danas je bila jako interesantna dinamika gdje igrao je Oskar sa Giantsima i mali opa za SK i onda je to bilo fun, a na svakoj pauzi smo komentarisali UFC. Mislim, na Discordu moji Patreoni su se skupili pa su zajedno gledali UFC i onda taman ono, recimo, kad se završio game, počne Medić. I onda je bilo ono, znaš, pratimo lec na jednom UFC, na drugom monitoru. Tako da je bilo dosta zanimljivo. Ma da, mislim, ja sam od ranog jutra sam napolju, jurio sam neke sastanke, nešto. Sad došao kući. Čekaj, daću ti... Moram ti dam, nisam siguran da li ćete link da radi. Imam neki problem što mi ističe ovaj permalink. Ali ovaj ovdje Discord će da radi sigurno. Da li se biste restuje? Ne verujem. Tako da da, kažem, od ranog jutra sam na nogama, jurim svašta nešto, ali znaš, dešavaju se zanimljive stvari pa ne mogu ni da se žalim. To je dosta bitno.
Chuck the mouse in. While the cat gobbles it up, we can try and get the fight.
Throw the mouse in and pray. Classic.
A minute before it comes up. Velech looking for a flank position himself. Will be spotted on vision as he walks around the corner. Paris is face checking. There's a sort of player. Dodges it with Hexagon main. Busio going in. Mainta exhausted as well as Yahoo looks for the flank. Grim deliverance coming out from Mainta. He's locked up and stunned into the wall, and Busio heals up with that protoplasm harness. Meanwhile, a crystallize on Sunday means that Yahoo gets to open up with the frostbite, but Yahoo has to use the stopwatch to avoid the dreaded body. Curtains open. Kliss trying to close this game up.
Ma lagano. Lagano za Casey. Jer Navi baš ne zna šta radi u mid gameu. Da, samo su pogubljeni skroz. Ide Jagi da proka hardstyle. Mislim, samo kupuje vreme, završe game. Ne ubija Busija u 3 života. Mislim, bi samo trebao da bude game. Ovdje 35 sekundi nemaju zigza. Ostala su 2 čoveka koji nemaju wave clear. Tako da ja ne vidim kako oni mogu da defaju ovo. Da, to bi trebao da je game, to bi trebao kraj. Dobro, mislim, relativno... To baš nije baby brz dan. 5,5 sati leca. Bilo kako bilo. Jako chill dan. Gledali su malo UFC-a, gledali smo malo leca. Kažem, za nekih računajte otprilike sat vremena, tu smo s Patreon Gamenitom, malo cepkamo arame, možda klasik arame, možda obične. Sve je moguće, Mato, ako si raspoložen, bani na dis. Da klikćeš s nama. Svakako, ja ću da se požuri malo, što pre mogu sve da završim pa da klikćemo, tako da ljudi moji vidimo se malo kasnije na live-u. Do tada želim vam veliki pozdrav i uživajte. Ostavit ću intervju do rana, pa onda gasim.
It's giving OG to a little bit.
Yeah, that it is. You can vote for one of those KC players in your player of the game votes. It's Kana, Yahoo, and Kalist as your options. Yeah, I think Yahoo probably had the best series overall of those 3. It was a weird series, man.
It's a weird game for Navi because they seem so synchronized in the early game.
Minutes are really good.
In the early game, they seem so devoted to the cause of just getting Village ahead. But the moment 20 minutes hit, it's like they all are playing their own game again. How can a team be so synchronized early and so unsynchronized later?
It's a great question. We're going to find out perhaps from Dracos, Odo, and Busio, who are here for the post-game lobby.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Fantastic cast on the day. Damn. Gold leads are fake, is what I've learned. You can't see a gold chart in the game, but they were like ahead of you the entire game, and you guys were just dancing on them in team fights. You guys are
on them,
yeah. You guys are nasty at team fighting. It's always been solid, but it feels like it's just been leveling up, even since like from versus into spring and now into summer. Is this something you guys deliberately focus on, or has it just been kind of coming together naturally over time?
I think for us, team fighting is pretty natural. Like even when we first joined as a team in winter, we're always like losing early game and whatnot, and we're only good because we just have a natural eye for team fighting.
Is there one thing that you think separates you from the rest of the teams when you play those team fights? Is it just the inherent we know that we're on the same page, or is there a specific thing that you think you do different?
I would say just people are not afraid. You know, I see a lot of teams, they're too clumped, they're not taking enough space. Like when somebody CC someone, they like yell out the champ and everybody goes on that champ and then they're over clumped. But for us, everybody's just kind of doing their own thing in the team fight, and usually that yields better results.
I think as you guys continue to be dominant, we're just going to keep talking to you and we're going to keep praising you. So we're going to shift things over to a different topic, just so this isn't the 9th time that we've invited you on to be like, really good job. But really good job. You've earned the really good job. Let's talk a little bit about bot lane meta. We brought it up with you before, but now we kind of have the answer from the Riot side in terms of the changes that they're positioning that maybe we'll put a leash on some of these crazy supports roaming the entire time. If we can get the graphic up whenever we have it ready, but Rob, you understand it pretty well. Maybe you can explain it.
Yeah, so basically what we're seeing is that they want to try and hit the supports by coming through. You'll see it on the screen just there in front of you. And what they want to try and do is upping the out-of-lane support gold and experience penalty from 25% until level 3 to 33% until level 5. And then buffs to some of the underpowered AD carry tools. We've already kind of seen that start as well with like Intel's and stuff. I wanted to get your take on it though, because like the way I've understood this, right? The reason the meta has kind of developed the way it is that mages are super strong bot lane because you get to 7 items, you get a ton of gold, you can get towards Rabadons, you peak super high, you're able to take over the entire game, right? You're also very good into the AD carries in the bottom lane, right? So it feels like supports roaming is a function of mages in the bot lane because you want to let them get their levels and in their ability points and stuff, right? So hitting the support quest doesn't, in my eyes, fully feel like it's going to fix the problem, right? Because I think you kind of wait until 8 minutes into the game, minions hit level 6, supports get all that catch-up experience in like a wave and a half to 2 waves. You've kind of gone from level 3 to your level 5 to your level 6, right? So do you think this nerf is actually going to kind of fix the problem, or do you think that there's still more levers that have to be tuned to try and get mages away from the bot lane all the time, or get that support roam change?
I mean, I think if they're trying to reduce it, that's a good change because, yeah, what you said about mages is true, but especially, you know, in pro play, a big strength of the mage is hard to punish in a 1v2 situation. So then, you know, the support can even be top, or the support can go 1v1 the jungler, and all those possibilities make it so the enemy team has to play very differently, and always keep the fact that the support, you know, the Camille with the Halo Blades and the Ignite can do anything level 1, and that is a big part of the strength. But of course, it's not going to remove mages because, like, mages still have spots in draft. Like, I mean, previously, you know, when you had an AD mid, then it's a pretty good time for a mage or something like that. And yeah, mages still will have their spot, but it won't be every single game, you know, game 1, game 2. No matter what, you see mages.
Based on